Part 2.
Chapter 32 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by O123. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2. Chapter 32. Alone in his cell, Jean Renou, after Marie-Anne's departure, abandoned himself in the most frightful despair. He had just given more than life to the woman he loved so fervently. For had he not, in the hope of obtaining an interview with her, periled his honor by simulating the most ignoble fear? While doing so, he thought only of the success of his ruse. But now he knew only too well what those who had witnessed his apparent weakness would say of him. This Jean Renou is only a miserable coward after all. He fancied he could hear them saying among themselves, "We have seen him on his knees, begging for mercy and promising to betray his accomplices." The thought that his memory would be tarnished with charges of cowardice and treason drove him nearly mad. He actually longed for death, since it would give him an opportunity to retrieve his honor. "They shall see then," he cried wrathfully, "if I turn pale and tremble before the soldiers." He was in this state of mind when the door opened to admit the Marquis de Courteuil, who, after seeing Mademoiselle Lacheseneur leave the prison, came to Jean Renou to ascertain the result of her visit. "Well, my good fellow," began the Marquis, in his most condescending manner. "Leave," cried Jean Renou, in a fury of passion, "leave or—" Without waiting to hear the end of the sentence, the Marquis made his escape, greatly surprised and not a little dismayed by this sudden change. "What a dangerous and bloodthirsty rascal!" he remarked to the guard. "It would perhaps be advisable to put him in a straitjacket." Ah, there was no necessity for that. The heroic peasant had thrown himself upon his straw pallet, oppressed with feverish anxiety. Would Marie-Anne know how to make the best use of the weapon which he had placed in her hands? If he hoped so, it was because she would have as a counselor and guide a man in whose judgment he had the most implicit confidence, Abbe Midon. "Martial will be afraid of the latter," he said to himself again and again. "Certainly you will be afraid." In this, Jean Renou was entirely mistaken. His discernment and intelligence were certainly above his station, but he was not sufficiently acute to read a character like that of the young Marquis de Segmuise. The document which he had written in a moment of abandon and blindness was almost without influence in determining his course. He pretended to be greatly alarmed in order to frighten his father, but in reality he considered the trick puerile. Marie-Anne would have obtained the same assistance from him if she had not possessed this letter. Other influences had decided him, the difficulties and dangers of the undertaking, the risks to be incurred, the prejudices to be braved. To save the life of Baron d'Escorval, an enemy, to wrest him from the execution on the very steps of the scaffold, as it were, seemed to him a delightful enterprise. And to assure the happiness of the woman he adored by saving the life of an enemy, even after his suit had been refused, seemed a chivalrous act worthy of him. Besides, what an opportunity it afforded for the exercise of his sang-froid, his diplomatic talent, and the finesse upon which he prided himself. It was necessary to make his father his dupe. That was an easy task. It was necessary to impose upon the credulity of the Marquis de Courteuil. This was a difficult task, yet he succeeded. But poor Jean Renou could not conceive of such contradictions, and he was consumed with anxiety. Willingly would he have consented to be put to the torture before receiving his death blow, if he might have been allowed to follow Marie-Anne in her undertakings. What was she doing? How could he ascertain? A dozen times during the evening he called his guards under every possible pretext and tried to compel them to talk with him. He knew very well that these men could no better informed on the subject than he was himself, that he could place no confidence in their reports, but that made no difference. The drums beat for the evening roll call, then for the extinguishment of lights, after that, silence. Standing at the window of his cell, Jean Renaud concentrated on his faculties in a superhuman effort of attention. It seemed to him if the Baron regained his liberty, he would be warned of it by some sign. Those whom he had saved owed him, he thought, this slight token of gratitude. A little after 2 o'clock, he heard sounds that made him tremble. There was a great bustle in the corridors, guards running to and fro and calling each other, a rattling of keys, and the opening and shutting of doors. The passage was suddenly illuminated. He looked out, and by the uncertain light of the lanterns, he thought he saw Lacheneur, as pale as a ghost, pass the cell, led by some soldiers. Lacheneur! Could this be possible? He doubted his own eyesight. He thought it must be a vision, born of the fever burning in his brain. Later, he heard a despairing cry. But was it surprising that one should hear such a sound in a prison, where 20 men, condemned to death, were suffering the agony of that terrible night which precedes the day of execution? At last the grey light of early dawn came creeping through the prison bars. Jean Renaud was in despair. The letter was useless, he murmured. Poor generous peasant! His heart would have leaped for joy could he have cast a glance on the courtyard of the citadel. More than an hour had passed after the sounding of the reveille, when 2 countrywomen, who were carrying their butter and eggs to market, presented themselves at the gate of the fortress. They declared that while passing through the fields at the base of the precipitous cliff upon which the citadel was built, they had discovered a rope dangling from the side of the rock. A rope. Then one of the condemned prisoners must have escaped. The guards hastened to Baron d'Escorval's room. It was empty. The Baron had fled, taking with him the man who had been left to guard him, Corporal Bavois of the Grenadiers. The amazement was as intense as the indignation, but the fright was still greater. There was not a single officer who did not tremble on thinking of his responsibility. Not one who did not see his hopes of advancement blighted forever. What should they say to the formidable Duc de Segmuller and to the Marquis de Courtauneau, who, in spite of his calm and polished manners, was almost as much to be feared? It was necessary to warn them, however, and the sergeant was dispatched with the news. Soon they made their appearance, accompanied by Martial, all frightfully angry. Monsieur de Segmuller especially seemed beside himself. He swore at everybody, accused everybody, threatened everybody. He began by consigning all the keepers and guards to prison. He even talked of demanding the dismissal of all the officers. "As for that miserable Bavois," he exclaimed, "as for that cowardly deserter, he shall be shot as soon as we capture him, and we will capture him, you may depend upon it." They had hoped to appease the Duke's wrath a little by informing him of Lacheneur's arrest, but he knew this already, for Chupin had ventured to evoke him in the middle of the night to tell him the great news. The Baron's escape afforded the Duke an opportunity to exalt Chupin's merits. "The man who has discovered Lacheneur will know how to find this traitor d'Escorval," he remarked. Monsieur de Courtauneau, who was more calm, took measures for the restoration of a great culprit to the hand of justice. As he said, he sent couriers in every direction, ordering them to make close inquiries throughout the neighborhood. His commands were brief, but to the point. They were to watch the frontier, to submit all travelers to a rigorous examination, to search the house, and to sow the description of d'Escorval broadcast through the land. But first of all, he ordered the arrest both of Abbe Midon, the curé of Segmuller, and of the son of Baron d'Escorval. Among the officers present there was one, an old lieutenant, medalled and decorated, who had been deeply wounded by imputations uttered by the Duc de Segmuller. He stepped forward with a gloomy air and said that these measures were doubtless all very well, but the most pressing and urgent duty was to institute an investigation at once, which, while acquainting them with the method of escape, would probably reveal the accomplices. On hearing the word investigation, neither the Duc de Segmont nor the Marquis de Coq could repress a slight shudder. They could not ignore the fact that their reputations were at stake, and that the merest trifle might disclose the truth. A precaution neglected, the most insignificant detail, a word, a gesture, might ruin their ambitious hopes forever. They trembled to think that this officer might be a man of unusual shrewdness, who had suspected their complicity, and was impatient to verify his presumptions. No, the old lieutenant had not the slightest suspicion. He had spoken on the impulse of the moment, merely to give vent to his displeasure. He was not even keen enough to remark the rapid glance interchanged between the Marquis and the Duke. Martial noticed this look, however, and with a politeness too studied not to be ridiculed, he addressed the lieutenant. "Yes, we must institute an investigation. That suggestion is as shrewd as it is opportune," he remarked. The old officer turned away with a muttered oath. "That coxcomb is poking fun at me," he thought, "and he and his father and that prig deserve. But what is one to do?" In spite of his bold remark, Martial felt that he must not incur the slightest risk. To whom must the charge of this investigation be entrusted? To the Duke and to the Marquis, of course, since they were the only persons who would know just how much to conceal and just how much to disclose. They began their task immediately, with an empressement which could not fail to silence all doubts, in case any existed in the minds of their subordinates. But who could be suspicious? The success of the plot had been all the more certain from the fact that the Baron's escape seemed likely to injure the interests of the very parties who had favoured it. Martial thought he knew the details of the escape as exactly as the fugitives themselves. He had been the author, even if they had been the actors of the drama of the preceding night. He was soon obliged to admit that he was mistaken in this opinion. The investigation revealed facts which seemed incomprehensible to him. It was evident that the Baron d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois had been compelled to accomplish 2 successive descents. To do this, the prisoners had realized, since they had succeeded, the necessity of having 2 robes. Martial had provided them. The prisoners must have used them, and yet only 1 robe could be found. The one which the patient woman had perceived hanging from the rocky platform, where it was made fast to an iron crupper. From the window to the platform there was no rope. "This is most extraordinary," murmured Martial thoughtfully. "Very strange," approved Monsieur de Coq. "How the devil could they have reached the base of the tower? That is what I cannot understand." But Martial found another cause for surprise. On examining the rope that remained, the one which had been used in making the second descent, he discovered that it was not a single piece. 2 pieces had been knotted together. The longest piece had evidently been too short. How did this happen? Could the Duke have made a mistake in the height of the cliff, or had the Abbé measured the rope incorrectly? But Martial had also measured it with his eye, and it had seemed to him that the rope was much longer, fully a third longer, than it now appeared. "There must have been some accident," he remarked to his father, and to the Marquis. "But what?" "Well, what does it matter?" replied the Marquis. "You have the compromising letter, have you not?" But Martial's was one of those minds that never rest when confronted by an unsolved problem. He insisted on going to inspect the rocks at the foot of the precipice. There they discovered large parts of blood. "One of the fugitives must have fallen," said Martial quickly, "and was dangerously wounded." "Upon my word," exclaimed the Duc de Segmont, "if Baron d'Escorval has broken his neck, I shall be delighted." Martial's face turned crimson, and he looked searchingly at his father. "I suppose, Martial, that you do not mean 1 word of what you are saying," Martial said, coldly. We pledged ourselves upon the honor of our name to save Baron d'Escorval. If he has been killed, it will be a great misfortune to us, monsieur, a great misfortune." When his son addressed him in his haughty and freezing tone, the Duke never knew how to reply. He was indignant, but his son's was the stronger nature. "Nonsense!" exclaimed Monsieur de Cocteau. "If the rascal had merely been wounded, we should have known it." Such was the opinion of Chupin, who had been sent for by the Duke, and who had just made his appearance. But the old scoundrel, who was usually so loquacious and so officious, replied briefly, and, strange to say, did not offer his services. Of his imperturbable assurance, of his wonted impudence, of his obsequious and cunning smile, absolutely nothing remained. His restless eyes, the contraction of his features, his gloomy manner, and the occasional shudder which he could not repress, all betrayed his secret perturbation. So marked was the change that even the Duc de Segmont observed it. "What calamity has happened to you, Master Chupin?" he inquired. "This has happened," he responded sullenly. "When I was coming here, the children of the town threw mud and stones at me, and ran after me, shouting, 'Traitor, traitor!'" He clenched his fists. He seemed to be meditating vengeance, and he added, "The people of Montaigne are pleased. They know that the Baron has escaped, and they are rejoicing." Alas! This joy was destined to be of short duration, for this was the day appointed for the execution of the conspirators. It was Wednesday. At noon the gates of the citadel were closed, and the gloom was profound and universal, when the heavy rolling of drums announced the preparations for the frightful holocaust. Consternation and fear spread through the town. The silence of death made itself felt on every side. The streets were deserted, and the doors and shutters of every house were closed. At last, as 3 o'clock sounded, the gates of the fortress were opened to give passage to the 14th doomed man, each accompanied by a priest. 14. For seized by remorse or fright at the last moment, Monsieur de Cocteau and the Duc de Segmont had granted a reprieve to 6 of the prisoners, and at that very hour a courier was hastening toward Paris with 6 petitions for pardons, signed by the Military Commission. Chanlouineau was not among those for whom royal clemency had been solicited. When he left his cell, without knowing whether or not his letter had availed, he counted the condemned with poignant anxiety. His eyes betrayed such an agony of anguish that the priest who accompanied him leaned toward him and whispered, "For whom you are looking, my son?" "For Baron d'Escorval." "He escaped last night." "Ah, now I shall die content," exclaimed the heroic peasant. He died, as he had sworn he would die, without even changing color, calm and proud, the name of Maggie M upon his lips. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Omar Dutre. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 33. Ah, well, there was one woman, a fair young girl, whose heart had not been touched by the sorrowful scenes of which Montaigne had been the theatre. Mademoiselle Blanche de Cocteau smiled as brightly as ever in the midst of a stricken people, and surrounded by mourners, her lovely eyes remained dry. The daughter of a man who for a week exercised the power of a dictator, she did not lift her finger to save a single one of the condemned prisoners from the executioner. They had stopped her carriage on the public road. This was a crime which Mademoiselle de Cocteau could never forget. She also knew that she owed it to Maggie Ann's intercession that she had not been held prisoner. This she could never forgive. So it was with the bitterest resentment that, on the morning following her arrival in Montaigne, she recounted what she styled her humiliations to her father. that is, the inconceivable arrogance of that Lashana girl, and the frightful brutality of which the peasants had been guilty. And when the Marquise de Coctigny asked if she would consent to testify against Baron d'Escoquerel, she coldly replied, "I think that such is my duty, and I shall fulfill it, however painful it may be." She knew perfectly well that her deposition would be the Baron's death warrant, but she persisted in her resolve, veiling her hatred and her insensibility under the name of virtue. But we must do her the justice to admit that her testimony was sincere. She really believed that it was Baron d'Escoquerel who was with the rebels, and whose opinion Jean Renaud had asked. This error on the part of Mademoiselle Blanche rose from the custom of designating Maurice by his Christian name, which prevailed in the neighborhood. In speaking of him, everyone said Monsieur Maurice. When they said Monsieur d'Escoquerel, they referred to the Baron. After crushing evidence against the accused had been written and signed in her fine and aristocratic handwriting, Mademoiselle de Coctigny bore herself with partly real and partly affected indifference. She would not on any account have had people suppose that anything related to these plebeians, these low peasants, could possibly disturb her proud serenity. She would not so much as ask a single question on the subject. But this superb indifference was in great measure assumed. In her inmost soul she was blessing this conspiracy which had caused so many tears and so much blood to flow. Had it not removed her rival from her path? Now, she thought, the Marquis will return to me, and I will make him forget the bold creature who has bewitched him. Chimeras. The charm had vanished which had been caused the love of Marshal de Segmur to oscillate between Mademoiselle de Coctigny and the daughter of Lachenay. Captivated at first by the charms of Mademoiselle Blanche, he soon discovered the calculating ambition and the utter worldliness concealed beneath such seeming simplicity and candour. Nor was it long in discerning her intense vanity, her lack of principle, and her unbounded selfishness, and comparing her with the noble and generous Marquis M, his admiration was changed into indifference, or rather repugnance. He did return to her, however, or at least he seemed to return to her, actuated perhaps by that inexplicable sentiment that impels us sometimes to do that which is most distasteful to us, and by a feeling of discouragement and despair, knowing that Marquis M was now lost to him forever. He also said to himself that a pledge had been interchanged between the Duke and the Marquise de Coctigny, that he too had given his word, and that Mademoiselle Blanche was his betrothed. Was it worthwhile to break this engagement? Would he not be compelled to marry some day? Why not fulfill the pledge that had been made? He was as willing to marry Mademoiselle de Coctigny as anyone else, since he was sure that the only woman whom he had ever truly loved, the only woman whom he ever could love, was never to be his. Master of himself when near her, and sure that he would ever remain the same, it was easy to play the part of lover with that perfection and that charm which, sad as it is to say, the real passion seldom or never attains. He was assisted by his self-love, and also by that instinct of duplicity which leads a man to contradict his thoughts by his acts. But while he seemed to be occupied only with the thoughts of his approaching marriage, his mind was full of intense anxiety concerning Baron d'Escoquerel. What had become of the Baron and of Belvoise after their escape? What had become of those who were awaiting them on the rocks? For Marshal knew all their plans. Madame d'Escoquerel and Marquis M, the Abbé and Maurice, and the 4 officers. There were then 10 persons in all who had disappeared, and Marshal asked himself again and again how it could be possible for so many individuals to mysteriously disappear, leaving no trace behind them. It unquestionably denotes a superior ability, thought Marshal. I recognize the hand of the priest. It was indeed remarkable, since the search ordered by the Duc de Sagmo and the Marquis had been pursued with feverish activity, greatly to the terror of those who had instituted it. Still, what could they do? They had imprudently excited the chill of their subordinates, and now they were unable to moderate it. But fortunately, all efforts to discover the fugitives had proved unavailing. One witness testified, however, that on the morning of the escape he met, just before daybreak, a party of about a dozen persons, men and women, who seemed to be carrying a dead body. This circumstance, taken in connection with the broken rope and the bloodstains, made Martial tremble. He had also been strongly impressed by another circumstance, which was revealed as the investigation progressed. All the soldiers who were on guard that eventful night were interrogated. One of them testified as follows. "I was on guard in the corridor, communicating with the prisoner's apartment in the tower, when at about 2:30, after Lacheneur had been placed in his cell, I saw an officer approaching me. I challenged him. He gave me the countersign, and naturally I allowed him to pass. He went down the corridor and entered the room adjoining that in which Monsieur de Scoundrels was confined. He remained there about 5 minutes. "Did you recognize this officer?" Martial eagerly inquired. And the soldier answered, "No. He wore a large cloak, the collar of which was turned up so high that it covered his face to the very eyes." Who could this mysterious officer have been? What was he doing in the room where the ropes had been deposited? Martial racked his brain to discover an answer to these questions. The Marquis de Courtesneau himself seemed much disturbed. "How could you be ignorant that there were many sympathizers with this movement in the garrison?" he said angrily. "You might have known that this visitor, who concealed his face so carefully, was an accomplice who had been warned by Bavois, and who came to see if he needed a helping hand." This was a plausible explanation, still it did not satisfy Martial. "It is very strange," he thought, "that Monsieur de Scoundrels has not been deigned to let me know he is in safety. The service which I have rendered him deserves that acknowledgment at least." Such was his disquietude that he resolved to apply to Chupin, even though this traitor inspired him with extreme repugnance. But it was no longer easy to obtain the services of the old spy. Since he had received the price of Lacheneur's blood, the 20,000 francs which had so fascinated him, Chupin had deserted the house of the Duc de Sagmo. He had taken up his quarters in a small inn on the outskirts of the town, and he spent his days alone in a large room on the second floor. At night he barricaded the doors and drank, and until daybreak they could hear him cursing and singing or struggling against imaginary enemies. Still he dared not disobey the order brought by a soldier summoning him to the Hotel de Sagmo at once. "I wish to discover what has become of Baron de Scoundrels," said Martial. Chupin trembled. He who had formerly been bronze, and a fleeting color dyed his cheeks. "The Montaigne police are at your disposal," he answered sulkily. "They perhaps can satisfy the curiosity of Monsieur le Marquis. I do not belong to the police." Was he in earnest, or was he endeavouring to augment the value of his services by refusing them? Martial inclined to the latter opinion. "You shall have no reason to complain of my generosity," said he. "I will pay you well." But on hearing the word pay, which would have made his eyes gleam with delight a week before, Chupin flew into a furious passion. "So it was to tempt me again that you summoned me here," he exclaimed. "You would do better to leave me quietly at my inn." "What do you mean, fool?" But Chupin did not even hear this interruption, and with increasing fury he continued. "They told me that, by betraying Lacheneur, I should be doing my duty and serving the king. I betrayed him, and now I am treated as if I had committed the worst of crimes. Formerly, when I lived by stealing and poaching, they despised me, perhaps, but they did not shun me as they did the pestilence. They called me rascal, robber, and the like, but they would drink with me all the same. Today I have 20,000 francs, and I am treated as if I were a venomous beast. If I approach a man, he draws back. If I enter a room, those who are there leave it. The recollection of the insults he had received made him more and more frantic with rage. Was the act I committed so ignoble and abominable? He pursued. Then why did your father propose it? The shame should fall on him. He should not have tempted a poor man who dwells like that. If, on the contrary, I have done well, let them make laws to protect me. Martial comprehended the necessity of reassuring the troubled mind. Chupin, my boy, said he, I do not ask you to discover Monsieur d'Escoqueville in order to denounce him. Far from it. I only desire you to ascertain if anyone at Saint Pave or at Saint Jean de Cachet knows of his having crossed the frontier. On hearing the name Saint Jean de Cachet, Supin's face blanched. Do you wish me to be murdered? He exclaimed, remembering Balstain and his vow. I would have you know that I value my life now that I am rich. And seized with a sort of panic, he fled precipitately. Martial was stupefied with astonishment. One might really suppose that the wretch was sorry for what he had done, he thought. If that was really the case, Chupin was not alone. Monsieur de Cocteau and the Duc de Sagmo were secretly blaming themselves for the exaggerations in their first report, and the manner in which they had magnified the proportions of the rebellion. They accused each other of undue haste, of neglect of the proper forms of procedure, and the injustice of the verdict rendered. Each endeavored to make the other responsible for the blood which had been spilled. One tried to cast a public odium upon the other. Meanwhile, they were both doing their best to obtain a pardon for the 6 prisoners who had been deprived. They did not succeed. One night a courier arrived at Montignac, bearing the following laconic dispatch. The 21 convicted prisoners must be executed. That is to say, the Duc de Richelieu and the Council of Ministers, headed by Monsieur de Cajas, the Minister of Police, had decided that the petitions for clemency must be refused. This dispatch was a terrible blow to the Duc de Sagmo and Monsieur de Cocteau. They knew better than anyone else how little this poor man, whose lives they had tried too late to save, deserved death. They knew it would soon be publicly proven that 2 of the 6 men had taken no part whatever in the conspiracy. What was to be done? Martial desired his father to resign his authority, but the Duke had not courage to do it. Monsieur de Cocteau encouraged him. He admitted that all this was very unfortunate, but declared, since the wine had been drawn, that it was necessary to drink it, and that one could not draw back now without causing a terrible scandal. The next day, the dismal rolling of drums was again heard, and the 6 doomed men, 2 of whom were known to be innocent, were led outside the walls of the citadel and shot on the same spot where, only a week before, 14 of their comrades had fallen. And the prime mover in the conspiracy had not yet been tried. Confined in the cell next to that which Chanlouineau had occupied, Lachenal had fallen into a state of gloomy despondency, which lasted during his whole term of imprisonment. He was terribly broken, both in body and in mind. Once only did the blood mount to his pallid cheek, and that was on the morning when the Duc de Sagmo entered the cell to interrogate him. "It was you who drove me to do what I did," he said. "God sees us and judges us." Unhappy man! His faults had been great. His chastisement was terrible. He had sacrificed his children on the altar of his wounded pride. He had not even the consolation of pressing them to his heart and of asking their forgiveness before he died. Alone in his cell, he could not distract his mind from thoughts of his son and of his daughter. But such was the terrible situation in which he had placed himself that he dared not ask what had become of them. Through a compassionate keeper, he learned that nothing had been heard of John, and that it was supposed Marquis Anne had gone to some foreign country with the d'Escorval family. When summoned before the court for trial, Lacheneur was calm and dignified in manner. He attempted no defense, but responded with perfect frankness. He took all the blame upon himself, and would not give the name of one of his accomplices. Condemned to be beheaded, he was executed on the following day. In spite of the rain, he desired to walk to the place of execution. When he reached the scaffold, he ascended the steps with a firm tread, and, of his own accord, placed his head upon the block. A few seconds later, the rebellion of the 4th of March counted its 21st victim. And that same evening, the people everywhere were talking of the magnificent rewards which were to be bestowed upon the Duc de Segmuller and the Marquise de Coq-de-Nuit, and it was also asserted that the nuptials of the children of these great houses were to take place before the close of the week. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 34. That Marshal de Segmuller was to marry Mademoiselle Blanche de Coq-de-Nuit did not surprise the inhabitants of Montaignac in the least. But spreading such a report, with Lacheneur's execution fresh in the minds of everyone, could not fail to bring odium upon these men who had held absolute power, and who had exercised it so mercilessly. Heaven knows that Monsieur de Coq-de-Nuit and the Duc de Segmuller were now doing their best to make the people of Montaignac forget the atrocious cruelty of which they had been guilty during their dictatorship. Of the 100 or more who were confined in the citadel, only 18 or 20 were tried, and they received only some very slight punishment. The others were released. Major Cagini, the leader of the conspirators in Montaignac, who had expected to lose his head, heard himself, with astonishment, sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. But there are crimes which nothing can efface or extenuate. Public opinion attributed this sudden clemency on the part of the Duke and the Marquise to fear. People excreted them for their cruelty, and despised them for their apparent cowardice. They were ignorant of this, however, and hastened forward the preparations for the nuptials of their children, without suspecting that the marriage was considered a shameless defiance of public sentiment on their part. The 17th of April was the day which had been appointed for the bridal, and the wedding feast was to be held at the Château de Segmuller, which, at a great expense, had been transformed into a fairy palace for the occasion. It was in the church of the little village of Segmuller, on the loveliest of spring days, that this marriage ceremony was performed by the curé who had taken the place of poor Abbé Midon. At the close of the address to the newly wedded pair, the priest uttered these words, which he believed prophetic: "You will be, you must be happy." Who would not have believed as he did? Where could 2 young people be found more richly dowered with all the attributes likely to produce happiness, that is, youth, rank, health, and riches? But though an intense joy sparkled in the eyes of the new Marquise de Segmuller, there were those among the guests who observed the bridegroom's preoccupation. One might have supposed that he was making an effort to drive away some gloomy thought. At the moment when his young wife hung upon his arm, proud and radiant, a vision of Marquis Anne rose before him, more lifelike, more potent than ever. What had become of her that she had not been seen at the time of her father's execution? Courageous as he knew her to be, if she had made no attempt to see her father, it must have been because she was ignorant of his approaching doom. Ah, if she had but loved him! Martial thought what happiness would have been his. But now he was bound for life to a woman whom he did not love. At dinner, however, he succeeded in shaking off the sadness that oppressed him, and when the guests rose to repair to the drawing-rooms, he had almost forgotten his dark forebodings. He was rising in his turn when a servant approached him with a mysterious air. "Someone desires to see the Marquis," whispered the valet. "Who?" "A young peasant who will not give his name." "On one's wedding day one must grant an audience to everybody," said Martial, and gay and smiling he descended the staircase. In the vestibule, lined with rare and fragrant plants, stood a young man. He was very pale, and his eyes glittered with feverish brilliancy. On recognizing him, Martial could not restrain an exclamation of surprise. "John Lashana!" he exclaimed. "Imprudent man!" The young man stepped forward. "You believed that you were rid of me," he said bitterly. "Instead, I returned from afar. You can have your people arrest me if you choose." Martial's face crimsoned at the insult, but he retained his composure. "What do you desire?" he asked coldly. John drew from his pocket a folded letter. "I am to give you this on behalf of Maurice d'Escorval." With an eager hand, Martial broke the seal. He glanced over the letter, turned as pale as death, staggered, and said only one word: "Infamous." "What must I say to Maurice?" insisted John. "What do you intend to do?" With a terrible effort, Martial had conquered his weakness. He seemed to deliberate for 10 seconds, then seizing John's arm, he dragged him up the staircase, saying, "Come, you shall see." Martial's countenance had changed so much during the 3 minutes he had been absent that there was an exclamation of terror when he reappeared, holding an open letter in one hand and leading with the other a young peasant whom no one recognized. "Where is my father?" he demanded in a husky voice. "Where is the Marquis de Cartagena?" The Duke and the Marquis were with Madame Blanche in the little salon at the end of the main hall. Martial hastened there, followed by a crowd of wondering guests, who, foreseeing a stormy scene, were determined not to lose a syllable. He walked directly to Monsieur de Cartagena, who was standing by the fireplace, and handing him the letter. "Read," said he in a terrible voice. Monsieur de Cartagena obeyed. He became livid. The paper trembled in his hands, his eyes fell, and he was obliged to lean against the marble mantel for support. "I do not understand," he stammered. "No, I do not understand." The Duke and Madame Blanche both sprang forward. "What is it?" they asked in a breath. "What has happened?" With a rapid movement, Martial tore the paper from the hands of Marquis de Cartagena, and addressing his father, "Listen to this letter," he said imperiously. 300 people were assembled there, but the silence was so profound that the voice of the young Marquis penetrated to the farthest extremity of the hall as he read. "Monsieur le Marquis, in exchange for a dozen lines that threatened you with ruin, you promised us, upon the honor of your name, the life of Baron d'Escorval. You did indeed bring the ropes by which he was to make his escape, but they had been previously cut, and my father was precipitated to the rocks below. You have forfeited your honor, monsieur. You have spoiled your name with ineffaceable opprobrium. While so much as a drop of blood remains in my veins, I will leave no means untried to punish you for your cowardice and vile treason. By killing me you would, it is true, escape the chastisement I am reserving for you. Consent to fight with me. Shall I await you tomorrow on the ridge? At what hour? With what weapons? If you are the vilest of men, you can appoint a rendezvous, and then send your gendarmes to arrest me. That would be an act worthy of you. Maurice d'Escorval." The Duke was in despair. He saw the secret of the Baron's flight made public, his political prospects ruined. "Hush!" he said hurriedly, in a low voice. "Hush, wretched man! You will ruin us." But Martial seemed not even to hear him. When he had finished his reading, "Now what do you think?" he demanded, looking the Marquise de Cardignan full in the face. "I am still unable to comprehend," said the old nobleman coldly. Martial lifted his hand. Everyone believed that he was about to strike the man who had been his father-in-law only a few hours. "Very well, I comprehend," he exclaimed. "I know now who that officer was who entered the room in which I had deposited the robes, and I know what took him there." He crumpled the letter between his hands and threw it in Monsieur de Cardignan's face, saying, "Here is your reward, coward." Overwhelmed by this denouement, the Marquis sank into an armchair, and Martial, still holding John Lacheneur by the arm, was leaving the room, when his young wife, wild to despair, tried to detain him. "You shall not go," she exclaimed, intensely exasperated. "You shall not. Where are you going? To rejoin the sister of the man whom I now recognize." Beside himself, Martial pushed his wife roughly aside. "Wretch," said he, "how dare you insult the noblest and purest of women? Ah, well, yes, I am going to find Maggie Anne. Farewell." And he passed on. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 35. The ledge of rock upon which Baron d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois rested in their descent from the tower was very narrow. In the widest place it did not measure more than 1.5 yards, and its surface was uneven, cut by innumerable fissures and crevices, and sloped suddenly at the edge. To stand there in the daytime, with the wall of the tower behind one, and the precipice at one's feet, would have been considered very imprudent. Of course, the task of lowering a man from this ledge at dead of night was perilous in the extreme. Before allowing the Baron to descend, honest Bavois took every possible precaution to save himself from being dragged over the verge of the precipice by the weight he would be obliged to sustain. He placed his crowbar firmly in a crevice of the rock. Then, bracing his feet against the bar, he seated himself firmly, throwing his shoulders well back, and it was only when he was sure of his position that he said to the Baron, "I am here and firmly fixed, comrade. Now let yourself down." The sudden parting of the rope hurled the brave corporal rudely against the tower wall. Then he was thrown forward by the rebound. His unalterable sang-froid was all that saved him. For more than a minute he hung suspended over the abyss into which the Baron had just fallen, and his hands clutched at the empty air. A hasty movement, and he would have fallen. But he possessed a marvelous power of will, which prevented him from attempting any violent effort. Prudently, but with determined energy, he screwed his feet and his knees into the crevices of the rock, feeling with his hands for some point of support, and gradually sinking to one side, he finally succeeded in dragging himself from the verge of the precipice. It was time, for a cramp seized him with such violence that he was obliged to sit down and rest for a moment. That the Baron had been killed by his fall, Bavois did not doubt for an instant, but this catastrophe did not produce much effect upon the old soldier, who had seen so many comrades fall by his side on the field of battle. What did amaze him was the breaking of the rope, a rope so large that one would have supposed it capable of sustaining the weight of 10 men like the Baron. As he could not, by reason of the darkness, see the ruptured place, Bavois felt it with his finger, and to his inexpressible astonishment he found it smooth, no filaments, no rough bits of hemp, as usual after a break. The surface was perfectly even. The corporal comprehended what Maurice had comprehended below. "The scoundrels have cut the rope!" he exclaimed with a frightful oath, and a recollection of what had happened 3 or 4 hours previous arose in his mind. "This," he thought, "explains the noise which the poor Baron heard in the next room, and I said to him, 'Nonsense! It is a rat.'" Then he thought of a very simple method of verifying his conjectures. He passed the cord about the crowbar and pulled it with all his strength. It parted in 3 places. This discovery appalled him. A part of the rope had fallen with the unfortunate Baron, and it was evident that the remaining fragments tied together would not be long enough to reach to the base of the rock. From this isolated ledge it was impossible to reach the ground upon which the citadel was built. "You are in a fine fix, Corporal," he growled. Honest Bavois looked the situation full in the face, and saw that it was desperate. "Well, Corporal, your jig is up," he murmured. "At daybreak they will find that the Baron's cell is empty. They will poke their heads out of the window, and they will see you here like a stone saint upon his pedestal. Naturally, you will be captured, tried, condemned, and you will be led out to take your turn in the ditches. Ready, aim, fire, and that will be the end of your story." He stopped short. A vague idea had entered his mind, which he felt might possibly be his salvation. It came to him in touching the rope which he had used in his descent from the prison to the ledge, and which, firmly attached to the bars, hung down the side of the tower. "If you had that rope which hangs there useless, Corporal, you could add it to these fragments, and then it would be long enough to carry you to the foot of the rock. But how shall I obtain it? It is certainly impossible to go back after it. How can I pull it down when it is so securely fastened to the bars?" He sought a way, found it, and pursued it, talking to himself all the while, as if there were 2 corporals, one prompt to conceive, the other a trifle stupid, to whom it was necessary to explain everything in detail. "Attention, Corporal," said he. "You are going to knot these 5 pieces of rope together and attach them to your waist. Then you are going to climb up to that window, hand over hand. Not an easy matter. A carpeted staircase is preferable to that rope dangling there, but no matter. You are not finical, Corporal, so you climb it, and here you are in the cell again. What are you going to do? A mere nothing. You are unfastening the cord attached to the bars. You will tie it to this, and that will give you 80 feet of good strong rope. Then you will pass the rope about one of the bars that remain intact. The rope will thus be doubled. Then you let yourself down again, and when you are here, you have only to untie one of the knots, and the rope is at your service. Do you understand, Corporal?" The corporal did understand, so well that in less than 20 minutes he was back again upon the narrow shelf of rock, the difficult and dangerous operation which he had planned accomplished. Not without a terrible effort, not without torn and bleeding hands and knees. But he had succeeded in obtaining the rope, and now he was certain that he could make his escape from his dangerous position. He laughed gleefully, or rather with that chuckle which was habitual to him. Anxiety, then joy, had made him forget Monsieur d'Escorval. At the thought of him he was smitten with remorse. "Poor man," he murmured, "I shall succeed in saving my miserable life, for which no one cares. But I was unable to save him. Undoubtedly by this time his friends have carried him away." As he uttered these words he was leaning over the abyss. He doubted the evidence of his own senses when he saw a faint light moving here and there in the depths below. What had happened? For something very extraordinary must have happened to induce intelligent men like the Baron's friends to display this light, which, if observed from the citadel, would betray their presence and ruin them. But Corporal Bavois's moments were too precious to be wasted in idle conjectures. "Better go down on the double quick," he said aloud, as if to spur on his courage. "Come, my friend, spit on your hands and be off." As he spoke, the old soldier threw himself flat on his belly and crawled slowly backward to the verge of the precipice. The spirit was strong, but the flesh shuddered. To march upon a battery had always been a mere pastime to the worthy corporal, but to face an unknown peril, to suspend one's life upon a cord, was a different matter. Great drops of perspiration, caused by the horror of his situation, stood out upon his brow when he felt that half his body had passed the edge of the precipice, and that the slightest movement would now launch him into space. He made this movement, murmuring, "If there is a God who watches over honest people, let him open his eyes this instant." The God of the just was watching. Bavois arrived at the end of his dangerous journey with torn and bleeding hands, but safe. He fell like a mass of rock, and the rudeness of the shock drew from him a groan resembling the roar of an infuriated beast. For more than a minute he lay there upon the ground, stunned and dizzy. When he rose, 2 men seized him roughly. "Ah, no foolishness," he said quickly. "It is I, Bavois." This did not cause them to relax their hold. "How does it happen," demanded one in a threatening tone, "that Baron d'Escorval falls, and you succeed in making the descent in safety a few moments later?" The old soldier was too shrewd not to understand the whole import of this insulting question. The sorrow and indignation aroused within him gave him strength to free himself from the hands of his captors. "Mille tonnerres!" he exclaimed. "So I pass for a traitor, do I? No, it is impossible. Listen to me." Then rapidly, but with surprising clearness, he related all the details of his escape, his despair, his perilous situation, and the almost insurmountable obstacles which he had overcome. To hear was to believe. The men, they were of course the retired army officers who had been waiting for the Baron, offered the honest corporal their hands, sincerely sorry that they had wounded the feelings of a man who was so worthy of their respect and gratitude. "You will forgive us, corporal," they said sadly. "Misery renders men suspicious and unjust, and we are very unhappy." "No offense," he growled. "If I had trusted poor Monsieur d'Escorval, he would be alive now." "The Baron still breathes," said one of the officers. This was such astounding news that Bavois was utterly confounded for a moment. "I will give my right hand, if necessary, to save him," he exclaimed at last. "If it is possible to save him, he will be saved, my friend. That worthy priest whom you see there is an excellent physician. He is examining Monsieur d'Escorval's wounds now. It was by his order that we procured and lighted this candle, which may bring our enemies upon us at any moment, but this is not a time for hesitation." Bavois looked with all his eyes, but from where he was standing he could discover only a confused group of moving figures. "I would like to see the poor man," he said sadly. "Come nearer, my good fellow. Fear nothing." He stepped forward, and by the flickering light of the candle which Marie Anne held, he saw a spectacle which moved him more than the horrors of the bloodiest battlefield. The Baron was lying upon the ground, his head supported on Madame d'Escorval's knee. His face was not disfigured, but he was pale as death itself, and his eyes were closed. At intervals a convulsive shudder shook his frame, and a stream of blood gushed from his mouth. His clothing was hacked, literally hacked in pieces, and it was easy to see that his body had sustained many frightful wounds. Kneeling beside the unconscious man, Abbe Midon, with admirable dexterity, was staunching the blood and applying bandages which had been torn from the linen of those present. Maurice and one of the officers were assisting him. "Ah, if I had my hands on the scoundrel who cut the rope!" cried the corporal in a passion of indignation. "But patience, I shall have him yet." "Do you know who it was?" "Only too well." He said no more. The abbe had done all it was possible to do, and he now lifted the wounded man a little higher on Madame d'Escorval's knee. This change of position elicited a moan that betrayed the unfortunate baron's intense sufferings. He opened his eyes and faltered a few words. They were the first he had uttered. "Firmin," he murmured. "Firmin." It was the name of the baron's former secretary, a man who had been absolutely devoted to his master, but who had been dead for several years. It was evident that the baron's mind was wandering. Still, he had some vague idea of his terrible situation, for in a stifled, almost inaudible voice he added, "Oh, how I suffer, Firmin! I will not fall into the hands of the Marquis de Courtornieu alive. You shall kill me, rather. Do you hear me? I command it." This was all. Then his eyes closed again, and his head fell back a dead weight. One would have supposed that he had yielded up his last sigh. Such was the opinion of the officers, and it was with poignant anxiety they drew the abbé a little aside. "Is it over?" they asked. "Is there any hope?" The priest sadly shook his head, and pointing to heaven, "My hope is in God," he said reverently. The hour, the place, the terrible catastrophe, the present danger, the threatening future, all combined to lend a deep solemnity to the words of the priest. So profound was the impression that for more than a minute these men, familiar with peril and scenes of horror, stood in awed silence. Maurice, who approached, followed by Corporal Bavois, brought them back to the exigencies of the present. "Ought we not to make haste and carry away my father?" he asked. "Must we not be in Piedmont before evening?" "Yes," exclaimed the officers, "let us start at once." But the priest did not move, and in a despondent voice he said, "To make any attempt to carry Monsieur d'Escorval across the frontier in his present condition would cost him his life." This seemed so inevitably a death warrant for them all that they shuddered. "My God, what shall we do?" faltered Maurice. "What course shall we pursue?" Not a voice replied. It was clear that they hoped for salvation through the priest alone. He was lost in thought, and it was some time before he spoke. "About an hour's walk from here," he said at last, "beyond the Croix d'Arcy, is the hut of a peasant upon whom I can rely. His name is Poignot, and he was formerly in Monsieur Lacheneur's employ. With the assistance of his 3 sons, he now tills quite a large farm. We must procure a litter and carry Monsieur d'Escorval to the house of this honest peasant." "What, monsieur?" interrupted one of the officers. "You wish us to procure a litter at this hour of the night, and in this neighborhood?" "It must be done." "But will it not awaken suspicion?" "Most assuredly. The Montaignac police will follow us." "I am certain of it." "The baron will be recaptured." "No." The abbe spoke in the tone of a man who, by virtue of assuming all the responsibility, feels that he has a right to be obeyed. "When the baron has been conveyed to Poignot's house," he continued, "one of you gentlemen will take the wounded man's place upon the litter. The others will carry him, and the party will remain together until it has reached Piedmontese territory. Then you will separate and pretend to conceal yourselves, but do it in such a way that you are seen everywhere." All present comprehended the priest's simple plan. They were to throw the emissaries sent by the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu off the track, and at the very moment it was apparently proven that the baron was in the mountains, he would be safe in Poignot's house. "One word more," added the priest. "It will be necessary to make the cortege which accompanies the pretended baron resemble as much as possible the little party that would be likely to attend Monsieur d'Escorval. Mademoiselle Lacheneur will accompany you, Maurice also. People know that I would not leave the baron, who is my friend. My priestly robe would attract attention. One of you must assume it. God will forgive this deception on account of its worthy motive." It was now necessary to procure the litter, and the officers were trying to decide where they should go to obtain it, when Corporal Bavois interrupted them. "Give yourselves no uneasiness," he remarked. "I know an inn not far from here where I can procure one." He departed on the run, and 5 minutes later reappeared with a small litter, a thin mattress, and a coverlid. He had thought of everything. The wounded man was lifted carefully and placed upon the mattress. A long and difficult operation which, in spite of extreme caution, drew many terrible groans from the baron. When all was ready, each officer took an end of the litter, and the little procession, headed by the abbé, started on its way. They were obliged to proceed slowly on account of the suffering which the least jolting inflicted upon the baron. Still they made some progress, and by daybreak they were about half-way to Poignot's house. It was then that they met some peasants going to their daily toil. Both men and women paused to look at them, and when the little cortege had passed, they still stood gazing curiously after these people who were apparently carrying a dead body. The priest did not seem to trouble himself in regard to these encounters. At least he made no attempt to avoid them. But he did seem anxious and cautious when, after a 3 hours' march, they came in sight of Poignot's cottage. Fortunately, there was a little grove not far from the house. The abbé made the party enter it, recommending the strictest prudence, while he went on in advance to confer with this man, upon whose decision the safety of the whole party depended. As the priest approached the house, a small, thin man with gray hair and a sunburned face emerged from the stable. It was Father Poignot.
"What? Is this you, Monsieur le Curé?"
he exclaimed delightedly.
"Heavens, how pleased my wife will be! We have a great favor to ask of you."
And then, without giving the abbé an opportunity to open his lips, he began to tell him his perplexities. The night of the revolt he had given shelter to a poor man who had received an ugly sword thrust. Neither his wife nor himself knew how to dress the wound, and he dared not call in a physician.
"And this wounded man," he added, "is Jean Lacheneur, the son of my former employer."
A terrible anxiety seized the priest's heart. Would this man, who had already given an asylum to one wounded conspirator, consent to receive another? The abbé's voice trembled as he made known his petition. The farmer turned very pale and shook his head gravely, while the priest was speaking. When the abbé had finished,
"Do you know, sir," he asked coldly, "that I incur a great risk by converting my house into a hospital for these rebels?"
The abbé dared not answer.
"They told me,"
Father Poignot continued,
"that I was a coward because I would not take part in the revolt. Such was not my opinion. Now I choose to shelter these wounded men. I shelter them. In my opinion, it requires quite as much courage as it does to go and fight."
"Ah, you are a brave man!" cried the abbé.
"I know that very well. Bring Monsieur d'Escorval. There is no one here but my wife and boys. No one will betray him."
A half-hour later the baron was lying in a small loft where Jean Lacheneur was already installed. From the window Abbé Midon and Madame d'Escorval watched the little cortege, organized for the purpose of deceiving the Duc de Sairmeuse's spies, as it moved rapidly away. Corporal Bavois, with his head bound up with blood-stained linen, had taken the baron's place upon the litter. This was one of the troubled epochs in history that try men's souls. There is no chance for hypocrisy. Each man stands revealed in his grandeur or in his pettiness of soul. Certainly much cowardice was displayed during the early days of the Second Restoration, but many deeds of sublime courage and devotion were performed. These officers who befriended Madame d'Escorval and Maurice, who lent their aid to the abbé, knew the baron only by name and reputation. It was sufficient for them to know that he was the friend of their former ruler, the man whom they had made their idol, and they rejoiced with all their hearts when they saw Monsieur d'Escorval reposing under Father Poignot's roof in comparative security. After this, their task, which consisted in misleading the government's emissaries, seemed to them mere child's play. But all these precautions were unnecessary. Public sentiment had declared itself in an unmistakable manner, and it was evident that Lacheneur's hopes had not been without some foundation. The police discovered nothing, not so much as a single detail of the escape. They did not even hear of the little party that had travelled nearly 3 leagues in the full light of day, bearing a wounded man upon a litter. Among the 2,000 peasants who believed that this wounded man was Baron d'Escorval, there was not one who turned informer, or let drop an indiscreet word. But on approaching the frontier, which they knew to be strictly guarded, the fugitives became even more cautious. They waited until nightfall before presenting themselves at a lonely inn, where they hoped to procure a guide to lead them through the defiles of the mountains. Frightful news awaited them there. The innkeeper informed them of the bloody massacre at Montaignac. With tears rolling down his cheeks, he related the details of the execution, which he had heard from an eye-witness. Fortunately or unfortunately, he knew nothing of Monsieur d'Escorval's flight, or of Monsieur Lacheneur's arrest. But he was well acquainted with Chanlouineau, and he was inconsolable over the death of that handsome young fellow, the best farmer in the country. The officers, who had left the litter a short distance from the inn, decided that they could confide at least a part of their secret to this man. "We are carrying one of our wounded comrades," they said to him. "Can you guide us across the frontier tonight?" The innkeeper replied that he would do so very willingly, that he would promise to take them safely past the military posts, but that he would not think of going upon the mountain before the moon rose. By midnight the fugitives were en route. By daybreak they set foot on Piedmont territory. They had dismissed their guide some time before. They now proceeded to break the litter in pieces, and handful by handful they cast the wool of the mattress to the wind. "Our task is accomplished," the officer said to Maurice. "We will now return to France. May God protect you. Farewell." It was with tears in his eyes that Maurice saw these brave men, who had just saved his father's life, depart. Now he was the sole protector of Marie Anne, who, pale and overcome with fatigue and emotion, trembled on his arm. But no, Corporal Bavois still lingered by his side. "And you, my friend," he asked sadly, "what are you going to do?" "Follow you," replied the old soldier. "I have a right to a home with you. That was agreed between your father and myself. So do not hurry. The young lady does not seem well, and I see the village only a short distance away." End of chapter 35. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 41 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 41. One must have lived in the country to know with what inconceivable rapidity news flies from mouth to mouth. Strange as it may seem, the news of the scene at the chateau reached Father Poignot's farmhouse that same evening. It had not been 3 hours since Maurice, Jean Lacheneur, and Bavois left the house, promising to recross the frontier that same night. Abbe Midon had decided to say nothing to Monsieur d'Escorval of his son's return, and to conceal Marie Anne's presence in the house. The Baron's condition was so critical that the merest trifle might turn the scale. About 10 o'clock the Baron fell asleep, and the Abbé and Madame d'Escorval went downstairs to talk with Marie Anne. As they were sitting there, Poignot's eldest son entered in a state of great excitement. After supper he had gone with some of his acquaintances to admire the splendors of the fête, and he now came rushing back to relate the strange events of the evening to his father's guests.
"It is inconceivable,"
murmured the Abbé. He knew but too well, and the others comprehended it likewise, that these strange events rendered their situation more perilous than ever.
"I cannot understand how Maurice could commit such an act of folly after what I had just said to him. The Baron's most cruel enemy has been his own son. We must wait until tomorrow before deciding upon anything."
The next day they heard of the meeting at the Reche. A peasant who from a distance had witnessed the preliminaries of the duel, which had not been fought, was able to give them the fullest details. He had seen the two adversaries take their places, then the soldiers run to the spot, and afterward pursue Maurice, Jean, and Bavois. But he was sure that the soldiers had not overtaken them. He had met them 5 hours afterward, harassed and furious, and the officer in charge of the expedition declared their failure to be the fault of the Marquis de Sairmeuse, who had detained them. That same day, Father Poignot informed the Abbé that the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Coulommiers were at variance. It was the talk of the country. The Marquis had returned to his chateau accompanied by his daughter, and the Duke had gone to Montaignac. The Abbé's anxiety on receiving this intelligence was so poignant that he could not conceal it from the Baron d'Escorval. "You have heard something, my friend?" said the Baron.
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
"Some new danger threatens us."
None, I swear it.
The priest's protestations did not convince the Baron. "Oh, do not deny it," he exclaimed. "Night before last, when you entered my room after I awoke, you were paler than death, and my wife had certainly been crying. What does all this mean?" Usually, when the curé did not wish to reply to the sick man's questions, it was sufficient to tell him that conversation and excitement would retard his recovery. But this time the Baron was not so docile. "It will be very easy for you to restore my tranquillity," he said. "Confess now that you are trembling lest they discover my retreat. This fear is torturing me also. Very well. Swear to me that you will not allow them to take me alive, and then my mind will be at rest."
"I cannot take such an oath as that," said the curé, turning pale.
"And why?" insisted Monsieur d'Escorval. "If I am recaptured, what will happen? They will nurse me, and then as soon as I can stand upon my feet, they will shoot me down. Would it be a crime to save me from such suffering? You are my best friend. Swear to render me this supreme service. Would you have me curse you for saving my life?" The Abbé made no response, but his eye, voluntarily or involuntarily, turned with a peculiar expression to the box of medicine standing upon the table near by. Did he wish to be understood as saying, "I will do nothing, but you will find poison there"? Monsieur d'Escorval understood it in this way, for it was with an accent of gratitude that he murmured, "Thanks." Now that he felt that he was master of his life, he breathed more freely. From that moment his condition, so long desperate, began to improve. "I can defy all my enemies from this hour," he said, with a gaiety which certainly was not feigned. Day after day passed, and the Abbé's sinister apprehensions were not realized. He, too, began to regain confidence. Instead of causing an increase of severity, Maurice's and Jean Lacheneur's frightful imprudence had been, as it were, the point of departure for a universal indulgence. One might reasonably have supposed that the authorities of Montaignac had forgotten, and desired to have forgotten, if that were possible, Lacheneur's conspiracy, and the abominable slaughter for which it had been made the pretext. They soon heard at the farm that Maurice and the brave corporal had succeeded in reaching Piedmont. No allusion was made to Jean Lacheneur, so it was supposed that he had not left the country, but they had no reason to fear for his safety, since he was not upon the proscribed list. Later it was rumored that the Marquis de Coulommiers was ill, and that Madame Blanche did not leave his bedside. Soon afterward, Father Poignot, on returning from Montaignac, reported that the Duke had just passed a week in Paris, and that he was now on his way home with one more decoration, another proof of royal favor, and that he had succeeded in obtaining an order for the release of all the conspirators who were now in prison. It was impossible to doubt this intelligence, for the Montaignac papers mentioned this fact, with all the circumstances, on the following day. The Abbé attributed this sudden and happy change entirely to the rupture between the Duke and the Marquis, and this was the universal opinion in the neighborhood. Even the retired officers remarked, "The Duke is decidedly better than he is supposed to be, and if he has been severe, it is only because he was influenced by that odious Marquis de Coulommiers." Marianne alone suspected the truth. A secret presentiment told her that it was Martial de Sairmeuse who had shaken off his wonted apathy and was working these changes and using and abusing his ascendancy over the mind of his father. "And it is for your sake," whispered an inward voice, "that Martial is thus working. What does this careless egotist care for these obscure peasants, whose names he does not even know? If he protects them, it is only that he may have a right to protect you and those whom you love." With these thoughts in her mind, she could not but feel her aversion to Martial diminish. Was not such conduct truly heroic in a man whose dazzling offers she had refused? Was there not real moral grandeur in the feeling that induced Martial to reveal a secret which might ruin the political fortunes of his house, rather than be suspected of an unworthy action? And still the thought of this grande passion which she had inspired in so truly great a man never once made her heart quicken its throbbing. Alas, nothing was capable of touching her heart now. Nothing seemed to reach her through the gloomy sadness that enveloped her. She was but the ghost of the formerly beautiful and radiant Marianne. Her quick, alert tread had become slow and dragging. Often she sat for whole days motionless in her chair, her eyes fixed upon vacancy, her lips contracted as if by a spasm, while great tears rolled silently down her cheeks. Abbe Midon, who was greatly disquieted on her account, often attempted to question her. "You are suffering, my child," he said kindly. "What is the matter?" "I am not ill, monsieur." "Why do you not confide in me? Am I not your friend? What do you fear?" She shook her head sadly and replied, "I have nothing to confide." She said this, and yet she was dying of sorrow and anguish. Faithful to the promise she had made Maurice, she had said nothing of her condition or of the marriage solemnized in the little church at Vigano, and she saw with inexpressible terror the approach of the moment when she could no longer keep her secret. Her agony was frightful, but what could she do? Fly? But where should she go? And by going, would she not lose all chance of hearing from Maurice, which was the only hope that sustained her in this trying hour? She had almost determined on flight when circumstances, providentially it seemed to her, came to her aid. Money was needed at the farm. The guests were unable to obtain any without betraying their whereabouts, and Father Poignot's little store was almost exhausted. Abbe Midon was wondering what they were to do when Marianne told him of the will which Chanlouineau had made in her favor, and of the money concealed beneath the hearthstone in the best chamber. "I might go to the Borderie at night," suggested Marianne, "into the house which is unoccupied, obtain the money and bring it here. I have a right to do so, have I not?" But the priest did not approve this step. "You might be seen," said he, "and who knows, perhaps arrested. If you were questioned, what plausible explanation could you give?" "What shall I do then?" "Act openly. You are not compromised. Make your appearance in Sairmeuse tomorrow, as if you had just returned from Piedmont. Go to the notary, take possession of your property, and install yourself at the Borderie." Marianne shuddered. "Live in Chanlouineau's house?" she faltered. "I alone?" "Heaven will protect you, my dear child. I can see only advantages in your installation at the Borderie. It will be easy to communicate with you, and with ordinary precautions there can be no danger. Before your departure we will decide upon a place of rendezvous, and 2 or 3 times a week you can meet Father Poignot there, and in the course of 2 or 3 months you can still be more useful to us. When people have become accustomed to your residence at the Borderie, we will take the Baron there. His convalescence will be much more rapid there than here in this cramped and narrow loft, where we are obliged to conceal him now, and where he is really suffering for light and air." So it was decided that Father Poignot should accompany Marianne to the frontier that very night. There she would would take the diligence that ran between Piedmont and Montaignac, passing through the village of Sairmeuse. It was with the greatest care that the abbe dictated to Marie Anne the story she was to tell of her sojourn in foreign lands. All that she said, and all her answers to questions, must tend to prove that Baron d'Escorval was concealed near Turin. The plan was carried out in every particular, and the next day, about 8 o'clock, the people of Sairmeuse were greatly astonished to see Marie Anne alight from the diligence. "Monsieur Lacheneur's daughter has returned." The words flew from lip to lip with marvelous rapidity, and soon all the inhabitants of the village were gathered at the doors and windows. They saw the poor girl pay the driver and enter the inn, followed by a boy bearing a small trunk. In the city, curiosity has some shame. It hides itself while it spies into the affairs of its neighbors. But in the country it has no such scruples. When Marie Anne emerged from the inn, she found a crowd awaiting her with open mouths and staring eyes, and more than 20 people making all sorts of comments followed her to the door of the notary. He was a man of importance, this notary, and he welcomed Marie Anne with all the deference due an heiress of an unencumbered property, worth from 40 to 50,000 francs. But jealous of his renown for perspicuity, he gave her clearly to understand that he, being a man of experience, had divined that love alone had dictated Chanlouineau's last will and testament. Marie Anne's composure and resignation made him really angry. "You forget what brings me here," she said. "You do not tell me what I have to do." The notary, thus interrupted, made no further attempts at consolation. "Peste!" he thought. "She is in a hurry to get possession of her property, the avaricious creature." Then aloud, "The business can be terminated at once, for the justice of the peace is at liberty today, and he can go with us to break the seals this afternoon." So before evening all the legal requirements were complied with, and Marie Anne was formally installed at the Borderie. She was alone in Chanlouineau's house. Alone. Night came on, and a great terror seized her heart. It seemed to her that the doors were about to open, that this man who had loved her so much would appear before her, and that she would hear his voice as she heard it for the last time in his grim prison cell. She fought against these foolish fears, lit a lamp, and went through this house, now hers, in which everything spoke so forcibly of its former owner. Slowly she examined the different rooms on the lower floor, noting the recent repairs which had been made and the conveniences which had been added, and at last she ascended to that room above which Chanlouineau had made the tabernacle of his passion. Here everything was magnificent, far more so than his words had led her to suppose. The poor peasant who made his breakfast off a crust and a bit of onion had lavished a small fortune on the decorations of this apartment, designed as a sanctuary for his idol. "How he loved me!" murmured Marie Anne, moved by that emotion, the bare thought of which had awakened the jealousy of Maurice. But she had neither the time nor the right to yield to her feelings. Father Poignot was doubtless even then awaiting her at the rendezvous. She lifted the hearthstone and found the sum of money which Chanlouineau had named. The next morning when he awoke, the abbe received the money. Now Marie Anne could breathe freely, and this peace, after so many trials and agitations, seemed to her almost happiness. Faithful to the abbe's instructions, she lived alone, but by frequent visits she accustomed the people of the neighborhood to her presence. Yes, she would have been almost happy could she have had news of Maurice. What had become of him? Why did he give no sign of life? What would she not have given in exchange for some word of counsel and of love from him? The time was fast approaching when she would require a confidant, and there was no one in whom she could confide. In this hour of extremity, when she really felt that her reason was failing her, she remembered the old physician at Vigano, who had been one of the witnesses to her marriage. He would help me if I called upon him for aid, she thought. She had no time to temporize or to reflect. She wrote to him immediately, giving the letter in charge of a youth in the neighborhood. "The gentleman says you may rely upon him," said the messenger on his return. That very evening Marie Anne heard someone rap at her door. It was the kind-hearted old man who had come to her relief. He remained at the Borderie nearly a fortnight. When he departed one morning before daybreak, he took away with him under his large cloak an infant, a boy, whom he had sworn to cherish as his own child. End of chapter 41. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 42 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 42. To quit Sairmeuse without any display of violence had cost Blanche an almost superhuman effort. The wildest anger convulsed her soul at the very moment when, with an assumption of melancholy dignity, she murmured those words of forgiveness. Ah, had she obeyed the dictates of her resentment! But her indomitable vanity aroused within her the heroism of a gladiator dying on the arena, with a smile upon his lips. Falling, she intended to fall gracefully. "No one shall see me weep, no one shall hear me complain," she said to her despondent father. "Try to imitate me." And on her return to the Chateau de Courtornieu, she was a stoic. Her face, although pale, was as immobile as marble beneath the curious gaze of the servants. "I am to be called mademoiselle as in the past," she said imperiously. "Anyone forgetting this order will be dismissed." A maid forgot that very day, and uttered the prohibited word madame. The poor girl was instantly dismissed, in spite of her tears and protestations. All the servants were indignant. "Does she hope to make us forget that she is married and that her husband has deserted her?" they queried. Alas, she wished to forget it herself. She wished to annihilate all recollection of that fatal day, whose son had seen her a maiden, a wife, and a widow. For was she not really a widow? Only it was not death which had deprived her of her husband, but an odious rival, an infamous and perfidious creature lost to all sense of shame. And yet, though she had been disdained, abandoned, and repulsed, she was no longer free. She belonged to the man whose name she bore like a badge of servitude, to the man who hated her, who fled from her. She was not yet 20, and this was the end of her youth, of her life, of her hopes, and even of her dreams. Society condemned her to solitude, while Martial was free to rove wheresoever fancy might lead him. Now she saw the disadvantages of isolating oneself. She had not been without friends in her schoolgirl days, but after leaving the convent she had alienated them by her haughtiness, on finding them not as high in rank, nor as rich as herself. She was now reduced to the irritating consolations of Aunt Medea, who was a worthy person, undoubtedly, but her tears flowed quite as freely for the loss of a cat as for the death of a relative. But Blanche bravely resolved that she would conceal her grief and despair in the recesses of her own heart. She drove about the country, she wore the prettiest dresses in her trousseau, she forced herself to appear gay and indifferent. But on going to attend high mass in Sairmeuse the following Sunday, she realized the futility of her efforts. People did not look at her haughtily or even curiously, but they turned away their heads to laugh, and she overheard remarks upon the maiden widow which pierced her very soul. They mocked her, they ridiculed her. "Oh, "Now I will have my revenge," she muttered. But she had not waited for these insults before thinking of vengeance, and she had found her father quite ready to assist her in her plans. For the first time the father and the daughter were in accord.
"The Duc de Sairmeuse shall learn what it costs to aid in the escape of a prisoner and to insult a man like me. Fortune, favor, position, he shall lose all. I hope to see him ruined and dishonored at my feet. You shall see that day. You shall see that day," said the Marquis vehemently. But unfortunately for him and his plans, he was extremely ill for 3 days after the scene at Sairmeuse. Then he wasted 3 days more in composing a report which was intended to crush his former ally. This delay ruined him, since it gave Martial time to perfect his plans and to send the Duc de Sairmeuse to Paris, skillfully indoctrinated. And what did the Duke say to the king, who accorded him such a gracious reception? He undoubtedly pronounced the first reports false, reduced the Montaignac revolution to its proper proportions, represented Lacheneur as a fool, and his followers as inoffensive idiots. Perhaps he led the king to suppose that the Marquis de Courtornieu might have provoked the outbreak by undue severity. He had served under Napoleon, and possibly had thought it necessary to make a display of his zeal. There have been such cases. So far as he himself was concerned, he deeply deplored the mistakes into which he had been led by the ambitious Marquis, upon whom he cast most of the responsibility for the blood which had been shed. The result of all this was that when the Marquis de Courtornieu's report reached Paris, it was answered by a decree depriving him of the office of Grand Prévôt. This unexpected blow crushed him. To think that a man as shrewd, as subtle-minded, as quick-witted and adroit as himself, a man who had passed through so many troubled epochs, who had served with the same obsequious countenance all the masters who would accept his services, to think that such a man should have been thus duped and betrayed. "It must be that old imbecile, the Duc de Sairmeuse, who has maneuvered so skillfully and with so much address," he said. "But who advised him? I cannot imagine who it could have been."
Who it was, Madame Blanche knew only too well. She recognized Martial's hand in all this, as Marie Anne had done.
"Ah, I was not deceived in him," she thought. "He is the great diplomatist I believed him to be. At his age, to outwit my father, an old politician of such experience and acknowledged astuteness. And he does all this to please Marie Anne," she continued, frantic with rage. "It is the first step toward obtaining pardon for the friends of that vile creature. She has unbounded influence over him, and so long as she lives, there is no hope for me but patience."
She was patient, realizing that he who wishes to surely attain his revenge must wait, dissimulate, prepare an opportunity, but not force it. What her revenge should be she had not yet decided, but she already had her eye upon a man whom she believed would be a willing instrument in her hands, and capable of doing anything for money. But how had such a man chanced to cross the path of Madame Blanche? How did it happen that she was cognizant of the existence of such a person? It was the result of one of those simple combinations of circumstances which go by the name of chance. Burdened with remorse, despised and jeered at, and stoned whenever he showed himself upon the street, and horror-stricken whenever he thought of the terrible threats of Bastin, the Piedmontese innkeeper, Chupin left Montaignac and came to beg an asylum at the Château de Sairmeuse. In his ignorance, he thought that the grand seigneur who had employed him, and who had profited by his treason, owed him, over and above the promised reward, aid and protection. But the servants shunned him. They would not allow him a seat at the kitchen table, nor would the grooms allow him to sleep in the stables. They threw him a bone as they would have thrown it to a dog, and he slept where he could. He bore all this uncomplainingly, deeming himself fortunate in being able to purchase comparative safety at such a price. But when the Duke returned from Paris with a policy of forgetfulness and conciliation in his pocket, he would no longer tolerate the presence of this man, who was the object of universal execration. He ordered the dismissal of Chupin. The latter resisted, swearing that he would not leave Sairmeuse unless he was forcibly expelled, or unless he received the order from the lips of the Duke himself. This obstinate resistance was reported to the Duke. It made him hesitate, but the necessity of the moment and a word from Martial decided him. He sent for Chupin and told him that he must not visit Sairmeuse again under any pretext whatever, softening the harshness of the expulsion, however, by the offer of a small sum of money. But Chupin sullenly refused the money, gathered his belongings together, and departed, shaking his clenched fist at the chateau and vowing vengeance on the Sairmeuse family. Then he went to his old home, where his wife and his 2 boys still lived. He seldom left the house, and then only to satisfy his passion for hunting. At such times, instead of hiding and surrounding himself with every precaution, as he had done before shooting a squirrel or a few partridges in former times, he went boldly to the Sairmeuse or the Courtornieu forest, shot his game, and brought it home openly, almost defiantly. The rest of the time he spent in a state of semi-intoxication, for he drank constantly and more immoderately. When he had taken more than usual, his wife and his sons generally attempted to obtain money from him, and if persuasions failed, they resorted to blows. For he had never given them the reward of his treason. What had he done with the 20,000 francs in gold which had been paid him? No one knew. His sons believed he had buried it somewhere, but they tried in vain to wrest his secret from him. All the people in the neighborhood were aware of this state of affairs, and regarded it as a just punishment for the traitor. Madame Blanche overheard one of the gardeners telling the story to 2 of his assistants. "Ah, the man is an old scoundrel," he said, his face crimson with indignation. "He should be in the galleys, and not at large among respectable people."
"He is a man who would serve your purpose,"
the voice of hatred whispered in Blanche's ear.
"but how can I find an opportunity to confer with him?"
she wondered. Madame Blanche was too prudent to think of hazarding a visit to his house, but she remembered that he hunted occasionally in the Courtornieu woods, and that it might be possible for her to meet him there.
"It will only require a little perseverance and a few long walks," she said to herself.
But it cost poor Aunt Medea, the inevitable chaperone, 2 long weeks of almost continued walking.
"Another freak!"
groaned the poor relative, overcome with fatigue.
"My niece is certainly crazy."
But one lovely afternoon in May, Blanche discovered what she sought. It was in a sequestered spot near the lake. Chupin was tramping sullenly along with his gun and glancing suspiciously on every side. Not that he feared the gamekeeper or a verbal process, but wherever he went he fancied he saw Balstain walking in his shadow, with that terrible knife in his hand. Seeing Madame Blanche, he tried to hide himself in the forest, but she prevented it by calling, "Father Chupin!" He hesitated for a moment, then he paused, dropping his gun, and waited. Aunt Medea was pale with fright.
"Blessed Jesus!"
she murmured, pressing her niece's arm.
"Why do you call that terrible man?" "I wish to speak with him."
"What, Blanche? Do you dare?"
"I must."
"No, I cannot allow it. I must not."
"There, that is enough,"
said Blanche, with one of those imperious glances that deprive a dependent of all strength and courage.
"Quite enough.
Then in gentler tones,
"I must talk with this man,"
she added.
"You, Aunt Medea, will remain at a little distance. Keep a close watch on every side, and if you see anyone approaching, call me, whoever it may be."
Aunt Medea, submissive as she was ever wont to be, obeyed, and Madame Blanche advanced toward the old poacher, who stood as motionless as the trunks of the giant trees around him.
"Well, my good Father Chupin, what sort of sport have you had today?"
she began, when she was a few steps from him. "What do you want with me?" growled Chupin, "for you do want something, or you would not trouble yourself about such as I." It required all Blanche's determination to repress a gesture of fright and of disgust, but in a resolute tone she replied,
"Yes, it is true that I have a favor to ask you.
"Aha, I suppose so."
A mere trifle, which will cost you no trouble, and for which you shall be well paid."
She said this so carelessly that one would really have supposed the service was unimportant. But cleverly as she played her part, Chupin was not deceived. "No one asks trifling services of a man like me," he said coarsely. "Since I have served the good cause at the peril of my life, people seem to suppose that they have a right to come to me with their money in their hands when they desire any dirty work done. It is true that I was well paid for that other job, but I would like to melt all the gold and pour it down the throats of those who gave it to me. Ah, I know what it costs the humble to listen to the words of the great. Go your way, and if you have any wickedness in your head, do it yourself." He shouldered his gun and was moving away when Madame Blanche said coldly,
"It was because I knew your wrongs that I stopped you. I thought you would be glad to serve me, because I hate the Sairmeuse."
These words excited the interest of the old poacher, and he paused. "I know very well that you hate the Sairmeuse now, but—"
"But what?"
"In less than a month you will be reconciled, and you will pay the expenses of the war and of the reconciliation. That old wretch Chupin—"
"We shall never be reconciled."
"Humph!" he growled after deliberating a while. "And if I should aid you, what compensation will you give me?"
"I will give you whatever you desire. Money, land, a house."
"Many thanks. I desire something quite different."
"What? Name your conditions."
Chupin reflected a moment, then he replied, "This is what I desire. I have enemies. I do not even feel safe in my own house. My sons abuse me when I have been drinking. My wife is quite capable of poisoning my wine. I tremble for my life and for my money. I cannot endure this existence much longer. Promise me an asylum in the Chateau de Courtornieu, and I am yours. In your house I shall be safe, but let it be understood, I will not be ill-treated by the servants as I was at Sairmeuse."
"It shall be as you desire."
"Swear it by your hope of heaven."
"I swear."
There was such an evident sincerity in her accent that Chupin was reassured. He leaned toward her and said in a low voice, "Now tell me your business." His small gray eyes glittered with a demoniac light. His thin lips were tightly drawn over his sharp teeth. He was evidently expecting some proposition to murder, and he was ready. His attitude showed this so plainly that Blanche shuddered.
"Really, what I ask of you is almost nothing,"
she replied.
"I only wish you to watch the Marquis de Sairmeuse."
"Your husband?"
"Yes, my husband. I wish to know what he does, where he goes, and what persons he sees. I wish to know how each moment of his time is spent."
"What? Seriously, frankly, is this all you desire of me?" Chupin asked.
"For the present, yes. My plans are not yet decided. It depends upon circumstances what action I shall take."
"You can rely upon me," he responded, "but I must have a little time."
"Yes, I understand. Today is Saturday. Will you be ready to report on Thursday?"
"In 5 days? Yes, probably."
"In that case, meet me here on Thursday, at this same hour."
A cry from Aunt Medea interrupted them.
"Someone is coming,"
Madame Blanche exclaimed.
"Quick, we must not be seen together. Conceal yourself."
With a bound the old poacher disappeared in the forest. A servant had approached Aunt Medea, and was speaking to her with great animation. Blanche hastened toward them.
"Ah, mademoiselle,"
exclaimed the servant,
"we have been seeking you everywhere for 3 hours. Your father, Monsieur le Marquis, mon Dieu!
Dieu! What a misfortune! A physician has been summoned."
"Is my father dead?"
"No, mademoiselle, no. But how can I tell you? When the Marquis went out this morning, his actions were very strange, and when he returned—" As he spoke, the servant tapped his forehead with the end of his forefinger. "You understand me, mademoiselle. When he returned, reason had fled." Without waiting for her terrified aunt, Blanche darted in the direction of the chateau.
"How is the Marquis?"
she inquired of the first servant whom she met. "He is in his room on the bed. He is more quiet now." She had already reached his room. He was seated upon the bed, and two servants were watching his every movement. His face was livid, and a white foam had gathered upon his lips. Still, he recognized his daughter.
"Here you are," said he. "I was waiting for you."
She remained upon the threshold, quite overcome, although she was neither tender-hearted nor impressionable.
"My father!"
she faltered.
"Good heavens, what has happened?"
He uttered a discordant laugh.
"Aha!"
he exclaimed.
"I've met him. Do you doubt me? I tell you that I saw the wretch. I know him well. Have I not seen his cursed face before my eyes for more than a month? For it never leaves me. I saw him. It was in the forest near the Sanguille rocks. You know the place? It is always dark there on account of the trees. I was returning slowly, thinking of him, when suddenly he sprang up before me, extending his arms as if to bar my passage. 'Come,' said he, 'you must come and join me.' He was armed with a gun. He fired."
The Marquis paused, and Blanche summoned sufficient courage to approach him. For more than a minute she fastened upon him that cold and persistent look that is said to exercise such power over those who have lost their reason. Then, shaking him energetically by the arm, she said almost roughly,
"Control yourself, father. You are the victim of an hallucination. It is impossible that you have seen the man of whom you speak."
Who was it that Monsieur de Courtornieu supposed he had seen? Blanche knew only too well, but she dared not, could not, utter the name. But the Marquis had resumed his incoherent narrative.
"Was I dreaming?"
he continued.
"No, it was certainly Lacheneur who confronted me. I'm sure of it. And the proof is that he reminded me of a circumstance which occurred in my youth, which was known only to him and me. It happened during the Reign of Terror. He was all-powerful in Montaignac, and I was accused of being in correspondence with the émigrés. My property had been confiscated, and every moment I was expecting to feel the hand of the executioner upon my shoulder, when Lacheneur took me into his house. He concealed me. He furnished me with a passport. He saved my money, and he saved my head. I sentenced him to death. That is the reason why I have seen him again. I must rejoin him. He told me so. I am a dying man."
He fell back upon his pillows, pulled the sheet up over his face, and lying there rigid and motionless, one might readily have supposed it was a corpse, whose outlines could be vaguely discerned through the bed coverings. Mute with horror, the servants exchanged frightened glances. Such baseness and ingratitude amazed them. It seemed incomprehensible to them, under such circumstances, that the Marquis had not pardoned Lacheneur. Madame Blanche alone retained her presence of mind. Turning to her father's valet, she said,
"It is not possible that anyone has attempted to injure my father?"
"I beg your pardon, mademoiselle. A little more and he would have been killed."
"How do you know this?"
"In undressing the Marquis, I noticed that he had received a wound in his head. I also examined his hat, and in it I found 3 holes which could only have been made by bullets." The worthy valet de chambre was certainly more agitated than the daughter.
"Then someone must have attempted to assassinate my father," she murmured, "and this attack of delirium has been brought on by fright. How can we find out who the would-be murderer was?"
The servant shook his head. "I suspect that old poacher who is always prowling around is the guilty man, Chupin."
"No, it could not have been he."
"I am almost sure of it. There's no one else in the neighborhood capable of such an evil deed." Madame Blanche could not give her reasons for declaring Chupin innocent. Nothing in the world would have induced her to admit that she had met him, talked with him for more than half an hour, and just parted from him. She was silent. In a few moments the physician arrived. He removed the covering from Monsieur de Courtornieu's face. He was almost compelled to use force to do it, examined the patient with evident anxiety, then ordered mustard plasters, applications of ice to the head, leeches, and a potion, for which a servant was to gallop to Montaignac at once. All was bustle and confusion. When the physician left the sick-room, Madame Blanche followed him.
"Well, doctor?"
she said with a questioning look. With considerable hesitation he replied, "People sometimes recover from such attacks." It really mattered little to Blanche whether her father recovered or died, but she felt that an opportunity to recover her lost prestige was now afforded her. If she desired to turn public opinion against Martial, she must improvise for herself an entirely different reputation. If she could erect a pedestal upon which she could pose as a patient victim, her satisfaction would be intense. Such an occasion now offered itself, and she seized it at once. Never did a devoted daughter lavish more touching and delicate attentions upon a sick father. It was impossible to induce her to leave his bedside for a moment. It was only with great difficulty that they could persuade her to sleep for a couple of hours in an armchair in the sick room. But while she was playing the role of Sister of Charity, which she had imposed upon herself, her thoughts followed Chupin. What was he doing in Montaignac? Was he watching Martial as he had promised? How slow the day appointed for the meeting was in coming. It came at last, however, and after entrusting her father to the care of Aunt Medea, Blanche made her escape. The old poacher was awaiting her at the appointed place.
"Speak,"
said Madame Blanche.
"I would do so willingly, only I have nothing to tell you."
"What? You have not watched the Marquis?"
"Your husband? Excuse me, I have followed him, like his own shadow. But what would you have me say to you? Since the Duke left for Paris, your husband has charge of everything. Ah, you would not recognize him. He is always busy now. He is up at cockcrow, and he goes to bed with the chickens. He writes letters all the morning. In the afternoon he receives all who call upon him. The retired officers are hand and glove in with him. He has reinstated 5 or 6 of them, and he has granted pensions to 2 others. He seldom goes out, and never in the evening."
He paused, and for more than a minute Blanche was silent. She was confused and agitated by the question that rose to her lips. What humiliation! But she conquered her embarrassment, and turning away her head to hide her crimson face, she said,
"But he certainly has a mistress."
Chupin burst into a noisy laugh.
"Well, we have come to it at last,"
he said, with an audacious familiarity that made Blanche shudder.
"You mean that scoundrel, Lacheneur's daughter, do you not? That stuck-up minx, Marianne."
Blanche felt that denial was useless.
"Yes," she answered, "it is Marianne that I mean."
"Ha!
Well, she has been neither seen nor heard from. She must have fled with another of her lovers, Maurice d'Escorval."
"You are mistaken."
"Oh, not at all. Of all the Lacheneurs, only Jean remains, and he lives like the vagabond that he is, by poaching and stealing. Day and night he rambles through the woods with his gun on his shoulder. He is frightful to look upon, a perfect skeleton, and his eyes glitter like live coals. If he ever meets me, my account will be settled then and there."
Blanche turned pale. It was Jean Lacheneur who had fired at the Marquis then. She did not doubt it in the least.
"Very well," said she. "I myself am sure that Marianne is in the neighborhood, concealed in Montaignac, probably. I must know. Endeavor to discover her retreat before Monday, when I will meet you here again." "I will try,"
Chupin answered. He did indeed try. He exerted all his energy and cunning, but in vain. He was fettered by the precautions which he took against Balstain and against Jean Lacheneur. On the other hand, no one in the neighborhood would have consented to give him the least information.
"Still no news,"
he said to Madame Blanche at each interview. But she would not yield. Jealousy will not yield even to evidence. Blanche had declared that Marianne had taken her husband from her. that Martial and Marianne loved each other. Hence it must be so, all proofs to the contrary notwithstanding. But one morning she found her spy jubilant. "Good news!" he cried, as soon as he saw her. "We have caught the minx at last." End of chapter 42. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 43 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 43. It was the second day after Marianne's installation at the Borderie. That event was the general topic of conversation, and Chanlouineau's will was the subject of countless comments. "Here is Monsieur Lacheneur's daughter with an income of more than 2,000 francs, without counting the house," said the old people gravely. "An honest girl would have had no such luck as that," muttered the unattractive maidens, who had not been fortunate enough to secure husbands. This was the great news which Chupin brought to Madame Blanche. She listened to it, trembling with anger, her hands so convulsively clenched that the nails penetrated the flesh.
"What audacity!" she exclaimed. "What impudence!"
The old poacher seemed to be of the same opinion.
"If each of her lovers gives her as much, she will be richer than a queen. She will have enough to buy both Sairmeuse and Courtornieu if she chooses," he remarked maliciously. If he had desired to augment the rage of Madame Blanche, he had good reason to be satisfied. "And this is the woman who has alienated Martial's heart from me!" she exclaimed. "It is for this miserable wretch that he abandons me!"
The unworthiness of the unfortunate girl, whom she regarded as her rival, incensed her to such a degree that she entirely forgot Chupin's presence. She made no attempt to restrain herself or to hide the secret of her sufferings.
"Are you sure that what you tell me is true?"
she asked.
"As sure as you stand there." "Who told you all this?" "No one. I have eyes. I went to the Borderie yesterday to see for myself, and all the shutters were open. Marianne was leaning out of a window. She does not even wear mourning, the heartless hussy."
Poor Marianne indeed had no dress but the one which Madame d'Escorval had given her on the night of the insurrection, when she laid aside her masculine habiliments. Chupin wished to irritate Madame Blanche still more by other malicious remarks, but she checked him by a gesture.
"So you know the way to the Borderie?" she inquired.
"Perfectly."
"Where is it?"
"Opposite the mills of the Oiselle, near the river, about a league and a half from here."
"That is true. I remember now. Were you ever in the house?"
"More than 100 times while Chanlouineau was living."
"Explain the topography of the dwelling."
Chupin's eyes dilated to their widest extent. "What do you wish?" he asked, not understanding in the least what was required of him.
"I mean, explain how the house is constructed."
"Ah, now I understand. The house is built upon an open space, a little distance from the road. Before it is a small garden, and behind it is an orchard, enclosed by a hedge. Back of the orchard, to the right, are the vineyards, but on the left side is a small grove that shades a spring." He paused suddenly, and with a knowing wink inquired, "But what use do you expect to make of all this information?"
"What does it matter to you? How is the interior arranged?"
"There are 3 large square rooms on the ground floor, besides the kitchen and a small dark room."
"Now, what is on the floor above?"
"I have never been up there."
"How are the rooms furnished which you have visited?"
"Like those in any peasant's house." Certainly no one was aware of the existence of the luxurious apartment which Chanlouineau had intended for Marianne. He had never spoken of it, and had even taken the greatest precautions to prevent anyone from seeing him transport the furniture.
How many doors are there?"
inquired Blanche.
"3, one opening into the garden, another into the orchard, another communicating with the stables. The staircase leading to the floor above is in the middle room."
"And is Marie Anne alone at the Borderie?"
"Entirely alone at present, but I suppose it will not be long before her brigand of a brother joins her."
Madame Blanche fell into a reverie so deep and so prolonged that Chupin at last became impatient. He ventured to touch her upon the arm, and in a wily voice he said,
"Well, what shall we decide?"
Blanche shuddered like a wounded man on hearing the terrible click of the surgeon's instruments.
"My mind is not yet made up," she replied. "I must reflect. I will see."
And remarking the old poacher's discontented face, she said vehemently,
"I will do nothing lightly. Do not lose sight of Martial. If he goes to the Borderie, and he will go there, I must be informed of it. If he writes, and he will write, try to procure one of his letters. I must see you every other day. Do not rest. Strive to deserve the good place I am reserving for you at Courtornieu. Go!"
He departed without a word, but also without attempting to conceal his disappointment and chagrin.
"It serves you right for listening to a silly, affected woman," he growled. "She fills the air with her ravings. She wishes to kill everybody, to burn and destroy everything. She only asks for an opportunity. The occasion presents itself, and her heart fails her. She draws back. She is afraid."
Chupin did Madame Blanche great injustice. The movement of horror which he had observed was the instinctive revolt of the flesh, and not a faltering of her inflexible will. Her reflections were not of a nature to appease her rancor. Whatever Chupin and all Sairmeuse might say to the contrary, Blanche regarded this story of Marie Anne's travels as a ridiculous fable. In her opinion, Marie Anne had simply emerged from the retreat where Martial had deemed it prudent to conceal her. But why this sudden reappearance? The vindictive woman was ready to swear that it was out of mere bravado, and intended only as an insult to her.
"And I will have my revenge," she thought. "I would tear my heart out if it were capable of cowardly weakness under such provocation."
The voice of conscience was unheard in this tumult of passion. Her sufferings and Jean Lacheneur's attempt upon her father's life seemed to justify the most extreme measures. She had plenty of time now to brood over her wrongs and to concoct schemes of vengeance. Her father no longer required her care. He had passed from the frenzied ravings of insanity and delirium to the stupor of idiocy. The physician declared his patient cured. Cured! The body was cured, perhaps, but reason had succumbed. All traces of intelligence had disappeared from this once mobile face, so ready to assume any expression which the most consummate hypocrisy required. There was no longer a sparkle in the eye which had formerly gleamed with cunning, and the lower lip hung with a terrible expression of stupidity, and there was no hope of any improvement. A single passion, the table, took the place of all the passions which had formerly swayed the life of this ambitious man. The Marquis, who had always been temperate in his habits, now ate and drank with the most disgusting voracity. He was becoming immensely corpulent. A soulless body, he wandered about the chateau and its surroundings without projects, without aim, self-consciousness, all thought of dignity, knowledge of good and evil, memory. He had lost all these. Even the instinct of self-preservation, the last which dies within us, had departed, and he had to be watched like a child. Often, as the Marquis roamed about the large gardens, his daughter regarded him from her window with a strange terror in her heart. But this warning of Providence only increased her desire for revenge.
"Who would not prefer death to such a misfortune?"
she murmured.
"Ah, Ah, Jean Lacheneur's revenge is far more terrible than it would have been had his bullet pierced my father's heart. It is a revenge like this that I desire. It is due me. I will have it."
She saw Chupin every 2 or 3 days, sometimes going to the place of meeting alone, sometimes accompanied by Aunt Medea. The old poacher came punctually, although he was beginning to tire of his task.
"I am risking a great deal," he growled. "I supposed that Jean Lacheneur would go and live at the Borderie with his sister. Then I should be safe. But no, the brigand continues to prowl around with his gun under his arm and to sleep in the woods at night. What game is he hunting? Father Chupin, of course. On the other hand, I know that my rascally innkeeper over there has abandoned his inn and mysteriously disappeared. Where is he? Hidden behind one of these trees, perhaps, deciding in which portion of my body he shall plunge his knife."
What irritated the old poacher most of all was that after 2 months of surveillance he had arrived at the conclusion that whatever might have been the relations existing between Martial and Marie Anne in the past, all was now over between them. But Blanche would not admit this.
"Say that they are more cunning than you, Father Chupin."
"Cunning? And how? Since I have been watching the Marquis,
he has not once passed outside the fortifications. On the other hand, the postman at Sairmeuse, who has been adroitly questioned by my wife, declares that he has not taken a single letter to the Borderie."
Had it not been for the hope of a safe and pleasant retreat at Courtornieu, Chupin would have abandoned his task, and in spite of the tempting rewards that were promised him, he had relaxed his surveillance. If he still came to the rendezvous, it was only because he had fallen into the habit of claiming some money for his expenses each time. And when Madame Blanche demanded an account of everything that Martial had done, he told her anything that came into his head. Madame Blanche soon discovered this. One day, early in September, she interrupted him as he began the same old story, and looking him steadfastly in the eye, she said,
"Either you are betraying me, or you are a fool. Yesterday Martial and Marie Anne spent a quarter of an hour together at the Croix d'Arcy."
End of chapter 43. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 44 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 44. The old physician at Vigano, who had come to Marie Anne's aid, was an honorable man. His intellect was of a superior order, and his heart was equal to his intelligence. He knew life. He had loved and suffered, and he possessed 2 sublime virtues, forbearance and charity. It was easy for such a man to read Marie Anne's character, and while he was at the Borderie he endeavored in every possible way to reassure her and to restore the self-respect of the unfortunate girl who had confided in him. Had he succeeded? He certainly hoped so. But when he departed and Marie Anne was again left in solitude, she could not overcome the feeling of despondency that stole over her. Many in her situation would have regained their serenity of mind, and even rejoiced, had she not succeeded in concealing her fault. Who suspected it, except perhaps the Abbé? Hence Marie Anne had nothing to fear and everything to hope. But this conviction did not appease her sorrow. Hers was one of those pure and proud natures that are more sensitive to the whisperings of conscience than to the clamors of the world. She had been accused of having 3 lovers, Chanlouineau, Martial, and Maurice. The calumny had not moved her. What tortured her was what these people did not know, the truth. Nor was this all. The sublime instinct of maternity had been awakened within her. When she saw the physician depart, bearing her child, she felt as if soul and body were being rent asunder. When could she hope to see again this little son, who was doubly dear to her by reason of the very sorrow and anguish he had cost her? The tears gushed to her eyes when she thought that his first smile would not be for her. Ah, had it not been for her promise to Maurice, she would unhesitatingly have braved public opinion, and kept her precious child. Her brave and honest nature could have endured any humiliation far better than the continual lie she was forced to live. But she had promised. Maurice was her husband, and reason told her that for his sake she must preserve, not her honor, alas, but the semblance of honor. And when she thought of her brother, her blood froze in her veins. Having learned that Jean was roving about the country, she sent for him, but it was not without much persuasion that he consented to come to the Borderie. It was easy to explain Chupin's terror when one saw Jean Lacheneur. His clothing was literally in tatters. His face wore an expression of ferocious despair, and a fierce, unextinguishable hatred burned in his eyes. When he entered the cottage, Marie Anne recoiled in horror. She did not recognize him until he spoke. "It is I, sister," he said gloomily.
"You, my poor Jean, you?"
He surveyed himself from head to foot, and said, with a sneering laugh, "Really, I should not like to meet myself at dusk in the forest." Marie Anne shuddered. She fancied that a threat lurked beneath these ironical words, beneath this mockery of himself.
"What a life yours must be, my poor brother! Why did you not come sooner? Now I have you here, I shall not let you go. You will not desert me. I need protection and love so much. You will remain with me?"
"It is impossible, Marie Anne."
"And why?"
A fleeting crimson suffused Jean Lacheneur's cheek. He hesitated for a moment, then, "Because I have a right to dispose of my own life, but not of yours," he replied. "We can no longer be anything to each other. I deny you today, that you may be able to deny me tomorrow. Yes, I renounce you, who are my all, the only person on earth whom I love. Your most cruel enemies have not calumniated you more foully than I." He paused an instant, then he added, "I have said openly before numerous witnesses that I would never set foot in a house that had been given you by Chanlouineau."
"Jean, you, my brother, said that?"
"I said it. It must be supposed that there is a deadly feud between us. This must be, in order that neither you nor Maurice d'Escorval can be accused of complicity in any deed of mine." Marie Anne stood as if petrified.
"He is mad,"
she murmured.
"Do I really have that appearance?"
She shook off the stupor that paralyzed her, and seizing her brother's hands,
"What do you intend to do?" she exclaimed. "What do you intend to do? Tell me, I will know."
"Nothing. Let me alone."
"Jean!"
"Let me alone," he said roughly, disengaging himself. A horrible presentiment crossed Marie Anne's mind. She stepped back, and solemnly, entreatingly, she said,
Take care, my brother. It is not well to tamper with these matters. Leave to God's justice the task of punishing those who have wronged us."
But nothing could move Jean Lacheneur or divert him from his purpose. He uttered a hoarse, discordant laugh. Then, striking his gun heavily with his hand, he exclaimed, "Here is justice!" Appalled and distressed beyond measure, Marie Anne sank into a chair. She discerned in her brother's mind the same fixed, fatal idea which had lured her father on to destruction, the idea for which he had sacrificed all, family, friends, fortune, the present and the future, even his daughter's honor, the idea which had caused so much blood to flow, which had cost the life of so many innocent men, and which had finally conducted him to the scaffold.
"Jean,"
she murmured,
"remember our father."
The young man's face became livid, his hands clenched involuntarily, but he controlled his anger. Advancing toward his sister in a cold, quiet tone that added a frightful violence to his threats, he said.
"It is because I remember my father that justice shall be done. Ah, these miserable nobles would not display such audacity if all sons had my resolution. A scoundrel would hesitate before attacking a good man if he was obliged to say to himself, 'I cannot strike this honest man, for though he die, his children will surely call me to account. Their fury will fall on me and mine. They will pursue us sleeping and waking, pursue us without ceasing, everywhere and pitilessly. Their hatred, always on the alert, will accompany us and surround us. It will be an implacable, merciless warfare. I shall never venture forth without fearing a bullet. I shall never lift food to my lips without dread of poison. And until we have succumbed, they will prowl about our house, trying to slip in through tiniest opening, death, dishonor, ruin, infamy, and misery."
He paused with a nervous laugh. And then, still more slowly, he added, "That is what the Sairmeuse and Couturier have to expect from me." It was impossible to mistake the meaning of Jean Lacheneur's words. His threats were not the wild ravings of anger. His quiet manner, his icy tones, his automatic gestures betrayed one of those cold rages which endure so long as the man lives. He took good care to make himself understood, for between his teeth he added, "Undoubtedly these people are very high, and I am very low, but when a tiny worm fastens itself to the roots of a giant oak, that tree is doomed." Marie Anne knew all too well the uselessness of prayers and entreaties, and yet she could not, she must not allow her brother to depart in this mood. She fell upon her knees, and with clasped hands and supplicating voice, "Jean," said she, "I implore you to renounce these projects. In the name of our mother, return to your better self. These are crimes which you are meditating." With a glance of scorn and a shrug of the shoulders, he replied, "Have done with this. I was wrong to confide my hopes to you. Do not make me regret that I came here." Then the sister tried another plan. She rose, forced her lips to smile, as if nothing unpleasant had passed between them. She begged Jean to remain with her that evening, at least, and share her frugal supper.
"Remain," she entreated. "That is not much to do, and it will make me so happy. And since it will be the last time we shall see each other for years, grant me a few hours. It is so long since we have met. I have suffered so much. I have so many things to tell you, Jean, my dear brother. Can it be that you love me no longer?"
One must have been bronze to remain insensible to such prayers. Jean Lacheneur's heart swelled almost to bursting. His stern features relaxed, and a tear trembled in his eye. Marie Anne saw that tear. She thought she had conquered, and clapping her hands in delight, she exclaimed, "Ah, you will remain! You will remain!" No, Jean had already mastered his momentary weakness, though not without a terrible effort, and in a harsh voice, "Impossible! Impossible!" he repeated. Then his sister clung to him imploringly. He took her in his arms and pressed her to his heart. "Poor sister! Poor Marie Anne, you will never know what it costs me to refuse you, to separate myself from you, but this must be. In even coming here, I have been guilty of an imprudent act. You do not understand to what perils you will be exposed if people suspect any bond between us. I trust you and Maurice may lead a calm and happy life. It would be a crime for me to mix you up with my wild schemes. Think of me sometimes, but do not try to see me, or even to learn what has become of me. A man like me struggles, triumphs, or perishes alone." He kissed Marie Anne passionately, then lifted her, placed her in a chair, and freed himself from her detaining hands.
"Adieu," he cried. "When you see me again, our father will be avenged."
She sprang up to rush after him and to call him back. Too late. He had fled.
"It is over," murmured the wretched girl. "My brother is lost. Nothing will restrain him now."
A vague, inexplicable, but horrible fear contracted her heart. She felt that she was being slowly but surely drawn into a whirlpool of passion, rancor, vengeance, and crime, and a voice whispered that she would be crushed. But other thoughts soon replaced these gloomy presentiments. One evening, while she was preparing her little table, she heard a rustling sound at the door. She turned and looked. Someone had slipped a letter under the door. Courageously and without an instant's hesitation, she sprang to the door and opened it. No one was there. The night was dark, and she could distinguish nothing in the gloom without. She listened. Not a sound broke the stillness. Agitated and trembling, she picked up the letter, approached the light, and looked at the address. "The Marquis de Sairmeuse!" she exclaimed in amazement. She recognized Martial's handwriting. So he had written to her. He had dared to write to her. Her first impulse was to burn the letter. She held it to the flame. Then the thought of her friends concealed at Father Poignot's farm made her withdraw it. "For their sake," she thought, "I must read it." She broke the seal with the arms of the de Sairmeuse family inscribed upon it, and read: "My dear Marie-Anne, perhaps you have suspected who it is that has given an entirely new and certainly surprising direction to events. Perhaps you have also understood the motives that guided him. In that case, I am amply repaid for my efforts, for you cannot refuse me your friendship and your esteem. But my work of reparation is not yet accomplished. I have prepared everything for a revision of the judgment that condemned Baron d'Escorval to death, or for procuring a pardon. You must know where the Baron is concealed, acquaint him with my plans, and ascertain whether he prefers a revision of judgment or a simple pardon. If he desires a new trial, I will give him a letter of license from the king. I await your reply before acting. Martial de Sairmeuse." Marie-Anne's head whirled. This was the second time that Martial had astonished her by the grandeur of his passion. How noble the two men who had loved her and whom she had rejected had proved themselves to be. One, Chanlouineau, after dying for her sake, protected her still. Martial de Sairmeuse had sacrificed the convictions of his life and the prejudice of his race for her sake, and with a noble recklessness hazarded for her the political fortunes of his house. And yet the man whom she had chosen, the father of her child, Maurice d'Escorval, had not given a sign of life since he quitted her, 5 months before. But suddenly, without reason, Marie-Anne passed from the most profound admiration to the deepest distrust.
"What if Martial's offer is only a trap?"
This was the suspicion that darted through her mind.
"Ah," she thought, "the Marquis de Sairmeuse would be a hero if he were sincere."
And she did not wish him to be a hero. The result of these suspicions was that she hesitated 5 days before repairing to the rendezvous where Father Poignot usually awaited her. When she did go, she found not the worthy farmer, but Abbe Midon, who had been greatly alarmed by her long absence. It was night, but Marie-Anne fortunately knew Martial's letter by heart. The abbé made her repeat it twice, the second time very slowly, and when she had concluded, "This young man," said the priest, "has the voice and the prejudices of his rank and of his education, but his heart is noble and generous." And when Marie-Anne disclosed her suspicions, "You are wrong, my child," said he. "The Marquis is certainly sincere. It would be wrong not to take advantage of his generosity. Such, at least, is my opinion. Entrust this letter to me. I will consult the Baron, and tomorrow I will tell you our decision." The Abbé was awaiting her with feverish impatience on the same spot when she rejoined him 24 hours later. "Monsieur d'Escorval agrees with me that we must trust ourselves to the Marquis de Sairmeuse. Only the Baron, being innocent, will not accept a pardon. He demands a revision of the iniquitous judgment which condemned him." Although she must have foreseen this determination, Marie-Anne seemed stupefied. "What?" said she. "Monsieur d'Escorval will give himself up to his enemies? Does not the Marquis de Sairmeuse promise him a letter of license, a safe conduct from the king?" "Yes." She could find no objection, so in a submissive tone she said, "In this case, monsieur, I must ask you for a rough draft of the letter I am to write to the Marquis." The priest did not reply for a moment. It was evident that he felt some misgivings. At last, summoning all his courage, he said, "It would be better not to write." "But
It is not that I distrust the Marquis, not by any means, but a letter is dangerous. It does not always reach the person to whom it is addressed. You must see Monsieur de Sairmeuse." Marie-Anne recoiled in horror. "Never, never!" she exclaimed. The abbe did not seem surprised. "I understand your repugnance, my child," he said gently. "Your reputation has suffered greatly through the attentions of the Marquis. Oh, sir, I entreat you. But one should not hesitate, my child, when duty speaks. You owe this sacrifice to an innocent man who has been ruined through your father." He explained to her all that she must say, and did not leave her until she had promised to see the Marquis in person. But the cause of her repugnance was not what the abbe supposed, her reputation. Alas, she knew that was lost forever. No, it was not that. A fortnight before she would not have been disquieted by the prospect of this interview. Then, though she no longer hated Martial, he was perfectly indifferent to her, while now, perhaps in choosing the Croix d'Arcy for the place of meeting, she hoped that this spot, haunted by so many cruel memories, would restore her former aversion. On pursuing the path leading to the place of rendezvous, she said to herself that Martial would undoubtedly wound her by the tone of careless gallantry which was habitual to him. But in this she was mistaken. Martial was greatly agitated, but he did not utter a word that was not connected with the Baron. It was only when the conference was ended, and he had consented to all the conditions, that he said sadly, "We are friends, are we not?" In an almost inaudible voice she answered, "Yes." And that was all. He remounted his horse, which had been held by a servant, and departed in the direction of Montaignac. Breathless, with cheeks on fire, Marie-Anne watched him as he disappeared, and then her inmost heart was revealed as by a lightning flash. "Mon Dieu, wretch that I am!" she exclaimed. "Do I not love? Is it possible that I could ever love any other than Maurice, my husband, the father of my child?" Her voice was still trembling with emotion when she recounted the details of the interview to the abbe, but he did not perceive it. He was thinking only of the Baron. "I was sure that Martial would agree to everything. I was so certain of it that I have made all the arrangements for the Baron to leave the farm. He will await at your house a safe conduct from his Majesty. The close air and the heat of the loft are retarding the Baron's recovery," the abbe pursued. "So be prepared for his coming tomorrow evening. One of the Poignot boys will bring over all our baggage. About 11 o'clock we will put Monsieur d'Escorval in a carriage, and we will all sup together at the Borderie. Heaven comes to my aid," thought Marie-Anne as she walked homeward. She thought that she would no longer be alone, that Madame d'Escorval would be with her to talk to her of Maurice, and that all the friends who would surround her would aid her in driving away the thoughts of Martial which haunted her. So the next day she was more cheerful than she had been for months, and once, while putting her little house in order, she was surprised to find herself singing at her work. 8 o'clock was sounding when she heard a peculiar whistle. It was the signal of the younger Poignot, who came bringing an armchair for the sick man, the abbe's box of medicine, and a bag of books. These articles Marie-Anne deposited in the room which Chanlouineau had adorned for her, and which she intended for the Baron. After arranging them to her satisfaction, she went out to meet the young Poignot, who had told her that he would soon return with other articles. The night was very dark, and Marie-Anne, as she hastened on, did not notice two motionless figures in the shadow of a clump of lilacs in her little garden. End of chapter 44. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Chapter 45 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Detected by Madame Blanche in a palpable falsehood, Chupin was quite crestfallen for a moment. he saw the pleasing vision of a retreat at Courtornieu vanish. He saw himself suddenly deprived of frequent gifts, which permitted him to spare his hoarded treasure, and even to increase it. But he soon regained his assurance, and with an affectation of frankness he said, "I may be stupid, but I could not deceive an infant. Someone must have told you falsely." Madame Blanche shrugged her shoulders. "I obtained my information from 2 persons who were ignorant of the interest it would possess for me." "As truly as the sun is in the heavens, I swear—" "Do not swear. Simply confess that you have been wanting in zeal." The young lady's manner betrayed such positive certainty that Chupin ceased his denials and changed his tactics. With the most abject humility, he admitted that the evening before he had relaxed his surveillance. He had been very busy. One of his boys had injured his foot. Then he had encountered some friends who persuaded him to enter a drinking saloon, where he had taken more than usual, so that... He told this story in a whining tone, and every moment he interrupted himself to affirm his repentance and to cover himself with reproaches. "Old drunkard," he said, "this will teach you." But these protestations, far from reassuring Madame Blanche, made her still more suspicious. "All this is very well, Father Chupin," she said dryly. "But what are you going to do now to repair your negligence?" "What do I intend to do?" he exclaimed, feigning the most violent anger. "Oh, you will see. I will prove that no one can deceive me with impunity. Near the Borderie is a small grove. I shall station myself there. And may the devil seize me if a cat enters that house unbeknown to me." Madame Blanche drew her purse from her pocket, and taking out 3 louis, she gave them to Chupin, saying, "Take these, and be more careful in the future. Another blunder like this, and I shall be compelled to ask the aid of some other people." The old poacher went away, whistling quite reassured. But he was wrong. The lady's generosity was only intended to allay his suspicions. And why should she not suppose he had betrayed her? This miserable wretch who made it his business to betray others. What reason had she for placing any confidence in his reports? She paid him. Others, by paying him more, would certainly have the preference. But how could she ascertain what she wished to know? She saw but one way, a very disagreeable but a sure way. She herself would play the spy. This idea took such possession of her mind that, after dinner was concluded and twilight had enveloped the earth in a mantle of grey, she summoned Aunt Meddy. "Get your cloak quickly, Aunt," she commanded. "I am going for a walk, and you must accompany me." Aunt Meddy extended her hand to the bell rope, but her niece stopped her. "You will dispense with the services of your maid," said she. "I do not wish anyone in the chateau to know that we have gone out." "Are we going alone?" "Alone." "Alone? And on foot? At night?" "I'm in a hurry, Aunt," interrupted Blanche, "and I am waiting for you." In the twinkling of an eye, Aunt Meddy was ready. The Marquis had just been put to bed, the servants were at dinner, and Blanche and Aunt Meddy reached the little gate leading from the garden into the open fields without being observed. "Good heavens! Where are we going?" groaned Aunt Meddy. "What is that to you? Come!" Madame Blanche was going to the Borderie. She could have followed the banks of the Oiselle, but she preferred to cut across the fields, thinking she would be less likely to meet someone. The night was still, but very dark, and the progress of the two women was often retarded by hedges and ditches. Twice Blanche lost her way. Again and again Aunt Medea stumbled over the rough ground and bruised herself against the stones. She groaned, she almost wept, but her terrible niece was pitiless. "Come," she said, "or I will leave you to find your way as best you can." And the poor dependent struggled on. At last, after a tramp of more than an hour, Blanche ventured to breathe. She recognized Chanlouineau's house, and she paused in the little grove of which Chupin had spoken. "Are we at our journey's end?" inquired Aunt Medea timidly. "Yes, but be quiet. Remain where you are. I wish to look about a little." "What? You are leaving me alone? Blanche, I entreat you. What are you going to do? Mon Dieu, you frighten me. I am afraid, Blanche." But her niece had gone. She was exploring the grove, seeking Chupin. She did not find him. "I knew the wretch was deceiving me," she muttered through her set teeth. "Who knows but Marshall and Marianne are there in that house now, mocking me and laughing at my credulity." She rejoined Aunt Medea, whom she found half dead with fright, and both advanced to the edge of the woods, which commanded a view of the front of the house. A flickering crimson light gleamed through two windows in the second story. Evidently, there was a fire in the room. "That is right," murmured Blanche bitterly. "Marshall is such a chilly person." She was about to approach the house when a peculiar whistle rooted her to the spot. She looked about her, and, in spite of the darkness, she discerned in the footpath leading to the Borderie a man laden with articles which she could not distinguish. Almost immediately, a woman, certainly Marianne, left the house and advanced to meet him. They exchanged a few words, and then walked together to the house. Soon after, the man emerged without his burden and went away. "What does this mean?" murmured Madame Blanche. She waited patiently for more than half an hour, and, as nothing stirred, "Let us go nearer," she said to Aunt Medea. "I wish to look through the windows." They were approaching the house when, just as they reached the little garden, the door of the cottage opened so suddenly that they had scarcely time to conceal themselves in a clump of lilac bushes. Marianne came out, imprudently leaving the key in the door, passed down the narrow path, gained the road, and disappeared. Blanche pressed Aunt Medea's arm with a violence that made her cry out. "Wait for me here," she said in a strained, unnatural voice. "And whatever happens, whatever you hear, if you wish to finish your days at Courtornieu, not a word. Do not stir from this spot. I will return." And she entered the cottage. Marianne, on going out, had left a candle burning on the table in the front room. Blanche seized it and boldly began an exploration of the dwelling. She had gone over the arrangement of the Borderie so often in her own mind that the rooms seemed familiar to her. She seemed to recognize them. In spite of Chupin's description, the poverty of this humble abode astonished her. There was no floor save the ground. The walls were poorly whitewashed. All kinds of grain and bunches of herbs hung suspended from the ceiling. A few heavy tables, wooden benches, and clumsy chairs constituted the entire furniture. Marianne evidently occupied the back room. It was the only apartment that contained a bed. This was one of those immense country affairs, very high and broad, with tall fluted posts, draped with green serge curtains, sliding back and forth on iron rings. At the head of the bed, fastened to the wall, hung a receptacle for holy water. Blanche dipped her finger in the bowl. It was full to the brim. Beside the window was a wooden shelf supported by a hook, and on the shelf stood a basin and bowl of the commonest earthenware. "It must be confessed that my husband does not provide a very sumptuous abode for his idol," said Madame Blanche with a sneer. She was almost on the point of asking herself if jealousy had not led her astray. She remembered Martial's fastidious tastes, and she did not know how to reconcile them with these meagre surroundings. Then there was the holy water. But her suspicions became stronger when she entered the kitchen. Some savory compound was bubbling in a pot over the fire, and several saucepans, in which fragrant stews were simmering, stood among the warm ashes. "All this cannot be for her," murmured Blanche. Then she remembered the 2 windows in the story above, which she had seen illuminated by the trembling glow of the firelight. "I must examine the rooms above," she thought. The staircase led up from the middle of the room. She knew this. She quickly ascended the stairs, pushed open a door, and could not repress a cry of surprise and rage. She found herself in the sumptuously appointed room which Chanlouineau had made the sanctuary of his great love, and upon which he had lavished, with the fanaticism of passion, all that was costly and luxurious. "Then it is true!" exclaimed Blanche. "And I thought just now that all was too meagre and too poor. Miserable dupe that I am! Below, all is arranged for the eyes of comers and goers. Here, everything is intended exclusively for themselves. Now I recognize Martial's astonishing talent for dissimulation. He loves this vile creature so much that he is anxious in regard to her reputation. He keeps his visits to her a secret, and this is the hidden paradise of their love. Here they laugh at me, the poor forsaken wife whose marriage was but a mockery." She had desired to know the truth. Certainty was less terrible to endure than this constant suspicion. And, as if she found a little enjoyment in proving the extent of Martial's love for her hated rival, she took an inventory, as it were, of the magnificent appointments of the chamber, feeling the heavy brocaded silk stuff that formed the curtains, and testing the thickness of the rich carpet with her foot. Everything indicated that Marianne was expecting someone. The bright fire, the large armchair placed before the hearth, the embroidered slippers lying beside the chair. And whom could she expect save Martial? The person who had been there a few moments before probably came to announce the arrival of her lover, and she had gone out to meet him. For a trifling circumstance would seem to indicate that this messenger had not been expected. Upon the mantel stood a bowl of still smoking bouillon. It was evident that Marianne was on the point of drinking this when she heard the signal. Madame Blanche was wondering how she could profit by her discovery, when her eyes fell upon a large oaken box standing open upon a table near the glass door leading into the dressing-room, and filled with tiny boxes and vials. Mechanically, she approached it, and among the bottles she saw 2 of blue glass, upon which the word "poison" was inscribed. Poison! Blanche could not turn her eyes from this word, which seemed to exert a kind of fascination over her. A diabolical inspiration associated the contents of these vials with the bowl standing upon the mantel. "And why not?" she murmured. "I could escape afterward." A terrible thought made her pause. Marshall would return with Marianne. Who could say that it would not be he who would drink the contents of the bowl? "God shall decide," she murmured. "It is better one's husband should be dead than belong to another." And with a firm hand, she took up one of the vials. Since her entrance into the cottage, Blanche had scarcely been conscious of her acts. Hatred and despair had clouded her brain like fumes of alcohol. But when her hand came in contact with the glass containing the deadly drug, the terrible shock dissipated her bewilderment. She regained the full possession of her faculties. The power of calm deliberation returned. This is proved by the fact that her first thought was this: "I am ignorant even of the name of the poison which I hold. What dose must I administer? Much or little?" She opened the vial, not without considerable difficulty, and poured a few grains of its contents into the palm of her hand. It was a fine, white powder, glistening like pulverized glass, and looking not unlike sugar. "Can it really be sugar?" she thought. Resolved to ascertain, she moistened the tip of her finger and collected upon it a few atoms of the powder, which she placed upon her tongue. The taste was like that of an extremely acid apple. Without hesitation, without remorse, without even turning pale, she poured into the bowl the entire contents of the vial. Her self-possession was so perfect, she even recollected that the powder might be slow in dissolving, and she stirred it gently for a moment or more. Having done this, she seemed to think of everything. She tasted the bouillon. She noticed a slightly bitter taste, but it was not sufficiently perceptible to awaken distrust. Now Madame Blanche breathed freely. If she could succeed in making her escape, she was avenged. She was going toward the door when a sound on the stairs startled her. 2 persons were ascending the staircase. Where should she go? Where could she conceal herself? She was now so sure she would be detected that she almost decided to throw the bowl into the fire and then boldly face the intruders. But no, a chance remained. She darted into the dressing-room. She dared not close the door. The least click of the latch would have betrayed her. Marianne entered the chamber, followed by a peasant bearing a large bundle. "Ah, here is my candle!" she exclaimed as she crossed the threshold. "Joy must be making me lose my wits. I could have sworn that I left it on the table downstairs." Blanche shuddered. She had not thought of this circumstance. "Where shall I put this clothing?" asked the young peasant. "Lay it down here. I will arrange the articles by and by," replied Marianne. The boy dropped his heavy burden with a sigh of relief. "This is the last," he exclaimed. "Now our gentleman can come." "At what hour will he start?" inquired Marianne. "At 11 o'clock. It will be nearly midnight when he gets here." Marianne glanced at the magnificent clock on the mantel. "I have still 3 hours before me," said she. "More time than I shall need. Supper is ready. I am going to set the table here by the fire. Tell him to bring a good appetite." "I will tell him, and many thanks, mademoiselle, for having come to meet me and aid me with my second load. It was not so very heavy, but it was clumsy to handle. Will you not accept a glass of wine? No, thank you. I must hasten back. Au revoir, Mademoiselle Lacheneur. Au revoir, Poignot. This name, Poignot, had no significance in the ears of Blanche. Ah, had she heard Monsieur d'Escorval's or the Abbé's name mentioned, she might have felt some doubt of Marianne's guilt. Her resolution might have wavered, and who knows? But no. Young Poignot, in referring to the Baron, had said, "Our gentleman." Marianne said, "he." Is not he always the person who is uppermost in our minds? The husband whom one hates, or the lover whom one adores? Our gentleman, he. Blanche translated Marshal. Yes, it was the Marquis de Sairmeuse who was to arrive at midnight. She was sure of it. It was he who had been preceded by a messenger bearing clothing. This could only mean that he was about to establish himself at the Borderie. Perhaps he would cast aside all secrecy and live there openly, regardless of his rank, of his dignity, and of his duties, forgetful even of his prejudices. These conjectures inflamed her fury still more. Why should she hesitate or tremble after that? Her only dread now was lest she should be discovered. Aunt Meddy was, it is true, in the garden, but after the orders she had received, the poor woman would remain motionless as stone behind the clump of lilacs the entire night, if necessary. For 2 hours and a half, Marianne would be alone at the Borderie. Blanche reflected that this would give her ample time to watch the effects of the poison upon her hated rival. When the crime was discovered, she would be far away. No one knew she had been absent from Courtornieu. No one had seen her leave the chateau. Aunt Meddy would be as silent as the grave. And besides, who would dare to accuse her, Marquise de Sairmeuse, née Blanche de Courtornieu, of being the murderer? But she does not drink it, Blanche thought. Marianne had, in fact, forgotten the bouillon entirely. She had opened the bundle of clothing and was busily arranging the articles in a wardrobe near the bed. Who talks of presentiments? She was as gay and vivacious as in her days of happiness, and as she worked, she hummed an air that Maurice had often sung. She felt that her troubles were nearly over. Her friends would soon be around her. When her task of putting away the clothing was completed and the wardrobe closed, she drew a small table up before the fire. Not until then did she notice the bowl standing upon the mantel. "Stupid!" she said with a laugh, and taking the bowl, she raised it to her lips. From her hiding place, Blanche had heard Marianne's exclamation. She saw the movement, and yet not the slightest remorse struck her soul. Marianne drank but one mouthful, then, in evident disgust, set the bowl down. A horrible dread made the watcher's heart stand still. Does she notice a peculiar taste in the bouillon? She thought. No, but it had grown cold, and a slight coating of grease had formed over the top. Marianne took the spoon, skimmed the bouillon, and then stirred it up for some time to divide the greasy particles. After she had done this, she drank the liquid, put the bowl back upon the mantel, and resumed her work. It was done. The denouement no longer depended upon Blanche de Courtornieu's will. Come what would, she was a murderess. But though she was conscious of her crime, the excess of her hatred prevented her from realizing its enormity. She said to herself that it was only an act of justice which she had accomplished, that the vengeance she had taken was not proportionate to the offense, and that nothing could atone for the torture she had endured. But in a few moments, a sinister apprehension took possession of her mind. Her knowledge of the effects of poison was extremely limited. She had expected to see Marianne fall dead before her, as if stricken down by a thunderbolt. But no. The moments slipped by, and Marianne continued her preparations for supper, as if nothing had occurred. She spread a white cloth over the table, smoothed it with her hands, and placed a dish upon it. "What if she should come in here?" thought Blanche. The fear of punishment, which precedes remorse, made her heart beat with such violence that she could not understand why its throbbing were not heard in the adjoining room. Her terror increased when she saw Marianne take the light and go downstairs. Blanche was left alone. The thought of making her escape occurred to her. But how, and by what way could she leave the house without being seen? "It must be that poison does not work," she said in a rage. Alas, no. She knew better when Marianne reappeared. In the few moments she had spent below, her features had become frightfully changed. Her face was livid and mottled with purple spots. Her eyes were distended and glittered with a strange brilliancy. She let the plates which she held fall upon the table with a crash. "The poison! It begins!" thought Blanche. Marianne stood on the hearth, gazing wildly around her, as if seeking the cause of her incomprehensible suffering. She passed and repassed her hand across her forehead, which was bathed in a cold perspiration. She gasped for breath. Then suddenly, overcome with nausea, she staggered, pressed her hands convulsively upon her breast, and sank into the armchair, crying, "Oh God, how I suffer!" End of chapter. Recording by Iswa in Belgium in December 2011. Chapter 46 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kneeling by the half-open door, Blanche eagerly watched the workings of the poison which she had administered. She was so near her victim that she could distinguish the throbbing of her temples, and sometimes she fancied she could feel upon her cheek her rival's breath, which scorched like flame. An utter prostration followed Marianne's paroxysm of agony. One would have supposed her dead, had it not been for the convulsive workings of the jaws and her labored breathing. But soon the nausea returned, and she was seized with vomiting. Each effort to relieve seemed to wrench her whole body, and gradually a ghastly tint crept over her face. The spots upon her cheeks became more pronounced in tint, her eyes appeared ready to burst from their sockets, and great drops of perspiration rolled down her cheeks. Her sufferings must have been intolerable. She moaned feebly at times, and occasionally rendered heart-rending shrieks. Then she faltered fragmentary sentences. She begged piteously for water or entreated God to shorten her torture. "It is horrible. I suffer too much. Death! My God! Grant me death! She invoked all the friends she had ever known, calling for aid in a despairing voice. She called Madame d'Escorval, the Abbé, Maurice, her brother, Chanlouineau, Marshall. Marshall. This name was more than sufficient to extinguish all pity in the heart of Madame Blanche. "Go on, call your lover, call," she said to herself bitterly. "He will come too late." And as Marianne repeated the name in a tone of agonized entreaty, "Suffer," continued Madame Blanche, "suffer, you who have inspired Marshall with the odious courage to forsake me, his wife, as a drunken lackey would abandon the lowest of degraded creatures. Die, and my husband will return to me repentant." No, she had no pity. She felt a difficulty in breathing, but that resulted simply from the instinctive horror which the sufferings of others inspire, an entirely different physical impression which is adorned with the fine name of sensibility, but which is, in reality, the grossest selfishness. And yet Marianne was perceptibly sinking. Soon she had no strength even to moan. Her eyes closed, and after a spasm which brought a bloody foam to her lips, her head sank back, and she lay motionless. "It is over," murmured Blanche. She rose, but her limbs trembled so that she could scarcely stand. Her heart remained firm and implacable, but the flesh failed. Never had she imagined a scene like that which she had just witnessed. She knew that poison caused death. She had not suspected the agony of that death. She no longer thought of augmenting Marianne's sufferings by upbraiding her. Her only desire now was to leave this house, whose very floor seemed to scorch her feet. A strange, inexplicable sensation crept over her. It was not yet fright. It was the stupor that follows the commission of a terrible crime, the stupor of the murderer. Still, she compelled herself to wait a few moments longer. Then, seeing that Marianne still remained motionless and with closed eyes, she ventured to softly open the door and to enter the room in which her victim was lying. But she had not advanced 3 steps before Marianne suddenly, and as if she had been galvanized by an electric battery, rose and extended her arms to bar her enemy's passage. This movement was so unexpected and so frightful that Madame Blanche recoiled. "The Marquise de Sairmeuse," faltered Marianne. "You, Blanche, here!" And her suffering, explained by the presence of this young girl who once had been her friend, but who was now her bitterest enemy, she exclaimed, "You are my murderer!" Blanche de Courtornieu's was one of those iron natures that break, but never bend. Since she had been discovered, nothing in the world would induce her to deny her guilt. She advanced resolutely, and in a firm voice, "Yes," she said, "I have taken my revenge. Do you think I did not suffer that evening when you sent your brother to take away my newly wedded husband, upon whose face I have not gazed since?" "Your husband? I sent to take him away? I do not understand you." "Do you then dare to deny that you are not Marshall's mistress?" "The Marquis de Sairmeuse? I saw him yesterday for the first time since Baron d'Escorval's escape." The effort which she had made to rise and to speak had exhausted her strength. She fell back in the armchair, But Blanche was pitiless. "You have not seen Marshall? Tell me, then, who gave you this costly furniture, these silken hangings, all the luxury that surrounds you?" "Chanlouineau?" Blanche shrugged her shoulders. "So be it," she said with an ironical smile. "But is it Chanlouineau for whom you are waiting this evening? Is it for Chanlouineau you have warmed these slippers and laid this table? Was it Chanlouineau who sent his clothing by a peasant named Poignot? You see that I know all." But the victim was silent. "For whom are you waiting?" she insisted. "Answer." "I cannot." "You know that it is your lover. Wretched woman! My husband, Marshall!" Marianne was considering the situation as well as her intolerable sufferings and troubled mind would permit. Could she tell what guests she was expecting? To name Baron d'Escorval to Blanche, would it not ruin and betray him? They hoped for safe conduct, a revision of judgment, but he was none the less under sentence of death, executory in 24 hours. "So you refuse to tell me whom you expect here in an hour, at midnight?" "I refuse." But a sudden impulse took possession of the sufferer's mind. Though the slightest movement caused her intolerable agony, she tore open her dress and drew from her bosom a folded paper. "I am not the mistress of the Marquis de Sairmeuse," she said in an almost inaudible voice. "I am the wife of Maurice d'Escorval. Here is the proof. Read." No sooner had Blanche glanced at the paper than she became as pale as her victim. Her sight failed her. There was a strange ringing in her ears. A cold sweat started from every pore. This paper was the marriage certificate of Maurice and Marianne, drawn up by the cure of Vigano, witnessed by the old physician and Bavois, and sealed with the seal of the parish. The proof was indisputable. She had committed a useless crime. She had murdered an innocent woman. The first good impulse of her life made her heart beat more quickly. She did not stop to consider. She forgot the danger to which she exposed herself, and in a ringing voice she cried, "Help! Help!" 11 o'clock was sounding. The whole country was asleep. The farmhouse nearest the Borderie was half a league distant. The voice of Blanche was lost in the deep stillness of the night. In the garden below, Aunt Meddy heard it, perhaps, but she would have allowed herself to be chopped in pieces rather than stir from her place. And yet, there was one who heard that cry of distress. Had Blanche and her victim been less overwhelmed with despair, they would have heard a noise upon the staircase which creaked beneath the tread of a man who was cautiously ascending it. But it was not a savior, for he did not answer the appeal. But even though there had been aid near at hand, it would have come too late. Marianne felt that there was no longer any hope for her, and that it was the chill of death which was creeping up to her heart. She felt that her life was fast ebbing away. So, when Blanche seemed about to rush out in search of assistance, she detained her by a gesture, and gently said, "Blanche." The murderess paused. "Do not summon anyone. It would do no good. Remain. Be calm, that I may at least die in peace. It will not be long now." "Hush! Do not speak so! You must not, you shall not die. If you should die, great God, what would my life be afterward?" Marianne made no reply. The poison was pursuing its work of dissolution. Her breath made a whistling sound as it forced its way through her inflamed throat. Her tongue, when she moved it, produced in her mouth the terrible sensation of a piece of red-hot iron. Her lips were parched and swollen. Her hands, inert and paralyzed, would no longer obey her will. But the horror of the situation restored Blanche's calmness. "All is not yet lost," she exclaimed. "It was in that great box there upon the table where I found—" She dared not utter the word poison. "The white powder which I poured into the bowl. You know this powder. You must know the antidote." Marianne sadly shook her head. "Nothing can save me now," she murmured in an almost inaudible voice. "But I do not complain. Who knows the misery from which death may preserve me? I do not crave life. I have suffered so much during the past year. I have endured such humiliation. I have wept so much. A curse was upon me." She was suddenly endowed with that clearness of mental vision so often granted to the dying. She saw how she had wrought her own undoing by consenting to accept the perfidious role imposed upon her by her father, and how she herself had paved the way for the falsehoods, slander, crimes, and misfortunes of which she had been the victim. Her voice grew fainter and fainter. Worn out by suffering, a sensation of drowsiness stole over her. She was falling asleep in the arms of death. Suddenly, such a terrible thought pierced the stupor which enveloped her that she uttered a heart-breaking cry. "My child!" Collecting, by a superhuman effort, all the will, energy, and strength that the poison had left her, she straightened herself in her armchair, her features contracted by mortal anguish. "Blanche," she said, with an energy of which one would have supposed her incapable. "Blanche, listen to me. It is the secret of my life which I am about to disclose. No one suspects it. I have a son by Maurice. Alas, many months have elapsed since my husband disappeared. If he is dead, what will become of my child? Blanche, you who have killed me, must swear to me that you will be a mother to my child." Blanche was utterly overcome. "I swear," she sobbed, "I swear." "On that condition, but on that condition alone, I pardon you. But take care. Do not forget your oath. Blanche, God sometimes permits the dead to avenge themselves. You have sworn, remember. My spirit will allow you no rest if you do not fulfill your vow." "I will remember," sobbed Blanche. "I will remember. But the child—" "I was afraid. Cowardly creature that I was. I dreaded the shame. Then Maurice insisted. I sent my child away. Your jealousy and my death are my punishment. Poor child, I abandoned him to strangers. Wretched woman that I am! Ah, this suffering is too horrible! Blanche, remember!" She spoke again, but her words were indistinct, inaudible. Blanche frantically seized the dying woman's arm and endeavored to arouse her. "To whom have you confided your child?" she repeated. "To whom, Marianne? A word more, a single word, a name, Marianne!" The unfortunate woman's lips moved, but the death rattle sounded in her throat. A terrible convulsion shook her form. She slid down from the chair and fell full length upon the floor. Marianne was dead. Dead, and she had not disclosed the name of the old physician at Vigano, to whom she had entrusted her child. She was dead, and the terrified murderess stood in the middle of the room, as rigid and motionless as a statue. It seemed to her that madness, a madness like that which had stricken her father, was developing itself in her brain. She forgot everything. She forgot that a guest was expected at midnight, that time was flying, and that she would surely be discovered if she did not flee. But the man who had entered when she cried for aid was watching over her. When he saw that Marianne had breathed her last, he made a slight noise at the door and thrust his leering face into the room. "Chupin!" faltered Madame Blanche. "In the flesh," he responded. "This was a grand chance for you. Ha ha! The business riled your stomach a little, but nonsense, that will soon pass off. But we must not dawdle here. Someone may come in. Let us make haste." Mechanically, the murderess advanced, but Marianne's dead body lay between her and the door, barring the passage. To leave the room, it was necessary to step over the lifeless form of her victim. She had not courage to do this, and recoiled with a shudder. But Chupin was troubled by no such scruples. He sprang across the body, lifted Blanche as if she had been a child, and carried her out of the house. He was drunk with joy. Fears for the future no longer disquieted him, now that Madame Blanche was bound to him by the strongest of chains, complicity in crime. He saw himself on the threshold of a life of ease and continual feast. Remorse for Lacheneur's betrayal had ceased to trouble him. He saw himself sumptuously fed, lodged, and clothed, above all, effectually guarded by an army of servants. Blanche, who had experienced a feeling of deadly faintness, was revived by the cool night air. "I wish to walk," said she. Chupin placed her on the ground, about 20 paces from the house. "And Aunt Meddy!" she exclaimed. Her relative was beside her. Like one of those dogs who are left at the door when their master enters a house, she had instinctively followed her niece on seeing her borne from the cottage by the old poacher. "We must not stop to talk," said Chupin. "Come, I will lead the way." And taking Blanche by the arm, he hastened toward the grove. "Ah, so Marianne had a child," he said as they hurried on. "She was pretending to be such a saint, but where the devil has she put it? I shall find it. That is easier said than done." A shrill laugh, resounding in the darkness, interrupted him. He released his hold on the arm of Blanche and assumed an attitude of defense. Vain precaution. A man concealed behind a tree bounded upon him, and plunging his knife 4 times into the old poacher's writhing body, cried, "Holy Virgin, now is my vow fulfilled. I shall no longer be obliged to eat with my fingers." "The innkeeper!" groaned the wounded man, sinking to the earth. For once in her life, Aunt Meddy manifested some energy. "Come!" she shrieked, wild with fear, dragging her niece away. "Come, he's dead!" Not quite. The traitor had strength to crawl home and knock at the door. His wife and youngest son were sleeping soundly. His eldest son, who had just returned home, opened the door. Seeing his father prostrate on the ground, he thought he was intoxicated and tried to lift him and carry him into the house. But the old poacher begged him to desist. "Do not touch me," said he. "It is all over with me. But listen. Lacheneur's daughter has just been poisoned by Madame Blanche. It was to tell you this that I dragged myself here. This knowledge is worth a fortune, my boy, if you are not a fool." And he died, without being able to tell his family where he had concealed the price of Lacheneur's blood. End of chapter. Recording by Ezwa in Belgium in December 2011.
Chapter 47 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 47. Of all the persons who witnessed Baron d'Escorval's terrible fall, the abbé was the only one who did not despair. What a learned doctor would not have dared to do, he did. He was a priest, he had faith, he remembered the sublime saying of Ambroise Paré, "I dress the wound, God heals it." After a 6 months' sojourn in Father Poignot's secluded farmhouse, Monsieur d'Escorval was able to sit up and to walk about a little, with the aid of crutches. Then he began to be seriously inconvenienced by his cramped quarters in the loft, where prudence compelled him to remain, and it was with transports of joy that he welcomed the idea of taking up his abode at the Borderie with Marianne. When the day of departure had been decided upon, he counted the minutes as impatiently as a schoolboy pining for vacation. "I am suffocating here," he said to his wife. "I am suffocating. Time drags so slowly. When will the happy day come?" It came at last. During the morning all the articles which they had succeeded in procuring during their stay at the farmhouse were collected and packed, and when night came, Poignot's son began the moving. "Everything is at the Borderie," said the honest fellow, on returning from his last trip, "and Mademoiselle Lacheneur bids the Baron bring a good appetite." "I shall have one, never fear," responded the Baron gaily. "We shall all have one." Father Poignot himself was busily engaged in harnessing his best horse to the cart which was to convey Monsieur d'Escorval to his new home. The worthy man's heart grew sad at the thought of the departure of these guests, for whose sake he had incurred such danger. He felt that he should miss them, that the house would seem gloomy and deserted after they left it. He would allow no one else to perform the task of arranging the mattress comfortably in the cart. When this had been done, to his satisfaction, he heaved a deep sigh and exclaimed, "It is time to start." Slowly he ascended the narrow staircase leading to the loft. Monsieur d'Escorval had not thought of the moment of parting. At the sight of the honest farmer who came toward him, his face crimsoned with emotion to bid him farewell. He forgot all the comforts that awaited him at the Borderie, in the remembrance of the loyal and courageous hospitality he had received in the house he was about to leave. The tears sprang to his eyes. "You have rendered me a service which nothing can repay, Father Poignot," he said with intense feeling. "You have saved my life." "Oh, we will not talk of that, Baron. In my place you would have done the same, neither more nor less." "I shall not attempt to express my thanks, but I hope to live long enough to prove that I am not ungrateful." The staircase was so narrow that they had considerable difficulty in carrying the Baron down, but finally they had him comfortably extended upon his mattress and threw over him a few handsful of straw. jaw, which concealed him entirely.
"Farewell, then,"
said the old farmer, when the last handshake had been exchanged.
"or rather, au revoir, Monsieur le Baron, Madame, and you, my good curé. All ready?"
inquired young Poignot. "Yes," replied the invalid. The cart, driven with the utmost caution by the young peasant, started slowly on its way. Madame d'Escorval, leaning upon the abbe's arm, walked about 20 paces in the rear. It was very dark, but had it been as light as day, the former curé of Sairmeuse might have encountered any of his old parishioners without the least danger of detection. His hair and his beard had been allowed to grow, his tonsure had entirely disappeared, and his sedentary life had caused him to become much stouter. He was clad like all the well-to-do peasants of the neighborhood, and his face was hidden by a large slouch hat. He had not felt so tranquil in mind for months. Obstacles which had appeared almost insurmountable had vanished. In the near future he saw the Baron declared innocent by impartial judges. He saw himself reinstalled in the presbytery of Sairmeuse. The recollection of Maurice was the only thing that marred his happiness. Why did he not give some sign of life?
"But if he had met with any misfortune, we should have heard of it," thought the priest. "He has with him a brave man, an old soldier who would risk anything to come and tell us."
He was so absorbed in these thoughts that he did not observe that Madame d'Escorval was leaning more and more heavily upon his arm. "I am ashamed to confess it," she said at last, "but I can go no farther. It has been so long since I was out of doors that I have almost forgotten how to walk."
"Fortunately, we are almost there,"
replied the priest. A moment after, young Poignot stopped his cart in the road, at the entrance of the little footpath leading to the Borderie.
"Our journey is ended,"
he remarked to the Baron. Then he uttered a low whistle, like that which he had given a few hours before, to warn Marie Anne of his arrival. No one appeared. He whistled again, louder this time, then with all his might. Still no response. Madame d'Escorval and the abbe had now overtaken the cart.
"It is very strange that Marie Anne does not hear me,"
remarked young Poignot, turning to them.
"We cannot take the Baron to the house until we have seen her. She knows that very well. Shall I run up and warn her?"
"She is asleep, perhaps," replied the abbe. "You stay with your horse, my boy, and I will go and wake her." Certainly he did not feel the slightest disquietude. All was calm and still. A bright light was shining through the windows of the second story. Still, when he saw the open door, a vague presentiment of evil stirred his heart. "What can this mean?" he thought. There was no light in the lower rooms, and the abbe was obliged to feel for the staircase with his hands. At last he found it and went up, but upon the threshold of the chamber he paused, petrified with horror by the spectacle before him. Poor Marie Anne was lying on the floor. Her eyes, which were wide open, were covered with a white film. Her black and swollen tongue was hanging from her mouth. "Dead!" faltered the priest. "Dead!" But this could not be. The abbe conquered his weakness, and approaching the poor girl, he took her hand. It was icy cold. The arm was rigid as iron. "Poisoned!" he murmured. "Poisoned with arsenic." He rose to his feet and cast a bewildered glance around the room. His eyes fell upon his medicine chest, open upon the table. He rushed to it, and unhesitatingly took out a vial, uncorked it, and inverted it on the palm of his hand. It was empty. "I was not mistaken," he exclaimed. But he had no time to lose in conjectures. The first thing to be done was to induce the Baron to return to the farmhouse without telling him the terrible misfortune which had occurred. To find a pretext was easy enough. The priest hastened back to the wagon, and with well-affected calmness told the Baron that it would be impossible for him to take up his abode at the Borderie at present, that several suspicious-looking characters had been seen prowling about, and that they must be more prudent than ever. Now they could rely upon the kindly intervention of Martial de Sairmeuse. At last, but not without considerable reluctance, the Baron yielded. "You desire it, Curé," he sighed, "so I obey. Come, Poignot, my boy, take me back to your father's house." Madame d'Escorval took a seat in the cart beside her husband. The priest watched them as they drove away, and not until the sound of their carriage wheels had died away in the distance did he venture to go back to the Borderie. He was ascending the stairs when he heard moans that seemed to issue from the chamber of death. The sound sent all his blood wildly rushing to his heart. He darted up the staircase. A man was kneeling beside Marie Anne, weeping bitterly. The expression of his face, his attitude, his sobs, betrayed the wildest despair. He was so lost in grief that he did not observe the abbe's entrance. Who was this mourner who had found his way to the house of death? After a moment, the priest divined who the intruder was, though he did not recognize him. "Jean!" he cried. "Jean Lacheneur!" With a bound the young man was on his feet, pale and menacing, a flame of anger drying the tears in his eyes. "Who are you?" he demanded in a terrible voice. "What are you doing here? What do you wish with me?" By his peasant dress and by his long beard, the former curé of Sairmeuse was so effectually disguised that he was obliged to tell who he really was. As soon as he uttered his name, Jean uttered a cry of joy. "God has sent you here," he exclaimed. "Marie Anne cannot be dead. You who have saved so many others will save her." As the priest sadly pointed to heaven, Jean paused, his face more ghastly than before. He understood now that there was no hope. "Ah," he murmured, with an accent of frightful despondency, "fate shows us no mercy. I have been watching over Marie Anne, though from a distance. And this very evening I was coming to say to her, 'Beware, sister, be cautious.'" "What? You knew?" "I knew she was in great danger. Yes, monsieur. An hour ago, while I was eating my supper in a restaurant at Sairmeuse, Grolet's son entered. 'Is this you, Jean?' said he. 'I just saw Chupin hiding near your sister's house. When he observed me, he slunk away. I ran here like one crazed, but when fate is against a man, what can he do? I came too late.'" The abbe reflected for a moment. "Then you suppose that it was Chupin?" "I do not suppose, sir. I swear that it was he, the miserable traitor, who committed this foul deed." "Still, what motive could he have had?" Jean burst into one of those discordant laughs that are perhaps the most frightful signs of despair. "You may rest assured that the blood of the daughter will yield him a richer reward than did the father's. Chupin has been the vile instrument, but it was not he who conceived the crime. You will have to seek higher for the culprit, much higher, in the finest chateau of the country, in the midst of an army of valets, at Sairmeuse, in short." "Wretched man, what do you mean?" "What I say." And coldly he added, "Martial de Sairmeuse is the assassin." The priest recoiled, really appalled by the looks and manner of the grief-stricken man. "You are mad," he said severely. But Jean gravely shook his head. "If I seem so to you, sir," he replied, "it is only because you are ignorant of Martial's wild passion for Marie Anne. He wished to make her his mistress. She had the audacity to refuse this honor. That was a crime for which she must be punished. When the Marquis de Sairmeuse became convinced that Lacheneur's daughter would never be his, he poisoned her, that she might not belong to another." Any attempt to convince Jean of the folly of his accusation would have been vain at the moment. No proofs would have convinced him. He would have closed his eyes to all evidence. "Tomorrow, when he is more calm, I will reason with him," thought the abbe. Then turning to Jean, he said, "We cannot allow the body of the poor girl to remain here upon the floor. Assist me, and we will place it upon the bed." Jean trembled from head to foot, and his hesitation was apparent. "Very well," he said at last, after a severe struggle. No one had ever slept upon this bed, which poor Chanlouineau had destined for Marie Anne. "It shall be for her," he said to himself, "or for no one." And it was Marie Anne who rested there first, dead. When this sad task was accomplished, he threw himself into the same armchair in which Marie Anne had breathed her last, and with his face buried in his hands, and his elbows supported upon his knees, he sat there as silent and motionless as the statues of sorrow placed above the last resting places of the dead. The abbé knelt at the head of the bed and began the recital of the prayers for the dead, entreating God to grant peace and happiness in heaven to her who had suffered so much upon earth. But he prayed only with his lips. In spite of his efforts, his mind would persist in wandering. He was striving to solve the mystery that enshrouded Marie Anne's death. Had she been murdered? Could it be that she had committed suicide? This explanation recurred to him, but he could not believe it. But on the other hand, how could her death possibly be the result of a crime? He had carefully examined the room, and he had discovered nothing that betrayed the presence of a stranger. All that he could prove was that his vial of arsenic was empty, and that Marie Anne had been poisoned by the bouillon, a few drops of which were left in the bowl that was standing upon the mantel. When daylight comes, thought the abbé, I will look outside. When morning broke, he went into the garden and made a careful examination of the premises. At first he saw nothing that gave him the least clue, and was about to abandon the investigations, when upon entering the little grove, he saw in the distance a large dark stain upon the grass. He went nearer. It was blood. Much excited, he summoned Jean to inform him of the discovery.
"Someone has been assassinated here," said Lacheneur, "and it happened last night, for the blood has not had time to dry." "The victim lost a great deal of blood," the priest remarked. "It might be possible to discover who he was by following these stains." "I am going to try," responded Jean. "Go back to the house, sir. I will soon return."
A child might have followed the track of the wounded man. The bloodstains left in his passage were so frequent and so distinct. These telltale marks stopped at Chupin's house. The door was closed. Jean rapped without the slightest hesitation. The old poacher's eldest son opened the door, and Jean saw a strange spectacle. The traitor's body had been thrown on the ground in a corner of the room. The bed was overturned and broken. All the straw had been torn from the mattress, and the wife and sons of the dead man, armed with pickaxes and spades, were wildly overturning the beaten soil that formed the floor of the hovel. They were seeking the hidden treasures.
"What do you want?"
demanded the widow rudely.
"Father Chupin. You can see very plainly that he has been murdered," replied one of the sons.
And brandishing his pick a few inches from Jean's head, he exclaimed,
"And you, perhaps, are the assassin. But that is for justice to determine. Now decamp, if you do not."
Had he listened to the promptings of anger, Jean Lacheneur would certainly have attempted to make the Chupins repent their menaces. But a conflict was scarcely permissible under the circumstances. He departed without a word and hastened back to the Borderie. The death of Chupin overturned all his plans and greatly irritated him.
"I had sworn that the vile wretch who betrayed my father should perish by my hand," he murmured, "and now my vengeance has escaped me. Someone has robbed me of it."
Then he asked himself who the murderer could be.
Is it possible that Martial assassinated Chupin after he murdered Marie Anne? To kill an accomplice is an effectual way of assuring oneself of his silence.
He had reached the Borderie and was about going upstairs when he thought he heard the sound of voices in the back room.
"That is strange," he said to himself. "Who can it be?"
And impelled by curiosity, he went and tapped upon the communicating door. The abbé instantly made his appearance, hurriedly closing the door behind him. He was very pale and visibly agitated.
"Who is it?"
inquired Jean eagerly. It is, guess who it is."
"How can I guess?"
"Maurice d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois."
"My God!"
"And it is a miracle that he has not been upstairs."
"But whence does he come? Why have we received no news of him?"
"I do not know. He has been here only 5 minutes, poor boy. After I told him that his father was safe, his first words were, 'And Marie Anne?' He loves her more devotedly than ever. He comes with his heart full of her, confident and hopeful, and I tremble. I fear to tell him the truth."
"Oh, terrible,
terrible! I have warned you. Be prudent. And now, come in." They entered the room together, and Maurice and the old soldier greeted Jean with the most ardent expressions of friendship. They had not seen each other since the duel on the Reche, which had been interrupted by the arrival of the soldiers, and when they parted that day they scarcely expected to meet again. "And now we are together once more," said Maurice gaily, "and we have nothing to fear." Never had the unfortunate man seemed so cheerful, and it was with the most jubilant air that he explained the reason of his long silence. "3 days after we crossed the frontier," said he, "Corporal Bavois and I reached Turin. It was time, for we were tired out. We went to a small inn, and they gave us a room with 2 beds. That evening, while we were undressing, the corporal said to me, 'I am capable of sleeping 2 whole days without waking.' I, too, promised myself a rest of at least 12 hours. We reckoned without our host, as you will see. It was scarcely daybreak when we were awakened by a great tumult. A dozen rough-looking men entered our room and ordered us, in Italian, to dress ourselves. They were too strong for us, so we obeyed, and an hour later we were in prison, confined in the same cell. Our reflections, I confess, were not couleur de rose. I well remember how the corporal said again and again, in that cool way of his, 'It will require 4 days to obtain our extradition, 3 days to take us back to Montaignac. That is 7 days. It will take 1 day more to try me. So I have in all 8 days to live.'" "Upon my word, that was exactly what I thought," said the old soldier approvingly. "For 5 months," continued Maurice, "instead of saying good night to each other, we said, 'Tomorrow they will come for us.' But they did not come. We were kindly treated. They did not take away my money, and they willingly sold us little luxuries. They also granted us 2 hours of exercise each day in the courtyard, and even loaned us books to read. In short, I should not have had any particular cause to complain if I had been allowed to receive or to forward letters, or if I had been able to communicate with my father or with Marianne. But we were in the secret cells and were not allowed to have any intercourse with the other prisoners. At length, our detention seemed so strange and became so insupportable to us that we resolved to obtain some explanation of it, cost what it might. We changed our tactics. Up to that time we had been quite submissive. We suddenly became violent and intractable. We made the prison resound with our cries and protestations. We were continually sending for the superintendent. We claimed the intervention of the French ambassador. We were not obliged to wait long for the result. One fine afternoon the superintendent released us, not without expressing much regret at being deprived of the society of such amiable and charming guests. Our first act, as you may suppose, was to run to the ambassador. We did not see that dignitary, but his secretary received us. He knit his brows when I told him my story, and became excessively grave. I remember each word of his reply. 'Monsieur,' said he, 'I can swear that the persecution of which you have been the object in France had nothing whatever to do with your detention here.' And as I expressed my astonishment, 'One moment,' he added, 'I shall express my opinion very frankly. One of your enemies, I leave you to discover which one, must exert a very powerful influence in Turin. You were in his way, perhaps. He had you imprisoned by the Piedmontese police.'" With a heavy blow of his clenched fist, Jean Lacheneur made the table beside him reel.
"Ah, the secretary was right," he exclaimed. "Maurice, it was Martial de Sairmeuse who caused your arrest."
"Or the Marquis de Courtornieu," interrupted the abbé, with a warning glance at Jean. A wrathful light gleamed for an instant in the eyes of Maurice, but it vanished almost immediately, and he shrugged his shoulders carelessly. "Nonsense," said he. "I do not wish to trouble myself any more about the past. My father is well again. That is the main thing. We can easily find some way of getting him safely across the frontier. Marianne and I, by our devotion, will strive to make him forget that my rashness almost cost him his life. He is so good, so indulgent to the faults of others. We will take up our residence in Italy or in Switzerland. You will accompany us, Monsieur l'Abbé, and you also, Jean. As for you, Corporal, it is decided that you belong to our family." Nothing could be more horrible than to see this man, upon whose life such a terrible blight was about to fall, so bright and so full of hope and confidence. The impression produced upon Jean and the abbé was so terrible that in spite of their efforts it showed itself in their faces, and Maurice remarked their agitation. "What is the matter?" he inquired in evident surprise. They trembled, hung their heads, but did not say a word. The unfortunate man's astonishment changed to a vague, inexpressible fear. He enumerated all the misfortunes which could possibly have befallen him. "What has happened?" he asked in a stifled voice. "My father is safe, is he not? You said that my mother would desire nothing if I were with her again. Is it Marie Anne?" He hesitated. "Courage, Maurice," murmured the abbe. "Courage." The stricken man tottered as if about to fall. His face grew whiter than the plastered wall against which he leaned for support. "Marie Anne is dead!" he exclaimed. Jean and the abbe were silent. "Dead," Maurice repeated, "and no secret voice warned me. Dead? When?" "She died only last night," replied Jean. Maurice rose. "Last night," said he. "In that case she is still here. Where? Upstairs?" And without waiting for any response, he darted toward the staircase so quickly that neither Jean nor the abbe had time to intercept him. With 3 bounds he reached the chamber. He walked straight to the bed, and with a firm hand turned back the sheet that hid the face of the dead. He recoiled with a heartbroken cry. Was this indeed the beautiful, the radiant Marie Anne, whom he had loved to his own undoing? He did not recognize her. He could not recognize these distorted features, this face swollen and discolored by poison, these eyes which were almost concealed by the purple swelling around them. When Jean the priest entered the room, they found him standing with head thrown back, eyes dilated with terror, and rigid arm extended toward the corpse. "Maurice," said the priest, gently, "be calm. Courage." He turned with an expression of complete bewilderment upon his features. "Yes," he faltered, "that is what I need. Courage." He staggered. They were obliged to support him in an armchair. "Be a man," continued the priest. "Where is your energy? To live is to suffer." He listened, but did not seem to comprehend. "Live," he murmured. "Why should I desire to live, since she is dead?" The dread light of insanity glittered in his dry eyes. The abbe was alarmed. "If he does not weep, he will lose his reason," he thought, and in an imperious voice he said, "You have no right to despair thus. You owe a sacred duty to your child." He recoiled with a heartbroken cry. The recollection which had given Marie Anne's strength to hold death at bay for a moment saved Maurice from the dangerous torpor into which he was sinking. He trembled as if he had received an electric shock, and springing from his chair, "That is true," he cried. "Take me to my child." "Not just now, Maurice. Wait a little." "Where is it? Tell me where it is." "I cannot. I do not know." An expression of unspeakable anguish stole over the face of Maurice, and in a husky voice he said, "What? You do not know? Did she not confide in you?" "No, I suspected her secret. I alone." "You alone? Then the child is dead, perhaps. Even if it is living, who can tell me where it is?" "We shall undoubtedly find something that will give us a clue." "You are right," faltered the wretched man. "When Marie Anne knew that her life was in danger, she would not have forgotten her child. Those who cared for her in her last moments must have received some message for me. I wish to see those who watched over her. Who were they?" The priest averted his face. "I asked you who was with her when she died," repeated Maurice in a sort of frenzy. And as the abbe remained silent, a terrible light dawned on the mind of the stricken man. He understood the cause of Marie Anne's distorted features now. "She perished the victim of a crime," he exclaimed. "Some monster has killed her. If she died such a death, our child is lost forever. And it was I who commanded the greatest precautions. Ah, it is a curse upon me!" He sank back in his chair, overwhelmed with sorrow and remorse, and silent tears rolled slowly down his cheeks. "He is saved," thought the abbe, whose heart bled at the sight of such despair. Suddenly someone plucked him by the sleeve. It was Jean Lacheneur, and he drew the priest into the embrasure of a window. "What is this about a child?" he asked harshly. A flood of crimson suffused the brow of the priest. "You have heard," he responded laconically. "Am I to understand that Marie Anne was the mistress of Maurice, and that she had a child by him? Is this true? I will not, I cannot believe it. She whom I revered as a saint,
Did her pure forehead and her chaste looks lie? And he, Maurice, he whom I loved as a brother, so his friendship was only a mask assumed to enable him to steal our honor." He hissed these words through his set teeth in such low tones that Maurice, absorbed in his agony of grief, did not overhear him. "But how did she conceal her shame?" he continued. "No one suspected it, absolutely no one. And what has she done with her child? Appalled by a dread of disgrace, did she commit the crime committed by so many other ruined and forsaken women? Did she murder her own child?"
A hideous smile curved his thin lips.
"If the child is alive," he said, "I will find it, and Maurice shall be punished for his perfidy as he deserves."
He paused. The sound of horses' hoofs upon the road attracted his attention, and that of Abbe Midon. They glanced out of the window and saw a horseman stop before the little footpath, alight from his horse, throw the reins to his groom, and advance toward the Borderie. At the sight of the visitor, Jean Lacheneur uttered the frightful howl of an infuriated wild beast.
"The Marquis de Sairmeuse here!"
he exclaimed. He sprang to Maurice, and shaking him violently, he cried,
"Up! Here is Martial, Marie-Anne's murderer! Up! He is coming! He is at our mercy!"
Maurice sprang up in a fury of passion, but the abbé darted to the door and intercepted the infuriated men as they were about to leave the room. "Not a word, young men, not a threat," he said imperiously. "I forbid it. At least respect the dead who is lying here." There was such an irresistible authority in his words and glance that Jean and Maurice stood as if turned to stone. Before the priest had time to say more, Martial was there. He did not cross the threshold. With a glance he took in the whole scene. He turned very pale, but not a gesture, not a word escaped his lips. Wonderful as was his accustomed control over himself, he could not articulate a syllable, and it was only by pointing to the bed upon which Marie-Anne's lifeless form was reposing that he asked an explanation. "She was infamously poisoned last evening," replied the abbé sadly. Maurice, forgetting the priest's commands, stepped forward. "She was alone and defenseless. I have been at liberty only 2 days, but I know the name of the man who had me arrested at Turin and thrown into prison. They told me the coward's name." Instinctively, Martial recoiled. "It was you, infamous wretch!" exclaimed Maurice. "You confess your guilt, scoundrel!" Once again the abbé interposed. He threw himself between the rivals, persuaded that Martial was about to attack Maurice. But no, the Marquis de Sairmeuse had resumed the haughty and indifferent manner which was habitual to him. He took from his pocket a bulky envelope, and throwing it upon the table, "Here," he said coldly, "is what I was bringing to Mademoiselle Lacheneur. It contains first a safe conduct from His Majesty for Monsieur d'Escorval. From this moment he is at liberty to leave Poignot's farmhouse and return to Escorval. He is free, he is saved. He is granted a new trial, and there can be no doubt of his acquittal. Here is also a decree of his non-complicity rendered in favor of Abbe Midon, and an order from the bishop which reinstates him as Curé de Sairmeuse. And lastly, a discharge, drawn up in due form, and an acknowledged right to a pension in the name of Corporal Bavois." He paused, and as his astonished hearers stood rooted in their places with wonder, he turned and approached Marie-Anne's bedside. With hand uplifted to heaven over the lifeless form of her whom he had loved, and in a voice that would have made the murderess tremble in her innermost soul, he said solemnly, "To you, Marie-Anne, I swear that I will avenge you." For a few seconds he stood motionless. Then suddenly he stopped, pressed a kiss upon the dead girl's brow, and left the room. "And you think that man can be guilty?" exclaimed the abbé. "You see, Jean, that you are mad."
"And this last insult to my dead sister is an honor, I suppose?"
said Jean, with a furious gesture. "And the wretch binds my hands by saving my father!" exclaimed Maurice. From his place by the window the abbé saw Martial remount his horse. But the Marquis did not take the road to Montaignac. It was toward the Chateau de Courtornieu that he hastened. End of chapter 47. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 48 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 48. The reason of Madame Blanche had sustained a frightful shock when Chupin was obliged to lift her and carry her from Marie-Anne's chamber, but she lost consciousness entirely when she saw the old poacher stricken down by her side. On and after that night, Aunt Medea took her revenge for all the slights she had received. Scarcely tolerated until then at Courtornieu, she henceforth made herself respected and even feared. She, who usually swooned if a kitten hurt itself, did not utter a cry. Her extreme fear gave her the courage that not unfrequently animates cowards when they are in some dire extremity. She seized the arm of her bewildered niece, and by dint of dragging and pushing, had her back at the chateau in much less time than it had taken them to go to the Borderie. It was 1:30 o'clock when they reached the little garden gate by which they had left the grounds. No one in the chateau was aware of their long absence. This was due to several different circumstances. First, to the precautions taken by Blanche, who had given orders, before going out, that no one should come to her room, on any pretext whatever, unless she rang. It also chanced to be the birthday of the Marquis's valet de chambre. The servants had dined more sumptuously than usual. They had toasts and songs over their dessert, and at the conclusion of the repast they amused themselves by an extempore ball. They were still dancing at 1:30. All the doors were open, and the two ladies succeeded in gaining the chamber of Blanche without being observed. When the doors of the apartment had been securely closed, and when there was no longer any fear of listeners, Aunt Medea attacked her niece.
"Now will you explain what happened at the Borderie and what you were doing there?"
she inquired. Blanche shuddered.
"Why do you wish to know?"
she asked.
"'Cause I suffered agony during the 3 hours that I spent in waiting for you. What was the meaning of those despairing cries that I heard? Why did you call for aid? I heard a death rattle that made my hair stand on end with terror. Why was it necessary for Chupin to bring you out in his arms?"
Aunt Medea would have packed her trunks, perhaps, that very evening, had she seen the glance which her niece bestowed upon her. Blanche longed for power to annihilate this relative, this witness who might ruin her by a word, but whom she would ever have beside her, a living reproach for her crime.
"You do not answer me,"
insisted Aunt Medea. Blanche was trying to decide whether it would be better for her to reveal the truth, horrible as it was, or to invent some plausible explanation. To confess all, it would be intolerable. She would place herself body and soul in Aunt Medea's power. But on the other hand, if she deceived her, was it not more than probable that her aunt would betray her by some involuntary exclamation when she heard of the crime which had been committed at the Borderie?
"For she is so stupid,"
thought Blanche. She felt that it would be the wisest plan, under such circumstances, to be perfectly frank, to teach her relative her lesson, and to imbue her with some of her own firmness. Having come to this conclusion, she disdained all concealment.
"Ah, well,"
she said,
"I was jealous of Marie-Anne. I thought she was Martial's mistress. I was half crazed, and I killed her."
She expected despairing cries or a fainting fit. Nothing of the kind. Stupid though Aunt Medea was, she had divined the truth before she interrogated her niece. Besides, the insults she had received for years had extinguished every generous sentiment, dried up the springs of emotion, and destroyed every particle of moral sensibility she had ever possessed. "Oh!" she exclaimed, "it is terrible! What if it should be discovered?" Then she shed a few tears, but not more than she had often wept for some trifle. Blanche breathed more freely. Surely she could count upon the silence and absolute submission of her dependent relative. Convinced of this, she began to recount all the details of the frightful drama which had been enacted at the Borderie. She yielded to a desire which was stronger than her own will, to the wild longing that sometimes unbinds the tongue of the worst criminals, and forces them, irresistibly impels them, to talk of their crimes, even when they distrust their confidant. But when she came to the proofs which had convinced her of her lamentable mistake, she suddenly paused in dismay. That certificate of marriage signed by the Curé of Vigano, what had she done with it? Where was it? She remembered holding it in her hands. She sprang up, examined the pocket of her dress, and uttered a cry of joy. She had it safe. She threw it into a drawer and turned the key. Aunt Medea wished to retire to her own room, but Blanche entreated her to remain. She was unwilling to be left alone. She dared not. She was afraid. And as if she desired to silence the inward voice that tormented her, she talked with extreme volubility, repeating again and again that she was ready to do anything in expiation of her crime, and that she would brave impossibilities to recover Marie Anne's child. And certainly the task was both difficult and dangerous. If she sought the child openly, it would be equivalent to a confession of guilt. She would be compelled to act secretly and with great caution.
"But I shall succeed," she said. "I will spare no expense."
And remembering her vow and the threats of her dying victim, she added,
"I must succeed. I have sworn, and I was forgiven under those conditions."
Astonishment dried the ever-ready tears of Aunt Medea. That her niece, with her dreadful crime still fresh in her mind, could coolly reason, deliberate, and make plans for the future seemed to her incomprehensible.
"What an iron will!"
she thought. But in her bewilderment she quite overlooked something that would have enlightened any ordinary observer. Blanche was seated upon her bed, her hair was unbound, her eyes were glittering with delirium, and her incoherent words and her excited gestures betrayed the frightful anxiety that was torturing her. And she talked and talked, exclaiming, questioning Aunt Medea, and forcing her to reply, only that she might escape from her own thoughts. Morning had dawned some time before, and the servants were heard bustling about the chateau, and Blanche, oblivious to all around her, was still explaining how she could, in less than a year, restore Marie Anne's child to Maurice d'Escorval. She paused abruptly in the middle of a sentence. Instinct had suddenly warned her of the danger she incurred in making the slightest change in her habits. She sent Aunt Medea away then at the usual hour, rang for her maid. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and she was just completing her toilet when the ringing of the bell announced a visitor. Almost immediately a maid appeared, evidently in a state of great excitement.
"What is it?"
inquired Blanche eagerly.
"Who has come?" "Ah, madame, that is, mademoiselle, if you only knew." "Will you speak?" "The Marquis de Sairmeuse is below in the blue drawing-room, and he begs mademoiselle to grant him a few moments' conversation."
Had a thunderbolt riven the earth at the feet of the murderess, she could not have been more terrified.
"All must have been discovered."
This was her first thought. That alone would have brought Martial there. She almost decided to reply that she was not at home, or that she was extremely ill, but reason told her that she was alarming herself needlessly, perhaps, and that in any case the worst was preferable to suspense.
"Tell the Marquis that I will be there in a moment,"
she replied. She desired a few minutes of solitude to compose her features, to regain her self-possession if possible, and to conquer the nervous trembling that made her shake like a leaf. But just as she was most disquieted by the thought of her peril, a sudden inspiration brought a malicious smile to her lip.
"Ah,"
she thought,
"my agitation will seem perfectly natural. It may even be of service."
As she descended the grand staircase, she could not help saying to herself,
"Martial's presence here is incomprehensible."
It was certainly very extraordinary, and it had not been without much hesitation that he resolved upon this painful step. but it was the only means of procuring several important documents which were indispensable in the revision of Monsieur d'Escorval's case. These documents, after the Baron's condemnation, had been left in the hands of the Marquis de Courtornieu. Now that he had lost his reason, it was impossible to ask him for them, and Martial was obliged to apply to the daughter for permission to search for them among her father's papers. This was why Martial said to himself that morning, "I will carry the Baron's safe conduct to Marianne, and then I will push on to Courtornieu." He arrived at the Borderie gay and confident, his heart full of hope. Alas! Marianne was dead. No one would ever know what a terrible blow it had been to Martial, and his conscience told him that he was not free from blame, that he had at least rendered the execution of the crime an easy matter. For it was indeed he who, by abusing his influence, had caused the arrest of Maurice at Turin. But though he was capable of the basest perfidy when his love was at stake, he was incapable of virulent animosity. Marianne was dead. He had it in his power to revoke the benefits he had conferred, but the thought of doing so never once occurred to him, and when Jean and Maurice insulted him, he revenged himself only by overwhelming them with his magnanimity. When he left the Borderie, pale as a ghost, his lips still cold from the kiss pressed on the brow of the dead, he said to himself, "For her sake, I will go to Courtornieu. In memory of her, the Baron must be saved." By the expression on the faces of the valets when he dismounted in the courtyard of the chateau and asked to see Madame Blanche, the Marquis was again reminded of the profound sensation which this unexpected visit would produce. But what did it matter to him? He was passing through one of those crises in which the mind can conceive of no further misfortune, and is therefore indifferent to everything. Still, he trembled when they ushered him into the blue drawing-room. He remembered the room well. It was here that Blanche had been wont to receive him in the days gone by, when his fancy was vacillating between her and Marianne. How many pleasant hours they had passed together here! He seemed to see Blanche again as she was then, radiant with youth, gay and laughing. Her naivete was affected perhaps, but was it any the less charming on that account? At this very moment Blanche entered the room. She looked so careworn and sad that he scarcely knew her. His heart was touched by the look of patient sorrow imprinted upon her features. "How much you must have suffered, Blanche," he murmured, scarcely knowing what he said. It cost her an effort to repress her secret joy. She saw that he knew nothing of her crime. She noticed his emotion, and saw the profit she could derive from it. "I can never cease to regret having displeased you," she replied humbly and sadly. "I shall never be consoled." She had touched the vulnerable spot in every man's heart, for there is no man so skeptical, so cold, or so blasé, that his vanity is not pleased with the thought that a woman is dying for his sake. There is no man who is not moved by this most delicious flattery, and who is not ready and willing to give at least a tender pity in exchange for such devotion. "Is it possible that you could forgive me?" stammered Martial. The wily enchantress averted her face, as if to prevent him from reading in her eyes a weakness of which she was ashamed. It was the most eloquent of replies. But Martial said no more on this subject. He made known his petition, which was granted. Then, fearing perhaps to promise too much, he said, "Since you do not forbid it, Blanche, I will return tomorrow, another day." As he rode back to Montaignac, Martial's thoughts were busy. "She really loves me," he thought. "That pallor, that weakness could not be feigned. Poor girl, she is my wife after all. The reasons that influenced me in my rupture with her father exists no longer, and the Marquis de Courtornieu may be regarded as dead." All the inhabitants of Sairmeuse were congregated on the public square when Martial passed through the village. They had just heard of the murder at the Borderie, and the abbe was now closeted with the justice of the peace, relating the circumstances of the poisoning. After a prolonged inquest, the following verdict was rendered: that a man known as Chupin, a notoriously bad character, had entered the house of Marianne Lacheneur and and taken advantage of her absence to mingle poison with her food. The report added that said Chupin had been himself assassinated soon after his crime by a certain Balstain, whose whereabouts were unknown. But this affair interested the community much less than the visits which Martial was paying to Madame Blanche. It was soon rumored that the Marquis and the Marquise de Sairmeuse were reconciled, and in a few weeks they left for Paris with the intention of residing there permanently. A few days after their departure, the eldest of the Chupins announced his determination of taking up his abode in the same great city. Some of his friends endeavored to dissuade him, assuring him that he would certainly die of starvation. "Nonsense," he replied with singular assurance. "I, on the contrary, have an idea that I shall not want for anything there." End of chapter 48. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 49 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 49. Time gradually heals all wounds, and in less than a year it was difficult to discern any trace of the fierce whirlwind of passion which had devastated the peaceful valley of the Oiselle. What remained to attest to the reality of all these events, which, though they were so recent, had already been relegated to the domain of the legendary? A charred ruin on the Reche, a grave in the cemetery upon which was inscribed, "Marianne Lacheneur died at the age of 20. Pray for her." Only a few, the oldest men and the politicians of the village, forgot their solicitude in regard to the crops to remember this episode. Sometimes, during the long winter evenings, when they had gathered at the Boeuf Couronne, they laid down their greasy cards and gravely discussed the events of the past years. They never failed to remark that almost all the actors in that bloody drama at Montaignac had, in common parlance, come to a bad end. Victors and vanquished seemed to be pursued by the same inexorable fatality. Look at the names already upon the fatal list. Lacheneur beheaded, Chanlouineau shot, Marianne poisoned, Chupin the traitor assassinated. The Marquis de Courtornieu lived, or rather survived, but death would have seemed a mercy in comparison with such total annihilation of intelligence. He had fallen below the level of the brute, which is at least endowed with instinct. Since the departure of his daughter, he had been cared for by 2 servants, who did not allow him to give them much trouble. When they desired to go out, they shut him up, not in his chamber, but in the cellar, to prevent his ravings and shrieks from being heard from without. If people supposed for a while that the Sairmeuse would escape the fate of the others, they were mistaken. It was not long before the curse fell upon them. One fine morning in the month of December, the Duke left the chateau to take part in a wolf hunt in the neighborhood. At nightfall his horse returned, panting, covered with foam, and riderless. What had become of its master? A search was instituted at once, and all night long 20 men, bearing torches, wandered through the woods, shouting and calling at the top of their voices. 5 days went by, and the search for the missing man was almost abandoned, when a shepherd lad, pale with fear, came to the chateau one morning to tell them that he had discovered, at the base of a precipice, the bloody and mangled body of the Duc de Sairmeuse. It seems strange that such an excellent rider should have met with such a fate. There might have been some doubt as to its being an accident, had it not been for the explanation given by the grooms. The Duke was riding an exceedingly vicious beast, said these men. She was always taking fright and shying at everything. The following week, Jean Lacheneur left the neighborhood. The conduct of this singular man had caused much comment. When Marie Anne died, he at first refused his inheritance.
"I wish nothing that came to her through Jean-Louis,
he said everywhere, thus calumniating the memory of his sister as he had calumniated her when alive. Then, after a short absence, and without any apparent reason, he suddenly changed his mind. He not only accepted the property, but made all possible haste to obtain possession of it. He made many excuses, and if one might believe him, he was not acting in his own interest, but merely conforming to the wishes of his deceased sister, and he declared that not a penny would go into his pockets. This much is certain: as soon as he obtained legal possession of the estate, he sold all the property, troubling himself but little in regard to the price he received, provided the purchasers paid cash. He reserved only the furniture of the sumptuously adorned chamber at the Borderie. These articles he burned. This strange act was the talk of the neighborhood. "The poor young man has lost his reason," was the almost universal opinion, and those who doubted it no longer when it became known that Jean Lacheneur had formed an engagement with a company of strolling players, who stopped at Montaignac for a few days. But the young man had not wanted for good advice and kind friends. Monsieur d'Escorval and the abbe had exerted all their eloquence to induce him to return to Paris and to complete his studies, but in vain. The necessity for concealment no longer existed, either in the case of the baron or the priest. Thanks to Martial de Sairmeuse, they were now installed, the one in the presbytery, the other at Escorval, as in days gone by. Acquitted at his new trial, restored to the possession of his property, reminded of his frightful fall only by a very slight lameness, the baron would have deemed himself a fortunate man had it not been for his great anxiety on his son's account. Poor Maurice! His heart was broken by the sound of the clods of earth falling upon Marie Anne's coffin, and his very life now seemed dependent upon the hope of finding his child. Assured of the powerful assistance of Abbe Midon, he had confessed all to his father, and confided his secret to Corporal Bavois, who was an honored guest at Escorval, and these devoted friends had promised him all possible aid. The task was very difficult, however, and certain resolutions on the part of Maurice greatly diminished the chance of success. Unlike Jean, he was determined to guard religiously the honor of the dead, and he made his friends promise that Marie Anne's name should not be mentioned in prosecuting the search. "We shall succeed all the same," said the abbe kindly. "With time and patience, any mystery can be solved." He divided the department into a certain number of districts. Then one of the little band went each day from house to house, questioning the inmates, but not without extreme caution for fear of arousing suspicion, for a peasant becomes intractable at once if his suspicions are aroused. But the weeks went by, and the quest was fruitless. Maurice was deeply discouraged. "My child died on coming into the world," he said again and again. But the abbe reassured him. "I am morally certain that such was not the case," he replied. "I know by Marie Anne's absence the date of her child's birth. I saw her after her recovery. She was comparatively gay and smiling. Draw your own conclusions." "And yet there's not a nook or corner for miles around which we have not explored."
"True, but we must extend the circle of our investigations."
The priest now was only striving to gain time, knowing full well that it is the sovereign balm for all sorrows. His confidence, which had been very great at first, had been sensibly diminished by the responses of an old woman who passed for one of the greatest gossips in the community. Adroitly interrogated, the worthy dame replied that she knew nothing of such a child, but that there must be one in the neighborhood, since it was the third time she had been questioned on the subject. Intense as was his surprise, the abbe succeeded in hiding it. He set the old gossip gossiped a talking, and after a 2 hours' conversation, he arrived at the conclusion that 2 persons besides Maurice were searching for Marie Anne's child. Why, with what aim, and who these persons could be, the abbe was unable to ascertain. "Ah, rascals have their uses after all," he thought. "If we only had a man like Chupin to set upon the track." But the old poacher was dead, and his eldest son, the one who knew Blanche de Courtornieu's secret, was in Paris. Only the widow and the second son remained in Sairmeuse. They had not as yet succeeded in discovering the 20,000 francs, but the fever for gold was burning in their veins, and they persisted in their search. From morning until night the mother and son toiled on, until the earth around their hut had been explored to the depth of 6 feet. A word dropped by a peasant one day put an end to these researches. "Really, my boy," he said, addressing young Chupin, "I did not suppose you were such a fool as to persist in hunting birds' nests after the birds have flown. Your brother, who is in Paris, can undoubtedly tell you where the treasure was concealed." The younger Chupin uttered the fierce roar of a wild beast. "Holy Virgin, you are right!" he exclaimed. "Wait until I get money enough to take me to Paris, and we will see." End of chapter 49. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 50 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 50. Martial de Sairmeuse's unexpected visit to the Château de Courtornieu had alarmed Aunt Médéah even more than Blanche. In 10 seconds, more ideas passed through her brain than had visited it for 10 years. She saw the gendarmes at the chateau. She saw her niece arrested, incarcerated in the Montaignac prison, and brought before the court of assizes. If this were all she had to fear! But suppose she, too, were compromised, suspected of complicity, dragged before the judge, and even accused of being the sole culprit. Finding the suspense intolerable, she left her room, and stealing on tiptoe to the great drawing-room, she applied her ear to the door of the little blue salon, in which Blanche and Martial were seated. The conversation which she heard convinced her that her fears were groundless. She drew a long breath, as if a mighty burden had been lifted from her breast. But a new idea, which was to grow, flourish, and bear fruit, had just taken root in her brain. When Martial left the room, Aunt Médéah at once opened the communicating door, and entered the blue salon, thus avowing that she had been a listener. 24 hours earlier she would not have dreamed of committing such an enormity. "Well, Blanche, we were frightened at nothing," she exclaimed. Blanche did not reply. She was deliberating, forcing herself to weigh the probable consequences of all these events which had succeeded each other with such marvelous rapidity. "Perhaps the hour of my revenge is almost here," murmured Blanche, as if communing with herself. "What do you say?" inquired Aunt Médéah with evident curiosity. "I say, aunt, that in less than a month I shall be the Marquise de Sairmeuse in reality as well as in name. My husband will return to me, and then, oh, then, God grant it," said Aunt Médéah hypocritically. In her secret heart she had but little faith in this prediction, and whether it was realized or not mattered little to her. "Still another proof that your jealousy led you astray, and that what you did at the Borderie was unnecessary," she said in that low tone that accomplices always use in speaking of their crime. Such had been the opinion of Blanche, but she now shook her head and gloomily replied, "You are wrong. That which took place at the Borderie has restored my husband to me. I understand it all now. It is true that Marie Anne was not Martial's mistress, but Martial loved her. He loved her, and the rebuff
rebuffs which he received only increased his passion. It was for her sake that he abandoned me, and never while she lived would he have thought of me. His emotion on seeing me was the remnant of the emotion which had been awakened by another. His tenderness was only the expression of his sorrow. Whatever happens, I shall have only her leavings. What she has disdained," the young marquise added bitterly, and her eyes flashed, and she stamped her foot in ungovernable anger. "And shall I regret what I have done?" she exclaimed. "Never, no, never." From that moment she was herself again, brave and determined. But horrible fears assailed her when the inquest began. Officials came from Montaignac charged with investigating the affair. They examined a host of witnesses, and there was even talk of sending to Paris for one of those detectives skilled in unraveling all the mysteries of crime. Aunt Medea was half crazed with terror, and her fear was so apparent that it caused Blanche great anxiety. "You will end by betraying us," she remarked one evening. "My terror is beyond my control." "If that is the case, do not leave your room." "It would be more prudent, certainly." "You can say that you are not well. Your meals shall be served in your own apartment." Aunt Medea's face brightened. In her inmost heart she was enraptured. To have her meals served in her own room, in her bed in the morning, and on a little table by the fire in the evening, had long been the ambition and the dream of the poor dependent. But how to accomplish it? 2 or 3 times, being a trifle indisposed, she had ventured to ask if her breakfast might be brought to her room, but her request had been harshly refused. "If Aunt Medea is hungry, she will come down and take her place at the table as usual," had been the response of Madame Blanche. To be treated in this way in a chateau where there were a dozen servants standing about idle was hard indeed. But now, every morning, in obedience to a formal order from Blanche, the cook came up to receive Aunt Medea's commands. She was permitted to dictate the bill of fare each day, and to order the dishes that she preferred. These new joys awakened many strange thoughts in her mind, and dissipated much of the regret which she had felt for the crime at the Borderie. The inquest was the subject of all her conversation with her niece. They had all the latest information in regard to the facts developed by the investigation through the butler, who took a great interest in such matters, and who had won the goodwill of the agents from Montaignac by making them familiar with the contents of his wine cellar. Through him, Blanche and her aunt learned that suspicion pointed to the deceased Chupin. Had he not been seen prowling around the Borderie on the very evening that the crime was committed? The testimony of the young peasant who had warned Jean Lacheneur seemed decisive. The motive was evident. At least everyone thought so. 20 persons had heard Chupin declare with frightful oaths that he should never be tranquil in mind while a Lacheneur was left upon earth. So that which might have ruined Blanche saved her, and the death of the old poacher seemed really providential. Why should she suspect that Chupin had revealed her secrets before his death? When the butler told her that the judges and the police agents had returned to Montaignac, she had great difficulty in concealing her joy. "There is no longer anything to fear," she said to Aunt Medea. She had indeed escaped the justice of man. There remained the justice of God. A few weeks before, this thought of the justice of God might perhaps have brought a smile to the lips of Madame Blanche. She then regarded it as an imaginary evil designed to hold timorous spirits in check. On the morning that followed her crime, she almost shrugged her shoulders at the thought of Marie Anne's dying threats. She remembered her promise, but she did not intend to fulfill it. She had considered the matter, and she saw the terrible risk to which she exposed herself if she endeavored to find the missing child. "The father will be sure to discover it," she thought. But she was to realize the power of her victim's threats that same evening. Overcome with fatigue, she retired to her room at an early hour, and instead of reading, as she was accustomed to do before retiring, she extinguished her candle as soon as she had undressed, saying, "I must sleep." But sleep had fled.
Her crime was ever in her thoughts. It rose before her in all its horror and atrocity. She knew that she was lying upon her bed at Courtornieu, and yet it seemed as if she was there in Chanlouineau's house, pouring out poison, then watching its effects, concealed in the dressing-room. She was struggling against these thoughts. She was exerting all her strength of will to drive away these terrible memories, when she thought she heard the key turn in the lock. She lifted her head from the pillow with a start. Then, by the uncertain light of her night lamp, she thought she saw the door open slowly and noiselessly. Marie Anne entered, gliding in like a phantom. She seated herself in an armchair near the bed. Great tears were rolling down her cheeks, and she looked sadly yet threateningly around her. The murderess hid her face under the bed-covers, and her whole body was bathed in an icy perspiration. For her, this was not a mere apparition, it was a frightful reality. But hers was not a nature to submit unresistingly to such an impression. She shook off the stupor that was creeping over her, and tried to reason with herself aloud, as if the sound of her voice would reassure her.
"I am dreaming," she said. "Do the dead return to life? Am I childish enough to be frightened by phantoms born of my own imaginations?"
She said this, but the phantom did not disappear. She shut her eyes, but still she saw it through her closed eyelids, through the coverings which she had drawn up over her head. She saw it still. Not until daybreak did Madame Blanche fall asleep. And it was the same the next night, and the night following that, and always, and the terrors of each night were augmented by the terrors of the nights which had preceded it. During the day, in the bright sunshine, she regained her courage, and became skeptical again. Then she railed at herself.
"To be afraid of something that does not exist is folly," she said vehemently. "Tonight I will conquer my absurd weakness."
But when evening came, all her brave resolution vanished, and the same fears seized her when night appeared with its cortege of spectres. It is true that Madame Blanche attributed her tortures at night to the disquietude she suffered during the day. For the officials were at Sairmeuse then, and she trembled. A mere nothing might divert suspicion from Chupin and direct it toward her. What if some peasant had seen her with Chupin? What if some trifling circumstance should furnish a clue which would lead straight to Courtornieu?
"When the investigation is over, I shall forget,"
she thought. It ended, but she did not forget. Darwin has said, "It is when their safety is assured that great criminals really feel remorse." Madame Blanche might have vouched for the truth of this assertion, made by the most profound thinker and closest observer of the age, and yet the agony she was enduring did not make her abandon for a single moment the plan she had conceived on the day of Martial's visit. She played her part so well that, deeply moved, almost repentant, he returned 5 or 6 times, and at last, one day, he besought her to allow him to remain. But even the joy of this triumph did not restore her peace of mind. Between her and her husband rose that dread apparition, and Marie Anne's distorted features were ever before her. She knew only too well that this heartbroken man had no love to give her, and that she would never have the slightest influence over him. And to crown all, to her already intolerable sufferings was added another, more poignant than all the rest. Speaking one evening of Marie Anne's death, Martial forgot himself and spoke his oath of vengeance. He deeply regretted that Chupin was dead, he remarked, for he should have experienced an intense delight in making the wretch who murdered her die, a lingering death, in the midst of the most frightful tortures. He spoke with extreme violence, and in a voice vibrant with his still powerful passion. And Blanche, in terror, asked herself what would be her fate if her husband ever discovered that she was the culprit. And he might discover it. She now began to regret that she had not kept the promise she had made to her victim, and she resolved to commence the search for Marie Anne's child. To do this effectually, it was necessary for her to be in a large large city, Paris, for example, where she could procure discreet and skillful agents. It was necessary to persuade Martial to remove to the capital. Aided by the Duc de Sairmeuse, she did not find this a very difficult task, and one morning Madame Blanche, with a radiant face, announced to Aunt Medea,
"Aunt, we leave just 1 week from today."
End of chapter 50. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 51 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 51. Beset by 1,000 fears and anxieties, Blanche had failed to notice that Aunt Medea was no longer the same. The change, it is true, had been gradual. It had not struck the servants, but it was none the less positive and real, and it betrayed itself in numberless trifles. For example, though the poor dependent still retained her humble, resigned manner, she had lost little by little the servile fear that had showed itself in her every movement. She no longer trembled when anyone addressed her, and there was occasionally a ring of independence in her voice. If visitors were present, she no longer kept herself modestly in the background, but drew forth her chair and took part in the conversation. At table she allowed her preferences and her dislikes to appear. On 2 or 3 occasions she had ventured to differ from her niece in opinion, and had even been so bold as to question the propriety of some of her orders. Once Madame Blanche, on going out, asked Aunt Medea to accompany her, but the latter declared she had a cold and remained at home. And on the following Sunday, although Blanche did not wish to attend vespers, Aunt Medea declared her intention of going, and as it rained, she requested the coachman to harness the horses to the carriage, which was done. All this was nothing in appearance. In reality, it was monstrous amazing. It was quite plain that the humble relative was becoming bold, even audacious, in her demands. As this departure, which her niece had just announced so gaily, had never been discussed before her, she was greatly surprised. "What? Are you going away?" she repeated. "You are leaving Courtornieu?"
"And without regret."
"To go where, pray?"
"To Paris. We shall reside there. That is decided. That is the place for my husband. His name, his fortune, his talents, the favor of the king, assure him a high position there. He will repurchase the Hôtel de Sairmeuse and furnish it magnificently. We shall have a princely establishment." All the torments of envy were visible upon Aunt Medea's countenance. "And what is to become of me?" she asked in plaintive tones. "You, aunt, you will remain here. You will be mistress of the chateau. A trustworthy person must remain to watch over my poor father. You will be happy and contented here, I hope."
But no, Aunt Medea did not seem satisfied. "I shall never have courage to stay all alone in this great chateau," she whined.
"You foolish woman, will you not have the servants, the gardeners, and the concierge to protect you?"
"That makes no difference. I am afraid of insane people. When the Marquis began to rave and howl this evening, I felt as if I should go mad myself." Blanche shrugged her shoulders.
"What do you wish, then?"
she asked, in a still more sarcastic manner. I wondered if you would not take me with you."
"To Paris? You are crazy, I do believe. What would you do there?"
"Blanche, I entreat you, I beseech you to do so."
"Impossible, aunt, impossible."
Aunt Medea seemed to be in despair. "And what if I should tell you that I cannot remain here, that I dare not, that I should die?" A flush of impatience dyed the cheek of Madame Blanche.
"You weary me beyond endurance,"
she said rudely, and with a gesture that increased the harshness of her words, she added,
"If Courtornieu displeases you so much, there is nothing to prevent you from seeking a home more to your taste. You are free, and of age."
Aunt Medea turned very pale. She bit her lips until the blood came.
"That is to say,"
she said at last,
"you permit me to take my choice between dying of fear at Coutogny and ending my days in a hospital. Thanks, my niece, thanks. That is like you. I expected nothing less of you. Thanks."
She raised her head, and a dangerous light gleamed in her eyes. There was a hiss of a serpent in the voice in which she continued.
"Very well, this decides me. I entreated you, and you brutally refused to heed my prayer. Now I command, and I say I will go. Yes, I intend to go with you to Paris, and I shall go. It surprises you to hear poor, meek, much abused Aunt Medea speak in this way. I have endured in silence for a long time, but I have rebelled at last. My life in this house has been a hell. It is true that you have given me shelter, that you have fed and lodged me, but you have taken my entire life in exchange. What servant ever endured what I have endured? Have you ever treated one of your maids as you have treated me, your own flesh and blood? And I have had no wages. On the contrary, I was expected to be grateful, since I lived by your tolerance. You have made me pay dearly for the crime of being poor. How you have insulted me, humiliated me, trampled me underfoot."
She paused. The bitter rancor which had been accumulating for years fairly choked her. But after a moment she resumed, in a tone of intense irony.
"You ask me what I would do in Paris. I, too, would enjoy myself. What will you do yourself? You will go to court, to balls, and to the play. Will you not? Very well, I will accompany you. I will attend these fetes. I will have handsome toilets. I, poor Aunt Medea, who have never seen myself in anything but shabby black woolen dresses. Have you ever thought of giving me the pleasure of possessing a handsome dress? Yes, twice a year perhaps you have given me a black silk, recommending me to take good care of it. But it was not for my sake that you went to this expense. It was for your own sake, and in order that your poor relation should do honor to your generosity. You dressed me in it as you sew gold lace upon the clothing of your lackeys, through vanity, and I endured all this. I made myself insignificant and humble. Buffeted upon one cheek, I offered the other. I must live. I must have food. And you, Blanche, how often, to make me subservient to your will, have you said to me, "You will do thus and so, if you desire to remain at Coutogny," and I obeyed. I was forced to obey, since I knew not where to go. You have abused me in every way, but now my turn has come.
Blanche was so amazed that she could not articulate a syllable. At last, in a scarcely audible voice, she faltered,
"I do not understand you, Aunt. I do not understand you."
The poor dependent shrugged her shoulders as her niece had done a few moments before.
"In that case," said she slowly, "I may as well tell you that since you have against my will made me your accomplice, we must share everything in common. I share the danger. I will share the pleasure. What if all should be discovered? Do you ever think of that? Yes, and that is why you are seeking diversion. Very well, I also desire diversion. I shall go to Paris with you."
By a terrible effort, Blanche had succeeded in regaining her self-possession, in some measure at least.
"And if I should say no?"
she responded coldly.
"But you will not say no. And why, if you please?" "Because. Will you go to the authorities and denounce me?"
Aunt Medea shook her head.
"I am not such a fool,"
she retorted.
"I should only compromise myself. No, I shall not do that. But I might, perhaps, tell your husband." what happened at the Borderie."
Blanche shuddered. No threat was capable of moving her like that.
"You shall accompany us, aunt,"
said she.
"I promise it."
Then she added gently,
"But it is unnecessary to threaten me. You have been cruel, aunt, and at the same time unjust. If you have been unhappy in a house, you alone are to blame. Why have you said nothing? I attributed your complaisance to your affection for me. How was I to know that a woman as quiet and modest as yourself longed for fine apparel? Confess that it was impossible. Had I known, but rest easy, aunt, I will atone for my neglect."
and as Aunt Medea, having obtained all she desired, stammered in excuse,
"Nonsense!"
Blanche exclaimed.
"Let us forget this foolish quarrel. You forgive me, do you not?"
And the two ladies embraced each other with the greatest effusion, like two friends united after a misunderstanding. But Aunt Medea was as far from being deceived by this mock reconciliation as the clear-sighted Blanche.
"It will be best for me to keep on the qui-vive,"
thought the humble relative.
"God only knows with what intense joy my dear niece would send me to join Marianne."
Perhaps a similar thought flitted through the mind of Madame Blanche. She felt as a convict might feel on seeing his most execrated enemy, perhaps the man who had betrayed him, fastened to the other end of his chain.
"I am bound now and forever to this dangerous and perfidious creature," she thought. "I am no longer my own mistress. I belong to her. When she commands, I must obey. I must be the slave of her every caprice, and she has 40 years of humiliation and servitude to avenge."
The prospect of such a life made her tremble, and she racked her brain to discover some way of freeing herself from her detested companion. Would it be possible to inspire Aunt Medea with a desire to live independently in her own house, served by her own servants? Might she succeed in persuading this silly old woman, who still longed for finery and ball dresses, to marry? A handsome marriage portion will always attract a husband. But in either case Blanche would require money, a large sum of money, for whose use she would be accountable to no one. This conviction made her resolve to take possession of about 250,000 francs in banknotes and coin belonging to her father. This sum represented the savings of the Marquis de Courtornieu during the past 3 years. No one knew he had laid it aside except his daughter. And now that he had lost his reason, Blanche, who knew where the hoard was concealed, could take it for her own use without the slightest danger.
"With this," she thought, "I can at any moment enrich Aunt Medea without having recourse to Martial."
After this little scene there was a constant interchange of delicate attentions and touching devotion between the two ladies. It was "my dearest little aunt" and "my dearly beloved niece" from morning until night, and the gossips of the neighborhood, who had often commented upon the haughty disdain which Madame Blanche displayed in her treatment of her relative, would have found abundant food for comment had they known that Aunt Medea was protected from the possibility of cold by a mantle lined with costly fur, exactly like the Marquise's own, and that she made the journey not in the large berline with the servants, but in the post-chaise with the Marquis and Marquise de Sairmeuse. The change was so marked that even Martial remarked it, and as soon as he found himself alone with his wife, he exclaimed, in a tone of good-natured raillery, "What is the meaning of all this devotion? We shall finish by encasing this precious aunt in cotton, shall we not?" Blanche trembled and flushed a little.
"I love good Aunt Medea so much," said she. "I never can forget all the affection and devotion she lavished upon me when I was so unhappy."
It was such a plausible explanation that Martial took no further notice of the matter, for his mind just then was fully occupied. The agent whom he had sent to Paris in advance to purchase, if possible, the Hôtel de Sairmeuse, had written him to make all possible haste, as there was some difficulty about concluding the bargain. "Plague take the fellow," said the Marquis angrily on receiving this news. "He is quite stupid enough to let this opportunity, for which we have been waiting 10 years, slip through his fingers. I shall find no pleasure in Paris if I cannot own our own residence." He was so impatient to reach Paris that on the second day of their journey he declared if he were alone he would travel all night.
"Do so now," said Blanche graciously. "I do not feel fatigued in the least, and a night of travel does not appall me."
They did travel all night, and the next day about 9 o'clock they alighted at the Hôtel Meurice. Martial scarcely took time to eat his breakfast. "I must go and see my agent at once," he said as he hurried off. "I will soon be back." He reappeared in about 2 hours, pleased and radiant. "My agent was a simpleton," he exclaimed. "He was afraid to write me that a man upon whom the conclusion of the sale depends demands a bonus of 50,000 francs. He shall have it in welcome." Then, in a tone of gallantry which he always used in addressing his wife, he said, "It only remains for me to sign the paper, but I will not do so unless the house suits you. If you are not too tired, I would like you to visit it at once. Time presses, and we have many competitors." This visit was, of course, one of pure form, but Madame Blanche would have been hard to please if she had not been satisfied with this mansion, one of the most magnificent in Paris, with an entrance on the Rue de Grenelle, and large gardens shaded with superb trees, and extending to the Rue de Varennes. Unfortunately, this superb dwelling had not been occupied for several years, and required many repairs. "It will take at least 6 months to restore it," said Martial, "perhaps more. It is true that they might, in 3 months, perhaps, render a portion of it very comfortable."
"It would be living in one's own house, at least,"
approved Blanche, divining her husband's wishes. "Ah, then you agree with me. In that case you may rest assured that I will expedite matters as much as possible." In spite of, or rather by reason of his immense fortune, the Marquis de Sairmeuse knew that a person is never so well nor so quickly served as when he serves himself. So he resolved to take the matter into his own hands. He conferred with architects, interviewed contractors, and hurried on the workmen. As soon as he was up in the morning, he started out without waiting for breakfast, and seldom returned until dinner. Although Blanche was compelled to pass most of her time within doors, on account of the bad weather, she was not inclined to complain. Her journey, the unaccustomed sights and sounds of Paris, the novelty of life in a hotel, all combined to distract her thoughts from herself. She forgot her fears. A sort of haze enveloped the terrible scene at the Borderie. The clamors of conscience sank into faint whispers. The past seemed fading away, and she was beginning to entertain hopes of a new and better life, when one day a servant entered and said, "There is a man below who wishes to speak with Madame." End of chapter 51. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 52 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 52. Half reclining upon a sofa, Madame Blanche was listening to a new book which Aunt Medea was reading aloud, and she did not even raise her head as the servant delivered his message.
"A man?"
she asked carelessly.
"What man?"
She was expecting no one. It must be one of the laborers employed by Martial. "I cannot inform Madame," replied the servant. "He is quite a young man, is dressed like a peasant, and is perhaps seeking a place."
"It is probably the Marquis whom he desires to see."
"Madame will excuse me, but he said particularly that he desired to speak to her."
"Ask his name and his business, then.
Go on, aunt," she added.
We have been interrupted in the most interesting portion."
But Aunt Medea had not time to finish the page when the servant reappeared. "The man says Madame will understand his business when she hears his name."
"And his name?"
"Chupin." It was as if a bombshell had exploded in the room. Aunt Medea, with a shriek, dropped her book and sank back, half fainting, in her chair. Blanche sprang up with a face as colorless as her white cashmere peignoir, her eyes troubled, her lips trembling.
"Chupin,"
she repeated, as if she hoped the servant would tell her she had not understood him correctly.
"Chupin."
Then angrily,
"Tell this man that I will not see him. I will not see him, do you hear?"
But before the servant had time to bow respectfully and retire, the young marquise changed her mind.
"One moment,"
said she.
"On reflection, I think I will see him. Bring him up."
The servant withdrew, and the two ladies looked at each other in silent consternation.
"It must be one of Chupin's sons,"
faltered Blanche at last.
"Undoubtedly. But what does he desire? Money, probably."
Aunt Medea lifted her eyes to heaven.
"God grant that he knows nothing of your meetings with his father. Blessed Jesus, what if he should know? You are not going to despair in advance. We shall know all in a few moments. Pray be calm. Turn your back to us. Look out into the street. Do not let him see your face. But why is he so long in coming?"
Blanche was not deceived. It was Chupin's eldest son, the one to whom the dying poacher had confided his secret. Since his arrival in Paris, he had been running the streets from morning until evening, inquiring everywhere and of everybody the address of the Marquise de Sairmeuse. At last he discovered it, and he lost no time in presenting himself at the Hôtel Meurice. He was now awaiting the result of his application at the entrance of the hotel, where he stood whistling with his hands in his pockets, when the servant returned, saying, "She consents to see you. Follow me." Chupin obeyed, but the servant, greatly astonished and on fire with curiosity, loitered by the way in the hope of obtaining some explanation from this country youth. "I do not say it to flatter you, my boy," he remarked, "but your name produced a great effect upon Madame." The prudent peasant carefully concealed the joy he felt on receiving this information. "How does it happen that she knows you?" pursued the servant. "Are you both from the same place?"
"I am her foster brother."
The servant did not believe a word of this response, but they had reached the apartment of the marquise. He opened the door and ushered Chupin into the room. The peasant had prepared a little story in advance, but he was so dazzled by the magnificence around him that he stood motionless with staring eyes and gaping mouth. His wonder was increased by a large mirror opposite the door, in which he could survey himself from head to foot, and by the beautiful flowers on the carpet which he feared to crush beneath his heavy shoes. After a moment, Madame Blanche decided to break the silence.
"What do you wish?"
she demanded. With many circumlocutions, Chupin explained that he had been obliged to leave Sairmeuse on account of the numerous enemies he had there, that he had been unable to find his father's hidden treasure, and that he was consequently without resources.
"Enough!"
interrupted Madame Blanche. Then, in a manner not in the least friendly, she continued,
"I do not understand why you should apply to me. You and all the rest of your family have anything but an enviable reputation in Sairmeuse. Still, you are from that part of the country. I am willing to aid you a little on condition that you do not apply to me again."
Chupin listened to this homily with a half-cringing, half-impudent air. When it was finished, he lifted his head and said proudly, "I do not ask for alms."
"What do you ask, then?"
"My dues." The heart of Madame Blanche sank, and yet she had courage to cast a glance of disdain upon the speaker, and said,
"Ah, do I owe you anything?"
"You owe me nothing personally, madame, but you owe a heavy debt to my deceased father."
"In whose service did he perish?"
"Poor old man, he loved you devotedly. His last words were of you. 'A terrible thing has just happened at the Borderie, my boy,' said he. 'The young marquise
hated Marie-Anne, and she has poisoned her. Had it not been for me, she would have been lost. I am about to die. Let the whole blame rest upon me. It will not hurt me, and it will save the young lady, and afterward she will reward you. And as long as you keep the secret, you will want for nothing."
Great as was his impudence, he paused, amazed by the perfectly composed face of the listener. In the presence of such wonderful dissimulation, he almost doubted the truth of his father's story. The courage and heroism displayed by the marquise were really wonderful. She felt if she yielded once, she would forever be at the mercy of this wretch, as she was already at the mercy of Aunt Medea.
"In other words," said she calmly, "you accuse me of the murder of Mademoiselle Lachenel, and you threaten to denounce me if I do not yield to your demands."
Chupin nodded his head in acquiescence.
"Very well," said the marquise. "Since this is the case, go."
It seemed indeed as if she would by her audacity win this dangerous game upon which her future peace depended. Chupin, greatly abashed, was standing there undecided what course to pursue, when Aunt Medea, who was listening by the window, turned in affright, crying, "Blanche! Your husband, Martial!
"He's coming!"
The game was lost. Blanche saw her husband entering, finding Chupin conversing with him, and discovering all. Her brain whirled. She yielded. She hastily thrust her purse in Chupin's hand, and dragged him through an inner door and to the servants' staircase.
"Take this," she said in a hoarse whisper. "I will see you again, and not a word to my husband. Remember."
She had been wise to yield in time. When she re-entered the salon, she found Martial there. His head was bowed upon his breast. He held an open letter in his hand. He looked up when his wife entered the room, and she saw a tear in his eye.
"What has happened?"
she faltered. Martial did not remark her emotion. "My father is dead, Blanche," he replied.
"The Duc de Sairmeuse? My God, how did it happen?"
"He was thrown from his horse in the forest near the Sanguille rocks."
"Ah, it was there where my poor father was nearly murdered."
"Yes, it is the very place." There was a moment's silence. Martial's affection for his father had not been very deep, and he was well aware that his father had but little love for him. He was astonished at the bitter grief he felt on hearing of his death. "From this letter, which was forwarded by the messenger from Sairmeuse," he continued, "I judge that everybody believes it to have been an accident. But I—"
"Well?"
"I believe he was murdered." An exclamation of horror escaped Aunt Medea, and Blanche turned pale.
"Murdered!"
she whispered. "Yes, Blanche. And I could name the murderer. Oh, I am not deceived. The murderer of my father is the same man who attempted to assassinate the Marquis de Courtornieu."
"Jean Lachenel!"
Martial gravely bowed his head. It was his only reply.
"And you will not denounce him? You will not demand justice?"
Martial's face grew more and more gloomy. "What good would it do?" he replied. "I have no material proofs to give, and justice demands incontestable evidence." Then, as if communing with his own thoughts rather than addressing his wife, he said despondently, "The Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu have reaped what they have sown. The blood of murdered innocents always calls for vengeance. Sooner or later, the guilty must expiate their crimes." Blanche shuddered. Each word found an echo in her own soul. Had he intended his words for her, he would not have expressed himself differently.
"Martial,"
said she, trying to arouse him from his gloomy reverie.
"Martial."
He did not seem to hear her, and in the same tone he continued, "These Lacheneurs were happy and honored before our arrival at Sairmeuse. Their conduct was above all praise. Their probity amounted to heroism. We might have made them our faithful and devoted friends. It was our duty, as well as in our interests, to have done so. We did not understand this. We humiliated, ruined, exasperated them. It was a fault for which we must atone. Who knows but in Jean Lacheneur's place I should have done what he has done." He was silent for a moment. Then, with one of those sudden inspirations that sometimes enable one almost to read the future, he resumed, "I know Jean Lacheneur. I alone can fathom his hatred, and I know that he lives only in the hope of vengeance. It is true that we are very high and he is very low, but that matters little. We have everything to fear. Our millions form a rampart around us, but he will know how to open a breach, and no precautions will save us. At the very moment when we feel ourselves secure, he will be ready to strike. What he will attempt, I know not, but his will be a terrible revenge. Remember my words, Blanche. If ruin ever threatens our house, it will be Jean Lacheneur's work." Aunt Medea and her niece were too horror-stricken to articulate a word, and for 5 minutes no sound broke the stillness save Martial's monotonous tread as he paced up and down the room. At last he paused before his wife. "I have just ordered post-horses. You will excuse me for leaving you here alone. I must go to Sairmeuse at once. I shall not be absent more than a week." He departed from Paris a few hours later, and Blanche was left a prey to the most intolerable anxiety. She suffered more now than during the days that immediately followed her crime. It was not against phantoms she was obliged to protect herself now. Chupin existed, and his voice, even if it were not as terrible as the voice of conscience, might make itself heard at any moment. If she had known where to find him, she would have gone to him and endeavored by the payment of a large sum of money to persuade him to leave France. But Chupin had left the hotel without giving her his address. The gloomy apprehension expressed by Martial increased the fears of the young marquise. The mere sound of the name Lacheneur made her shrink with terror. She could not rid herself of the idea that Jean Lacheneur suspected her guilt, and that he was watching her. Her wish to find Marie Anne's infant was stronger than ever. It seemed to her that the child might be a protection to her some day. But where could she find an agent in whom she could confide? At last she remembered that she had heard her father speak of a detective by the name of Chelteux, an exceedingly shrewd fellow, capable of anything, even honesty, if he were well paid. The man was really a miserable wretch, one of Fouché's vilest instruments, who had served and betrayed all parties, and who at last had been convicted of perjury, but had somehow managed to escape punishment. After his dismissal from the police force, Chelteux founded a bureau of private information. After several inquiries, Madame Blanche discovered that he lived in the Place Dauphine, and she determined to take advantage of her husband's absence to pay the detective a visit. One morning she donned her simplest dress, and, accompanied by Aunt Medea, repaired to the house of Chelteux. He was then about 34 years of age, a man of medium height, of inoffensive mien, and who affected an unvarying good humor. He invited his clients into a nicely furnished drawing-room, and Madame Blanche at once began telling him that she was married and living in the Rue Saint-Denis, that one of her sisters, who had lately died, had been guilty of an indiscretion, and that she was ready to make any sacrifice to find this sister's child, etc., etc. A long story which she had prepared in advance, and which sounded very plausible. Chelteux did not believe a word of it, however, for as soon as it was ended, he tapped her familiarly on the shoulder and said, "In short, my dear, we have had our little escapades before our marriage." She shrank back as if from some venomous reptile. To be treated thus! She, a Courtornieu, Duchesse de Sairmeuse. "I think you are laboring under a wrong impression," she said haughtily. He made haste to apologize, but while listening to further details given him by the young lady, he thought, "What an eye! What a voice! They are not suited to a denizen of the Saint Denis." His suspicions were confirmed by the reward of 20,000 francs, which Madame Blanche imprudently promised him in case of success, and by the 500 francs which she paid in advance. "And where shall I have the honor of addressing my communications to you, madame?" he inquired.
Nowhere,"
replied the young lady.
"I shall be passing here from time to time, and I will call."
When they left the house, Chelteux followed them. For once, he thought, I believe that fortune smiles upon me. To discover the name and rank of his new clients was but child's play to Fouché's former pupil. His task was all the easier, since they had no suspicion whatever of his designs. Madame Blanche, who had heard his powers of discernment so highly praised, was confident of success. All the way back to the hotel she was congratulating herself upon the step she had taken.
"In less than a month,"
she said to Aunt Medea,
"we shall have the child, and it will be a protection to us."
but the following week she realized the extent of her imprudence. On visiting Chelteux again, she was received with such marks of respect that she saw at once she was known. She made an attempt to deceive him, but the detective checked her. "First of all," he said, with a good-humored smile, "I ascertain the identity of the persons who honor me with their confidence. It is a proof of my ability, which I give gratis. But madame need have no fears. I am discreet by nature and by profession. Many ladies of the highest ranks are in the position of Madame la Duchesse." So Chelteux still believed that the Duchesse de Sairmeuse was searching for her own child. She did not try to convince him to the contrary. It was better that he should believe this than suspect the truth. The condition of Madame Blanche was now truly pitiable. She found herself entangled in a net, and each movement, far from freeing her, tightened the meshes around her. 3 persons knew the secret that threatened her life and honor. Under these circumstances, how could she hope to keep that secret inviolate? She was, moreover, at the mercy of 3 unscrupulous masters, and before a word or a gesture or a look from them, her haughty spirit was compelled to bow in meek subservience. And her time was no longer at her own disposal. Martial had returned, and they had taken up their abode at the Hôtel de Sairmeuse. The young duchess was now compelled to live under the scrutiny of 50 servants, of 50 enemies, more or less interested in watching her, in criticizing her every act, and in discovering her inmost thoughts. Aunt Medea, it is true, was of great assistance to her. Blanche purchased a dress for her whenever she purchased one for herself, took her about with her on all occasions, and the humble relative expressed her satisfaction in the most enthusiastic terms, and declared her willingness to do anything for her benefactress. Nor did Chelteux give Madame Blanche much more annoyance. Every 3 months he presented a memorandum of the expenses of investigations, which usually amounted to about 10,000 francs, and so long as she paid him it was plain that he would be silent. He had given her to understand, however, that he should expect an annuity of 24,000 francs, and once, when Madame Blanche remarked that he must abandon the search if nothing had been discovered at the end of 2 years. "Never," he replied. "I shall continue the search as long as I live." But Chupin unfortunately remained, and he was a constant terror. She had been compelled to give him 20,000 francs to begin with. He declared that his younger brother had come to Paris in pursuit of him, accusing him of having stolen their father's hoard, and demanding his share with his dagger in his hand. There had been a battle, and it was with a head bound up in a blood-stained linen that Chupin made his appearance before Madame Blanche. "Give me the sum that the old man buried, and I will allow my brother to think that I had stolen it. It is not very pleasant to be regarded as a thief when one is an honest man, but I will bear it for your sake. If you refuse, I shall be compelled to tell him where I have obtained my money, and how." If he possessed all the vices, depravity, and cold-blooded perversity of his father, this wretch had inherited neither his intelligence nor his finesse. Instead of taking the precautions which his interest required, he seemed to find a brutal pleasure in compromising the duchess. He was a constant visitor at the Hôtel de Sairmeuse. He came and went at all hours, morning, noon, night, without troubling himself in the least about Martial, and the servants were amazed to see their haughty mistress unhesitatingly leave everything at the call of this suspicious-looking character, who smelled so strongly of tobacco and vile brandy. One evening, while a grand entertainment was in progress at the Hôtel de Sairmeuse, he made his appearance, half drunk, and imperiously ordered the servants to go and tell Madame Blanche that he was there, and that he was waiting for her. She hastened to him in her magnificent evening dress, her face white with rage and shame beneath her tiara of diamonds, and when, in her exasperation, she refused to give the wretch what he demanded. "That is to say, I am to starve while you are reveling here," he exclaimed. "I am not such a fool. Give me money, and instantly, or I will tell all I know here and now." What could she do? She was obliged to yield, as she had always done before, and yet he grew more and more insatiable every day. Money remained in his pockets no longer than water remains in a sieve. But he did not think of elevating his vices to the proportions of the fortune which he squandered. He did not even provide himself with decent clothing. From his appearance one would have supposed him a beggar, and his companions were the vilest and most degraded of beings. One night he was arrested in a low den, and the police, surprised at seeing so much gold in the possession of such a beggarly-looking wretch, accused him of being a thief. He mentioned the name of the Duchesse de Sairmeuse. An inspector of the police presented himself at the Hôtel de Sairmeuse the following morning. Martial, fortunately, was in Vienna at the time, and Madame Blanche was forced to undergo the terrible humiliation of confessing that she had given a large sum of money to this man, whose family she had known, and who, she added, had once rendered her an important service. Sometimes her tormentor changed his tactics. For example, he declared that he disliked to come to the Hôtel de Sairmeuse, and that the servants treated him as if he were a mendicant. That after this he would write, and in a day or two there would come a letter, bidding her bring such a sum to such a place at such an hour, and the proud duchess was always punctual at the rendezvous. There was constantly some new invention, as if he found an intense delight in proving his power and in abusing it. He had met, heaven knows where, a certain Aspasie Clapart, to whom he took a violent fancy, and although she was much older than himself, he wished to marry her. Madame Blanche paid for the wedding feast. Again he announced his desire of establishing himself in business, having resolved, he said, to live by his own exertions. He purchased the stock of a wine merchant, which the duchess paid for, and which he drank in no time. His wife gave birth to a child, and Madame de Sairmeuse must pay for the baptism, as she had paid for the wedding, only too happy that Chupin did not require her to stand as godmother to little Polyte. He had entertained this idea at first. On 2 occasions Madame Blanche accompanied her husband to Vienna and to London, whither he went charged with important diplomatic missions. She remained 3 years in foreign lands. Each week during all that time she received 1 letter at least from Chupin. Ah, many a time she envied the lot of her victim. What was Marie Anne's death compared with the life she led? Her sufferings were measured by years, Marie Anne's by minutes, and she said to herself again and again that the torture of poison could not be as intolerable as her agony. End of chapter 52. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 53 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 53. How was it that Martial had failed to discover or to suspect this state of affairs? A moment's reflection will explain this fact, which is so extraordinary in appearance, so natural in reality. The head of a family, whether he dwells in an attic or in a palace, is always the last to know what is going on in his home. What everybody else knows, he does not even suspect. The master often sleeps while his house is on fire. Some terrible catastrophe, an explosion, is necessary to arouse him from his fancied security. The life that Martial led was likely to prevent him from arriving at the truth. He was a stranger to his wife. His manner toward her was perfect, full of deference and chivalrous courtesy, but they had nothing in common except a name and certain interests. Each lived their own life. They met only at dinner or at the entertainments which they gave and which were considered the most brilliant in Paris society. The Duchess had her own apartments, her servants, her carriages, her horses, her own table. At 25, Martial, the last descendant of the great house of Sairmeuse, a man upon whom destiny had apparently lavished every blessing, the possessor of youth, unbounded wealth, and a brilliant intellect, succumbed beneath the burden of an incurable despondency and ennui. The death of Marie-Anne had destroyed all his hopes of happiness, and realizing the emptiness of his life, he did his best to fill the void with bustle and excitement. He threw himself headlong into politics, striving to find in power and in satisfied ambition some relief from his despondency. It is only just to say that Madame Blanche had remained superior to circumstances, and that she had played the role of a happy, contented woman with consummate skill. Her frightful sufferings and anxiety never marred the haughty serenity of her face. She soon won a place as one of the queens of Parisian society, and plunged into dissipation with a sort of frenzy. Was she endeavoring to divert her mind? Did she hope to overpower thought by excessive fatigue? To Aunt Medea alone did Blanche reveal her secret heart. "I am like a culprit who has been bound to the scaffold and then abandoned by the executioner, who says as he departs, 'Live until the axe falls of its own accord.'" And the axe might fall at any moment. A word, a trifle, an unlucky chance, she dared not say a decree of Providence, and Martial would know all. Such, in all its unspeakable horror, was the position of the beautiful and envied Duchesse de Sairmeuse. She must be perfectly happy, said the world, but she felt herself sliding down the precipice to the awful depths below. Like a shipwrecked mariner clinging to a floating spar, she scanned the horizon with a despairing eye and saw only angry and threatening clouds. Time, perhaps, might bring her some relief. Once it happened that 6 weeks went by, and she heard nothing from Chupin. A month and a half. What had become of him? To Madame Blanche this silence was as ominous as the calm that precedes the storm. A line in a newspaper solved the mystery. Chupin was in prison. The wretch, after drinking more heavily than usual one evening, had quarreled with his brother, and had killed him by a blow upon the head with a piece of iron. The blood of the betrayed Lacheneur was visited upon the heads of his murderous children. Tried by the court of assizes, Chupin was condemned to 20 years of hard labor and sent to Brest. But this sentence afforded the Duchess no relief. The culprit had written to her from his Paris prison. He wrote to her from Brest. But he did not send his letters through the post. He confided them to comrades whose terms of imprisonment had expired, and who came to the Hôtel de Sairmeuse demanding an interview with the Duchess. And she received them. They told all the miseries they had endured out there, and usually ended up requesting some slight assistance. One morning, a man whose desperate appearance and manner frightened her brought the Duchess this laconic epistle: "I am tired of starving here. I wish to make my escape. Come to Brest.
You can visit the prison, and we will decide upon some plan. If you refuse to do this, I shall apply to the Duke, who will obtain my pardon in exchange of what I will tell him."
Madame Blanche was dumb with horror. It was impossible, she thought, to sink lower than this.
"Well," demanded the man harshly, "what reply shall I make to my comrade?"
"I will go. Tell him that I will go," she said, driven to desperation. She made the journey, visited the prison, but did not find Chupin. The previous week there had been a revolt in the prison. The troops had fired upon the prisoners, and Chupin had been killed instantly. Still the Duchess dared not rejoice. She feared that her tormentor had told his wife the secret of his power. "I shall soon know," she thought. The widow promptly made her appearance, but her manner was humble and supplicating. She had often heard her dear dead husband say that Madame was his benefactress, and now she came to beg a little aid to enable her to open a small drinking saloon. Her son Polyte, ah, such a good son, just 18 years old, and such a help to his poor mother, had discovered a little house in a good situation for the business, and if they only had 300 or 400 francs. Madame Blanche gave her 500 francs. "Either her humility is a mask," she thought, "or her husband has told her nothing." 5 days later Polyte Chupin presented himself. They needed 300 francs more before they could commence business, and he came on behalf of his mother to entreat the kind lady to advance them. Determined to discover exactly where she stood, the Duchess shortly refused, and the young man departed without a word. Evidently the mother and son were ignorant of the facts. Chupin's secret had died with him. This happened early in January. Toward the last of February, Aunt Medea contracted inflammation of the lungs on leaving a fancy ball, which she attended in an absurd costume, in spite of all the attempts which her niece had made to dissuade her. Her passion for dress killed her. Her illness lasted only 3 days, but her sufferings, physical and mental, were terrible. Constrained by her fear of death to examine her own conscience, she saw plainly that by profiting by the crime of her niece, she had been as culpable as if she had aided her in committing it. She had been very devout in former years, and now her superstitious fears were reawakened and intensified. Her faith returned, accompanied by a cortege of terrors. "I am lost!" she cried. "I am lost!" She tossed to and fro upon her bed. She writhed and shrieked as if she already saw hell opening to engulf her. She called upon the Holy Virgin and upon all the saints to protect her. She entreated God to grant her time for repentance and for expiation. She begged to see a priest, swearing she would make a full confession. Paler than the dying woman, but implacable, Blanche watched over her, aided by that one of her personal attendants in whom she had most confidence. "If this lasts long, I shall be ruined," she thought. "I shall be obliged to call for assistance, and she will betray me." It did not last long. The patient's delirium was succeeded by such utter prostration that it seemed each moment would be her last. But toward midnight she appeared to revive a little, and in a voice of intense feeling she said, "You have no pity, Blanche. You have deprived me of all hope in the life to come. God will punish you. You too shall die like a dog, alone, without a word of Christian counsel or encouragement. I curse you." And she died just as the clock was striking 2. The time when Blanche would have given almost anything to know that Aunt Medea was beneath the sod had long since passed. Now the death of the poor old woman affected her deeply. She had lost an accomplice who had often consoled her, and she had gained nothing, since one of her maids was now acquainted with the secret of the crime at the Borderie. Everyone who was intimately acquainted with the Duchesse de Sairmeuse noticed her dejection, and was astonished by it. "Is it not strange," remarked her friends, "that the Duchess, such a very superior woman, should grieve so much for that absurd relative of hers?" But the dejection of Madame Blanche was due in great measure to the sinister prophecies of the accomplice to whom she had denied the last consolations of religion. And as her mind reviewed the past, she shuddered, as the peasants at Sairmeuse had done when she thought of the fatality which had pursued the shedders of innocent blood. What misfortune had attended them all, from the sons of Chupin, the miserable traitor, up to her father, the Marquis de Courtornieu, whose mind had not been illumined by the least gleam of reason for 10 long years before his death. "My turn will come," she thought. The Baron and the Baroness d'Escorval, the old Corporal Bavois, had departed this life within a month of each other, the previous year mourned by all, so that of all the people of diverse condition who had been connected with the troubles at Montaignac, Blanche knew only 4 who were still alive. Maurice d'Escorval, who had entered the magistracy, and was now a judge in the tribunal of the Seine; Abbe Midon, who had come to Paris with Maurice; and Martial and herself. There was another person, the bare recollection of whom made her tremble, and whose name she dared not utter. Jean Lacheneur, Marie Anne's brother. An inward voice more powerful than reason told her that this implacable enemy was still alive, watching for his hour of vengeance. More troubled by her presentiments now than she had been by Chupin's persecutions in days gone by, Madame de Sairmeuse decided to apply to Chelteux in order to ascertain, if possible, what she had to expect. Fouché's former agent had not wavered in his devotion to the Duchess. Every 3 months he presented his bill, which was paid without discussion, and to ease his conscience he sent one of his men to prowl around Sairmeuse for a while, at least once a year. Animated by the hope of a magnificent reward, the spy promised his client, and, what was more to the purpose, promised himself, that he would discover this dreaded enemy. He started in quest of him, and had already begun to collect proofs of Jean's existence, when his investigations were abruptly terminated. One morning the body of a man literally hacked in pieces was found in an old well. It was the body of Chelteux. "A fitting close to the career of such a wretch," said the Journal des Débats, in noting the event. When she read this news, Madame Blanche felt as a culprit would feel on reading his death warrant. "The end is near," she murmured. "Lacheneur is coming." The Duchess was not mistaken. Jean had told the truth when he declared that he was not disposing of his sister's estate for his own benefit. In his opinion, Marie Anne's fortune must be consecrated to one sacred purpose. He would not divert the slightest portion of it to his individual needs. He was absolutely penniless when the manager of a traveling theatrical company engaged him for a consideration of 45 francs per month. From that day he lived the precarious life of a strolling player. He was poorly paid, and often reduced to abject poverty by lack of engagements, or by the impecuniosity of managers. His hatred had lost none of its virulence, but to wreak the desired vengeance upon his enemy he must have time and money at his disposal. But how could he accumulate money when he was often too poor to appease his hunger? Still, he did not renounce his hopes. His was a rancor which was only intensified by years. He was biding his time while he watched from the depths of his misery the brilliant fortunes of the house of Sairmeuse. He had waited 16 years, when one of his friends procured him an engagement in Russia. The engagement was nothing, but the poor comedian was afterward fortunate enough to obtain an interest in a theatrical enterprise, from which he realized a fortune of 100,000 francs in less than 6 years. "Now," said he, "I can give up this life. I am rich enough now to begin the warfare." and 6 weeks later he arrived in his native village. Before carrying any of his atrocious designs into execution, he went to Sairmeuse to visit Marianne's grave, in order to obtain there an increase of animosity as well as the relentless sang-froid of a stern avenger of crime. That was his only motive in going, but on the very evening of his arrival he learned through a garrulous old peasant woman that ever since his departure, that is to say for a period of 20 years, two parties had been making persistent inquiries for a child which had been placed somewhere in the neighborhood. Jean knew that it was Marianne's child they were seeking. Why they had not succeeded in finding it, he knew equally well. But why were there two persons seeking the child? One was Maurice d'Escorval, of course, but who was the other? Instead of remaining at Sairmeuse a week, Jean Lacheneur tarried there a month, and by the expiration of that month he had traced these inquiries concerning the child to the agent of Chelteux. Through him he reached Fouché's former spy, and finally succeeded in discovering that the search had been instituted by no less a person than the Duchesse de Sairmeuse. This discovery bewildered him. How could Madame Blanche have known that Marianne had given birth to a child? And knowing it, what possible interest could she have had in finding it? These two questions tormented Jean's mind continually, but he could discover no satisfactory answer. Chupin's son could tell me, perhaps, he thought. I must pretend to be reconciled to the sons of the wretch who betrayed my father. But the traitor's children had been dead for several years, and after a long search Jean found only the widow Chupin and her son Polyte. They were keeping a drinking saloon not far from the Château des Rentiers, and their establishment, known as the Poivrière, bore anything but an enviable reputation. Lacheneur questioned the widow and her son in vain. They could give him no information whatever on the subject. He told them his name, but even this did not awaken the slightest recollection in their minds. Jean was about to take his departure when Mother Chupin, probably in the hope of extracting a few pennies, began to deplore her present misery, which was, she declared, all the harder to bear since she had wanted for nothing during the life of her poor husband, who had always obtained as much money as he wanted from a lady of high degree, the Duchesse de Sairmeuse, in short. Lacheneur uttered such a terrible oath that the old woman and her son started back in a fright. He saw at once the close connection between the researches of Madame Blanche and her generosity to Chupin. It was she who poisoned Marianne, he said to himself. It was through my sister that she became aware of the existence of the child. She loaded Chupin with favors because she knew the crime she had committed, that crime in which his father had been only an accomplice. He remembered Martial's oath at the bedside of the murdered girl, and his heart overflowed with savage exultation. He saw his two enemies, the last of the Sairmeuse and the last of the Coulommiers, take in their own hands his work of vengeance. But this was mere conjecture. He desired to be assured of the correctness of his suppositions. He drew from his pocket a handful of gold, and, throwing it upon the table, he said, "I am very rich. If you will obey me and keep my secret, your fortune is made." A shrill cry of delight from mother and son outweighed any protestations of obedience. The widow Chupin knew how to write, and Lacheneur dictated this letter: "Madame la Duchesse, I shall expect you at my establishment tomorrow between 12 and 4 o'clock. It is on business connected with the Borderie. If at 5 o'clock I have not seen you, I shall carry to the post a letter for the Duke." "And if she comes, what am I to say to her?" asked the astonished widow. "Nothing. You will merely ask her for money. If she comes, it is as I have guessed," he reflected. She came. Hidden in the loft of the Barrière, Jean, through an opening in the floor, saw the Duchess give a banknote to Mother Chupin. "Now she is in my power," he thought exultantly. "Through what sloughs of degradation will I drag her before I deliver her up to her husband's vengeance?" End of chapter 53. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 54 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 54. A few lines of the article consecrated to Martial de Sairmeuse in the General Biography of the Men of the Century give the history of his life after his marriage. Martial de Sairmeuse, it says there, brought to the service of his party a brilliant intellect and admirable endowments. Called to the front at the moment when political strife was raging with the utmost violence, he had courage to assume the sole responsibility of the most extreme measures. Compelled by almost universal opprobrium to retire from office, he left behind him animosities which will be extinguished only with life. But what this article does not state is this: if Martial was wrong, and that depends entirely upon the point of view from which his conduct is regarded, he was doubly wrong, since he was not possessed of those ardent convictions verging upon fanaticism which make men fools, heroes, and martyrs. He was not even ambitious. Those associated with him, witnessing his passionate struggle and his unceasing activity, thought him actuated by an insatiable thirst for power. He cared little or nothing for it. He considered its burdens heavy, its compensations small. His pride was too lofty to feel any satisfaction in the applause that delights the vain, and flattery disgusted him. Often, in his princely drawing rooms, during some brilliant fete, his acquaintances noticed a shade of gloom steal over his features, and seeing him thus thoughtful and preoccupied, they respectfully refrained from disturbing him. His mind is occupied with momentous questions, they thought. Who can tell what important decisions may result from this reverie? They were mistaken. At the very moment when his brilliant success made his rivals pale with envy, when it would seem that he had nothing left to wish for in this world, Martial was saying to himself, "What an empty life! What weariness and vexation of spirit! To live for others, what a mockery!" He looked at his wife, radiant in her beauty, worshipped like a queen, and he sighed. He thought of her who was dead, Marie-Anne, the only woman whom he had ever loved. She was never absent from his mind. After all these years, he saw her yet, cold, rigid, lifeless, in that luxurious room at the Borderie, and time, far from effacing the image of the fair girl who had won his youthful heart, made it still more radiant, and endowed his lost idol with almost superhuman grace of person and of character. If fate had but given him Marie-Anne for his wife, he said this to himself again and again, picturing the exquisite happiness which a life with her would have afforded him. They would have remained at Sairmeuse. They would have had lovely children playing around them. He would not be condemned to this continual warfare, to this hollow, unsatisfying, restless life. The truly happy are not those who parade their satisfaction and good fortune before the eyes of the multitude. The truly happy hide themselves, from the curious gaze, and they are right. Happiness is almost a crime. So thought Martial, and he, the great statesman, often said to himself in a sort of rage, "To love, to be loved, that is everything. All else is vanity." He had really tried to love his wife. He had done his best to rekindle the admiration with which she had inspired him at their first meeting. He had not succeeded. Between them there seemed to be a wall of ice which nothing could melt, and which was constantly increasing in height and thickness. "Why is it?" he wondered again and again. "It is incomprehensible. There are days when I could swear that she loved me. Her character, formerly so irritable, is entirely changed. She is gentleness itself." But he could not conquer his aversion. It was stronger than his own will. These unavailing regrets and the disappointments and sorrow that preyed upon him undoubtedly aggravated the bitterness and severity of Martial's policy. But he, at least, knew how to fall nobly. He passed without even a change of countenance from almost omnipotence to a position so compromising that his very life was endangered. On seeing his antechambers, formerly thronged with flatterers and office-seekers, empty and deserted, he laughed, and his laugh was unaffected. "The ship is sinking," said he. "The rats have deserted it." He did not even pale when the noisy crowd came to hoot and curse and hurl stones at his windows, and when Otto, his faithful valet de chambre, entreated him to assume a disguise and make his escape through the gardens, he responded, "By no means. I am simply odious. I do not wish to become ridiculous." They could not even dissuade him from going to a window and looking down upon the rabble in the street below. A singular idea had just occurred to him. If Jean Lacheneur is still alive, he thought, how much would he enjoy this? If he is alive, he is undoubtedly there in the foremost rank, urging on the crowd, and he wished to see. But Jean Lacheneur was in Russia at that epoch. The excitement subsided. The Hotel de Sairmeuse was not seriously threatened. Still, Martial realized that it would be better for him to go away for a while and allow people to forget him. He did not ask the Duchess to accompany him. "The fault has been mine entirely," he said to her, "and to make you suffer for it by condemning you to exile would be unjust. Remain here. I think it will be much better for you to remain here." She did not offer to go with him. It would have been a pleasure to her, but she dared not leave Paris. She knew that she must remain in order to ensure the silence of her persecutors. Both times she had left Paris before, all came near being discovered, and yet she had Aunt Medea then to take her place. Martial went away, accompanied only by his devoted servant Otto. In intelligence, this man was decidedly superior to his position. He possessed an independent fortune, and he had 100 reasons. One, by the way, was a very pretty one, for desiring to remain in Paris. But his master was in trouble, and he did not hesitate. For 4 years the Duc de Sairmeuse wandered over Europe, ever accompanied by his ennui and his dejection, and chafing beneath the burden of a life no longer animated by interest or sustained by hope. He remained a while in London, then he went to Vienna, afterwards to Venice. One day he was seized by an irresistible desire to see Paris again, and he returned. It was not a very prudent step, perhaps. His bitterest enemies, personal enemies, whom he had mortally offended and persecuted, were in power. But he did not hesitate. Besides, how could they injure him, since he had no favors to ask, no cravings of ambition to satisfy? The exile, which had weighed so heavily upon him, the sorrow, the disappointments and loneliness he had endured had softened his nature and inclined his heart to tenderness, and he returned firmly resolved to overcome his aversion to his wife and seek a reconciliation. Old age is approaching, he thought. If I have not a beloved wife at my fireside, I may at least have a friend. His manner toward her on his return astonished Madame Blanche. She almost believed she saw again the Martial of the little blue salon at Coulommiers. But the realization of her cherished dreams was now only another torture added to all the others. Martial was striving to carry his plan into execution when the following laconic epistle came to him one day through the post. Monsieur le Duc, I, if I were in your place, would watch my wife. It was only an anonymous letter, but Martial's blood mounted to his forehead. Can it be that she has a lover? He thought. Then, reflecting on his own conduct toward his wife since their marriage, he said to himself, "And if she has, have I any right to complain? Did I not tacitly give her back her liberty?" He was greatly troubled, and yet he would not have degraded himself so much as to play the spy had it not been for one of those trifling circumstances which so often decide a man's destiny. He was returning from a ride on horseback one morning about 11 o'clock, and he was not 30 paces from the Hôtel de Sairmeuse when he saw a lady hurriedly emerge from the house. She was very plainly dressed, entirely in black, but her whole appearance was strikingly that of the Duchess. "It is certainly my wife, but why is she dressed in such a fashion?" he thought. Had he been on foot, he would certainly have entered the house. As it was, he slowly followed Madame Blanche, who was going up the Rue Grenelle. She walked very quickly and without turning her head, and kept her face persistently shrouded in a very thick veil. When she reached the Rue Taranne, she threw herself into one of the fiacres at the carriage stand. The coachman came to the door to speak to her, then nimbly sprang up on the box and gave his bony horses one of those cuts of the whip that announce a princely pourboire. The carriage had already turned the corner of the Rue du Dragon, and Martial, ashamed and irresolute, had not moved from the place where he had stopped his horse. Just around the corner of the Rue Saint-Par, not daring to admit his suspicions, he tried to deceive himself. "Nonsense," he thought, giving the reins to his horse. "What do I risk in advancing? The carriage is a long way off by this time, and I shall not overtake it." He did overtake it, however. On reaching the intersection of the Croix Rouge, where there was as usual a crowd of vehicles, it was the same fiacre. Martial recognized it by its green body, and its wheels striped with white. Emerging from the crowd of carriages, the driver whipped up his horses, and it was at a gallop that they flew up the Rue du Vieux Colombier, the narrowest street that borders the Place Saint-Sulpice, and gained the outer boulevards. Martial's thoughts were busy as he trotted along about 100 yards behind the vehicle. "She is in a terrible hurry," he said to himself. "This, however, is scarcely the quarter for a lover's rendezvous." The carriage had passed the Place d'Italie. It entered the Rue du Château des Rentiers, and soon paused before a tract of unoccupied ground. The door was at once opened, and the Duchesse de Sairmeuse hastily alighted. Without stopping to look to the right or the left, she hurried across the open space. A man by no means prepossessing in appearance, with a long beard and with a pipe in his mouth, and clad in a workman's blouse, was seated upon a large block of stone not far off. "Will you hold my horse a moment?" inquired Martial. "Certainly," answered the man. Had Martial been less preoccupied, his suspicions might have been aroused by the malicious smile that curved the man's lips, and had he examined his features closely, he would perhaps have recognized him, for it was Jean Lacheneur. Since addressing that anonymous letter to the Duc de Sairmeuse, he had made the Duchess multiply her visits to the widow Chupin, and each time he had watched for her coming. "So if her husband decides to follow her, I shall know it," he thought. It was indispensable for the success of his plans that Madame Blanche should be watched by her husband, for Jean Lacheneur had decided upon his course. From 1,000 schemes for revenge, he had chosen the most frightful and ignoble that a brain maddened and enfevered by hatred could possibly conceive. He longed to see the haughty Duchesse de Sairmeuse subjected to the vilest ignominy, Martial in the hands of the lowest of the low. He pictured a bloody struggle in this miserable den, the sudden arrival of the police, summoned by himself, who would arrest all the parties indiscriminately. He gloated over the thought of a trial in which the crime committed at the Borderie would be brought to light. He saw the Duke and the Duchess in prison, and the great names of Sairmeuse and of Courtornieu shrouded in eternal disgrace. And he believed that nothing was wanting to ensure the success of his plans. He had at his disposal 2 miserable wretches who were capable of any crime, and an unfortunate youth named Gustave, made his willing slave by poverty and cowardice, was intended to play the part of Marie Anne's son. These 3 accomplices had no suspicion of his real intentions. As for the widow Chupin and her son, if they suspected some infamous plot, the name of the Duchess was all they really knew in regard to it. Moreover, Jean held Polyte and his mother completely under his control by the wealth which he had promised them if they served him docilely. And if Martial followed his wife into the Poivriere, Jean had so arranged matters that the Duke would at first suppose that she had been led there by charity. "But he will not go in," thought Lacheneur, whose heart throbbed wildly with sinister joy as he held Martial's horse. "Monsieur le Duc is too fine for that." And Martial did not go in, though he was horrified when he saw his wife enter that vile den, as if she were at home there. He said to himself that he should learn nothing by following her. He therefore contented himself by making a thorough examination of the outside of the house. Then, remounting his horse, he departed on a gallop. He was completely mystified. He did not know what to think, what to imagine, what to believe. But he was fully resolved to fathom this mystery, and as soon as he returned home, he sent Otto out in search of information. He could confide everything to this devoted servant. He had no secrets from him. About 4 o'clock his faithful valet de chambre returned, an expression of profound consternation visible upon his countenance. "What is it?" asked Martial, divining some great misfortune. "Ah, sir, the mistress of that wretched den is the widow of Chupin's son." Martial's face became as white as his linen. He knew life too well not to understand that since the Duchess had been compelled to submit to the power of these people, they must be masters of some secret which she was willing to make any sacrifice to preserve. But what secret? The years which had silvered Martial's hair had not cooled the ardor of his blood. He was, as he had always been, a man of impulses. He rushed to his wife's apartments.
"Madame has just gone down to receive the Countess of Mussidan and the Marquise d'Arlange," said the maid.
"Very well, I will wait for her here. Retire." And Martial entered the chamber of Madame Blanche. The room was in disorder, for the Duchess, after returning from the Poivriere, was still engaged in her toilet when the visitors were announced. The wardrobe doors were open, the chairs were encumbered with wearing apparel. The articles which Madame Blanche used daily, her watch, her purse, and several bunches of keys, were lying upon the dressing table and mantel. Martial did not sit down. His self-possession was returning. "No folly," he thought. "If I question her, I shall learn nothing. I must be silent and watchful." He was about to retire when, on glancing about the room, his eyes fell upon a large casket, inlaid with silver, which had belonged to his wife ever since she was a young girl, and which accompanied her everywhere. "That doubtless holds the solution to the mystery," he said to himself. It was one of those moments when a man obeys the dictates of passion without pausing to reflect. He saw the keys upon the mantel, he seized them, and endeavored to find one that would fit the lock of the casket. The 4th key opened it. It was full of papers. With feverish haste, Martial examined the contents. He had thrown aside several unimportant letters when he came to a bill that read as follows: "Search for the child of Madame de Sairmeuse. Expenses for the 3rd quarter of the year 18—" Martial's brain reeled. A child! His wife had a child! He read on: "For services of 2 agents at Sairmeuse, for expenses attending my own journey." divers gratuities, etc., etc. The total amounted to 6,000 francs. The bill was signed Chelteux. With a sort of cold rage, Martial continued his examination of the contents of the casket, and found a note written in a miserable hand that said, 2,000 francs this evening, or I will tell the Duke the history of the affair at the Borderie. Then several more bills from Chelteux, then a letter from Aunt Medea, in which she spoke of prison and of remorse, and finally, at the bottom of the casket, he found the marriage certificate of Marianne Lacheneur and Maurice d'Escorval, drawn up by the cure of Vigano, and signed by the old physician and Corporal Bavois. The truth was as clear as daylight. Stunned, frozen with horror, Martial scarcely had strength to return the letters to the casket and restore it to its place. Then he tottered back to his own room, clinging to the walls for support. It was she who murdered Marianne, he murmured. He was confounded, terror-stricken, by the perfidy and baseness of this woman who was his wife, by her criminal audacity, by her cool calculation and assurance, by her marvelous powers of dissimulation. He swore he would discover all, either through the Duchess or through the Widow Chupin, and he ordered Otto to procure a costume for him, such as was generally worn by the habitués of the Poivriere. He did not know how soon he might have use for it. This happened early in February, and from that moment Madame Blanche did not take a single step without being watched. Not a letter reached her that her husband had not previously read, and she had not the slightest suspicion of the constant espionage to which she was subjected. Martial did not leave his room. He pretended to be ill. To meet his wife and be silent was beyond his powers. He remembered the oath of vengeance which he had pronounced over Marianne's lifeless form too well. But there were no new revelations, and for this reason Polyte Chupin had been arrested under charge of theft, and this accident caused a delay in the execution of Lacheneur's plans. But at last he judged that all would be in readiness on the 20th of February, Shrove Sunday. The evening before, the Widow Chupin, in conformance with his instructions, wrote to the Duchess that she must come to the Poivriere Sunday evening at 11 o'clock. On that same evening Jean was to meet his accomplices at a ball at the Rainbow, a public house bearing a very unenviable reputation, and give them their last instructions. These accomplices were to open the scene. He was to appear only in the denouement. "All is well arranged. The mechanism will work of its own accord," he said to himself. But the mechanism, as he styled it, failed to work. Madame Blanche, on receiving the Widow Chupin's summons, revolted for a moment. The lateness of the hour, the isolation of the spot designated, frightened her. But she was obliged to submit, and on the appointed evening she furtively left the house, accompanied by Camille, the same servant who had witnessed Aunt Medea's last agony. The Duchess and her maid were attired like women of the very lowest order, and felt no fear of being seen or recognized. And yet a man was watching them, and he quickly followed them. It was Martial. Knowing of this rendezvous even before his wife, he had disguised himself in the costume Otto had procured for him, which was that of a laborer about the quays. And as he was a man who did perfectly whatever he attempted to do, he had succeeded in rendering himself unrecognizable. His hair and beard were rough and matted. His hands were soiled and grimed with dirt. He was really the abject wretch whose rags he wore. Otto had begged to be allowed to accompany him, but the Duke refused, saying that the revolver which he would take with him would be sufficient protection. He knew Otto well enough, however, to be certain he would disobey him. 10 o'clock was sounding when Madame Blanche and Camille left the house. It did not take them 5 minutes to reach the Rue Taranne. There was one fiacre on the stand, one only. They entered it, and it drove away. This circumstance drew from Martial an oath worthy of his costume. Then he reflected that, since he knew where to find his wife, a slight delay in finding a carriage did not matter. He soon obtained one, and the coachman, thanks to a pourboire of 10 francs, drove to the Rue du Château des Rentiers as fast as his horses could go. But the Duke had scarcely set foot on the ground before he heard the rumbling of another carriage, which stopped abruptly at a little distance. "Otto is evidently following me," he thought, and he started across the open space in the direction of the Poivriere. Gloom and silence prevailed on every side, and were made still more oppressive by a chill fog that heralded an approaching thaw. Martial stumbled and slipped at almost every step upon the rough, snow-covered ground. It was not long before he could distinguish a dark mass in the midst of the fog. It was the Poivriere. The light within filtered through the heart-shaped openings in the blinds, looking at a distance like lurid eyes gleaming in the darkness. Could it really be possible that the Duchesse de Sairmeuse was there? Martial cautiously approached the window, and clinging to the hinges of one of the shutters, he lifted himself up so he could peer through the opening. Yes, his wife was indeed there in that vile den. She and Camille were seated at a table before a large punch bowl, and in company with 2 ragged, leering scoundrels, and a soldier, quite youthful in appearance. In the center of the room stood the widow Chupin, with a small glass in her hand, talking volubly and punctuating her sentences by copious draughts of brandy. The impression produced upon Martial was so terrible that his hold relaxed and he dropped to the ground. A ray of pity penetrated his soul, for he vaguely realized the frightful suffering which had been the chastisement of the murderess. But he desired another glance at the interior of the hovel, and he again lifted himself up to the opening and looked in. The old woman had disappeared. The young soldier had risen from the table and was talking and gesticulating earnestly. Madame Blanche and Camille were listening to him with the closest attention. The 2 men who were sitting face to face, with their elbows upon the table, were looking at each other, and Martial saw them exchange a significant glance. He was not wrong. The scoundrels were plotting a rich haul. Madame Blanche, who had dressed herself with such care that to render her disguise perfect, she had encased her feet in large, coarse shoes that were almost killing her. Madame Blanche had forgotten to remove her superb diamond earrings. She had forgotten them, but Lacheneur's accomplices had noticed them, and were now regarding them with eyes that glittered more brilliantly than the diamonds themselves. While awaiting Lacheneur's coming, these wretches, as had been agreed upon, were playing the part which he had imposed upon them. For this and their assistance afterward, they were to receive a certain sum of money. But they were thinking that this sum was not perhaps a quarter part of the value of these jewels, and they exchanged glances that said, "Ah, if we could only get them and make our escape before Lacheneur comes." The temptation was too strong to be resisted. One of them rose suddenly and seized the Duchess by the back of the neck. He forced her head down upon the table. The diamonds would have been torn from the ears of Madame Blanche had it not been for Camille, who bravely came to the aid of her mistress. Martial could endure no more. He sprang to the door of the hovel, opened it, and entered, bolting it behind him. "Martial! Monsieur le Duc!" These cries, escaping the lips of Madame Blanche and Camille in the same breath, changed the momentary stupor of their assailants into fury, and they both precipitated themselves upon Martial, determined to kill him. With a spring to one side, Martial avoided them. He had his revolver in his hand. He fired twice, and the wretches fell. But he was not yet safe, for the young soldier threw himself upon him and attempted to disarm him. Through all the furious struggle, Martial did not cease crying in a panting voice, "Fly, Blanche, fly! Otto is not far off. The name! Save the honor of the name!" The 2 women obeyed, making their escape through the back door, which opened upon the garden, and they had scarcely done so before a violent knocking was heard at the front door. The police were coming. This increased Martial's frenzy, and with one supreme effort to free himself from his assailant, he gave him such a violent push that his adversary fell, striking his head against the corner of the table, after which he lay like one dead. But the widow Chupin, who had come downstairs on hearing the uproar, was shrieking upon the stairs. At the door someone was crying, "Open in the name of the law!" Martial might have fled, but if he fled the duchess might be captured, for he would surely be pursued. He saw the peril at a glance, and his decision was made. He shook the widow Chupin violently by the arm, and said in an imperious voice, "If you know how to hold your tongue, you shall have 100,000 francs." Then, drawing a table before the door opening into the adjoining room, he entrenched himself behind it as behind a rampart, and waited the approach of the enemy. The next moment the door was forced open, and a squad of police, under the command of Inspector Gévrol, entered the room. "Surrender!" cried the inspector. Martial did not move. His pistol was turned upon the intruder. "If I can parley with them and hold them in check only 2 minutes, all may yet be saved," he thought. He obtained the wished-for delay. Then he threw his weapon to the ground, and was about to bound through the back door, when a policeman who had gone round to the rear of the house seized him about the body and threw him to the floor. From this side he expected only assistance, so he cried, "Lost! It is the Prussians who are coming." In the twinkling of an eye he was bound, and 2 hours later he was an inmate of the station house at the Place d'Italie. He had played his part so perfectly that he had deceived even Gévrol. The other participants in the broil were dead, and he could rely upon the widow Chupin. But he knew that the trap had been set for him by Jean Lacheneur, and he read a whole volume of suspicion in the eyes of the young officer who had cut off his retreat, and who was called Lecoq by his companions. End of chapter 54. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 55 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 55. The Duc de Sairmeuse was one of those men who remain superior to all fortuitous circumstances, good or bad. He was a man of vast experience and great natural shrewdness. His mind was quick to act and fertile in resources. But when he found himself immured in the damp and loathsome station house, after the terrible scenes at the Poivriere, he relinquished all hope. Martial knew that justice does not trust to appearances, and that when she finds herself confronted by a mystery, she does not rest until she has fathomed it. Martial knew only too well that if his identity was established, the authorities would endeavor to discover the reason of his presence at the Poivriere. That this reason would soon be discovered he could not doubt, and in that case the crime at the Borderie and the guilt of the Duchess would undoubtedly be made public. This meant the court of assizes, prison, a frightful scandal, dishonor, eternal disgrace. And the power he had wielded in former days was a positive disadvantage to him now. His place was now filled by his political adversaries. Among them were 2 personal enemies upon whom he had inflicted those terrible wounds of vanity which are never healed. What an opportunity for revenge this would afford them! At the thought of this ineffaceable stain upon the great name of Sairmeuse, which was his pride and his glory, reason almost forsook him. "My God, inspire me," he murmured. "How shall I save the honor of the name?" He saw but one chance of salvation, death. They now believed him one of the miserable wretches that haunt the suburbs of Paris. If he were dead, they would not trouble themselves about his identity. It is the only way, he thought. He was endeavoring to find some means of accomplishing his plan of self-destruction when he heard a bustle and confusion outside. In a few moments the door was opened and a man was thrust into the same cell, a man who staggered a few steps, fell heavily to the floor, and began to snore loudly. It was only a drunken man. But a gleam of hope illumined Martial's heart, for in the drunken man he recognized Otto, disguised, almost unrecognizable. It was a bold ruse, and no time must be lost in profiting by it. Martial stretched himself upon a bench as if to sleep, in such a way that his head was scarcely a yard from that of Otto. "The Duchess is out of danger," murmured the faithful servant. "For today, perhaps, but tomorrow, through me, all will be known. Have you told them who you are?" "No, all the policemen but one took me for a vagabond." "You must continue to personate this character." "What good will it do? Lacheneur will betray me." But Martial, though he little knew it, had no need to fear Lacheneur for the present. At least. A few hours before, on his way from the Rainbow to the Poivriere, Jean had been precipitated to the bottom of a stone quarry, and had fractured his skull. The laborers, on returning to their work early in the morning, found him lying there senseless, and at that very moment they were carrying him to the hospital. Although Otto was ignorant of this circumstance, he did not seem discouraged. "There will be some way of getting rid of Lacheneur," said he, "if you will only sustain your present character. An escape is an easy matter when a man has millions at his command." "They will ask me who I am, whence I came, how I lived." "You speak English and German. Tell them that you have just returned from foreign lands, that you were a foundling, and that you have always lived a roving life." "How can I prove this?" Otto drew a little nearer his master and said impressively, "We must agree upon our plans, for our success depends upon a perfect understanding between us. I have a sweetheart in Paris, and no one knows our relations. She is as sharp as steel. Her name is Milner, and she keeps the Hôtel de Mariembourg on the Saint-Quentin. You can say that you arrived here from Leipzig on Sunday, that you went to this hotel, that you left your trunk there, and that this trunk is marked with the name of May, for an artist." "Capital," said Martial approvingly. And then, with extraordinary quickness and precision, they agreed point by point upon their plan of defense. When all had been arranged, Otto pretended to awake from the heavy sleep of intoxication. He clamored to be released, and the keeper finally opened the door and set him at liberty. Before leaving the station house, however, he succeeded in throwing a note to the widow Chupin, who was imprisoned in the other compartment. So, when Lecoq, after his skillful investigations at the Poivriere, rushed to the Place d'Italie, panting with hope and ambition, he found himself outwitted by these men who were inferior to him in penetration, but whose finesse was superior to his own. Martial's plans being fully formed, he intended to carry them out with absolute perfection of detail, and after his removal to prison, the Duc de Sairmeuse was preparing himself for the visit of the judge of instruction when Maurice d'Escorval entered. They recognized each other. They were both terribly agitated, and the examination was an examination only in name. After the departure of Maurice, Martial attempted to destroy himself. He had no faith in the generosity of his former enemy. But when he found Monsieur Segmuller occupying Maurice's place the next morning, Martial believed that he was saved. Then began that struggle between the judge and Lecoq on one side, and the accused on the other. A struggle from which neither party came out conqueror. Martial knew that Lecoq was the only person he had to fear. Still he bore him no ill will. Faithful to his nature, which compelled him to be just even to his enemies, he could not help admiring the astonishing penetration and perseverance of this young policeman, who, undismayed by the obstacles and discouragements that surrounded him, struggled on unassisted to reach the truth. But Lecoq was always outwitted by Otto, the mysterious accomplice, who seemed to know his every movement in advance. At the Morgue, at the Hôtel de Mariembourg, with Toinon, the wife of Polyte Chupin, as well as with Polyte Chupin himself, Lecoq was just a little too late. Lecoq detected the secret correspondence between the prisoner and his accomplice. He was even ingenious enough to discover the key to it, but this served no purpose. A man who had seen a rival, or rather a future master, in Lecoq had betrayed him. If his efforts to arrive at the truth through the jeweler and the Marquis d'Arlange had failed, it was only because Madame Blanche had not purchased the diamond earrings she wore at the Poivriere at any shop, but from one of her friends, the Baroness de Watchau. And lastly, if no one in Paris had missed the Duc de Sairmeuse, it was because, thanks to an understanding between the Duchess, Otto, and Camille, no other inmate of the Hôtel de Sairmeuse suspected his absence. All the servants supposed their master confined to his room by illness. They prepared all sorts of gruels and broths for him, and his breakfast and dinner were taken to his apartments every day. So the weeks went by, and Martial was expecting to be summoned before the Court of Assizes and condemned under the name of May, when he was afforded an opportunity to escape. Too shrewd not to discern the trap that had been set for him, he endured some moments of horrible hesitation in the prison van. He decided to accept the risk, however, commending himself to his lucky star. And he decided wisely, for that same night he leaped his own garden wall, leaving as a hostage in the hands of Lecoq an escaped convict, Joseph Conturier by name, whom he had picked up in a low drinking saloon. Warned by Madame Milner, thanks to a blunder on the part of Lecoq, Otto was awaiting his master. In the twinkling of an eye, Martial's beard fell under the razor. He plunged into the bath that was awaiting him, and his clothing was burned. And it was he who, during the search a few minutes later, had the hardihood to call out, "Otto, by all means allow these men to do their duty." But he did not breathe freely until the agents of police had departed. At last he exclaimed, "Honor is saved. We have outwitted Lecoq." He had just left the bath and enveloped himself in a robe de chambre when Otto handed him a letter from the Duchess. He hastily broke the seal and read, "You are safe. You know all. I am dying. Farewell. I loved you." With 2 bounds he reached his wife's apartments. The door was locked. He burst it open, too late. Madame Blanche was dead, poisoned, like Marie-Anne, but she had procured a drug whose effect was instantaneous, and extended upon her couch, clad in her wonted apparel, her hands folded upon her breast, she seemed only asleep. A tear glittered in Martial's eye. "Poor, unhappy woman," he murmured. "May God forgive you as I forgive you, you whose crime has been so frightfully expiated here below." End of chapter 55. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 56 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Section 56. Epilogue. The First Success. Safe in his own princely mansion and surrounded by an army of retainers, the Duc de Sairmeuse triumphantly exclaimed, "We have outwitted Lecoq." In this he was right, but he thought himself forever beyond the reach of the wily, keen-witted detective, and in this he was wrong. Lecoq was not the man to sit down with folded hands and brood over the humiliation of his defeat. Before he went to Father Tabaret, he was beginning to recover from his stupor and despondency, and when he left that experienced detective's presence, he had regained his courage, his command over his faculties, and sufficient energy to move the world, if necessary. "Well, my good man," he remarked to Father Absinthe, who was trotting along by his side, "you have heard what the great Monsieur Tabaret said, did you not? So you see I was right." But his companion evinced no enthusiasm. "Yes, you were right," he responded in woe-begone tones. "Do you think we are ruined by 2 or 3 mistakes? Nonsense! I will soon turn our defeat of today into a glorious victory." "You might do so, perhaps, if they do not dismiss us from the force." This doleful remark recalled Lecoq to a realizing sense of the present situation. They had allowed a prisoner to slip through their fingers. That was vexatious, it is true, but they had captured one of the most notorious of criminals, Joseph Conturier. Surely there was some comfort in that. But while Lecoq could have borne dismissal, he could not endure the thought that he would not be allowed to follow up this affair of the Poivriere. What would his superior officers say when he told them that May and the Duc de Sairmeuse were one and the same person? They would undoubtedly shrug their shoulders and turn up their noses. "Still, Monsieur Segmuller will believe me," he thought. "But will he dare to take any action in the matter without incontrovertible evidence?" This was very unlikely. Lecoq realized it all too well. Could we not make a descent upon the Hôtel de Sairmeuse, and on some pretext or other compel the Duke to show himself, and identify him as the prisoner May? He entertained this idea only for an instant, then abruptly dismissed it. "A stupid expedient," he exclaimed. "Are 2 such men as the Duke and his accomplice likely to be caught napping? They are prepared for such a visit, and we should only have our labor for our pains." He made these reflections sotto voce, and Father Absinthe's curiosity was aroused. "Excuse me," he said, "I did not quite understand you." "I say that we must find some tangible proof before asking permission to proceed further." He paused with knitted brows. In seeking a circumstance which would establish the complicity between some member of the Duke's household and the witnesses who had been called upon to give their testimony, Lecoq thought of Madame Milner, the owner of the Hôtel de Mariembourg, and his first meeting with her. He saw her again standing upon a chair, her face on a level with a cage, covered with a large piece of black silk, persistently repeating 3 or 4 German words to a starling who as persistently retorted, "Camille, where is Camille?" "One thing is certain," resumed Lecoq. "If Madame Milner, who is a German, and who speaks with the strongest possible German accent, had raised this bird, it would either have spoken German or with the same accent as its mistress. Therefore it cannot have been in her possession long. And who gave it to her?" Father Absinthe began to grow impatient. "In sober earnest, what are you talking about?" he asked petulantly. "I say that if there is someone at the Hôtel de Sairmeuse named Camille, I have the proof I desire. Come, Papa Absinthe, let us hurry on." And without another word of explanation, he dragged his companion rapidly along. When they reached the Rue de Grenelle, Lecoq saw a messenger leaning against the door of a wine shop. Lecoq called him. "Come, my boy," said he. "I wish you to go to the Hôtel de Sairmeuse and ask for Camille. Tell her that her uncle is waiting her here."
"But, sir—"
"What? Have you not gone yet?" The messenger departed. The 2 policemen entered the wine shop, and Father Absinthe had scarcely had time to swallow a glass of brandy when the lad returned.
"Monsieur, I was unable to see Mademoiselle Camille. The house is closed from top to bottom. The Duchess died very suddenly this morning."
"Ah, the wretch!" exclaimed the young policeman. Then, controlling himself, he mentally added, "He must have killed his wife on returning home, but his fate is sealed. Now I shall be allowed to continue my investigations." In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the Palais de Justice. Monsieur Segmuller did not seem to be immoderately surprised at Lecoq's revelations. Still, he listened with evident doubt to the young policeman's ingenious deductions. It was the circumstance of the starling that seemed to decide him. "Perhaps you are right, my dear Lecoq," he said at last, "and to tell the truth, I quite agree with you. But I can take no further action in the matter until you can furnish proof so convincing in its nature that the Duc de Sairmeuse will be unable to think of denying it." "Ah, sir, my superior officers will not allow me."
On the contrary, interrupted the judge, they will allow you the fullest liberty after I have spoken to them.
Such action on the part of Monsieur Segmuller required not a little courage. There had been so much laughter about Monsieur Segmuller's grand seigneur, disguised as a clown, that many men would have sacrificed their convictions to the fear of ridicule. "And when will you speak to them?" inquired Lecoq timidly.
At once."
The judge had already turned toward the door when the young policeman stopped him. "I have one more favor to ask, monsieur," he said entreatingly. "You are so good. You are the first person who gave me any encouragement, who had faith in me.
Speak, my brave fellow."
"Ah, monsieur, will you not give me a message for Monsieur d'Escorval? Any insignificant message. Inform him of the prisoner's escape. I will be the bearer of the message, and then, oh, fear nothing, monsieur. I will be prudent."
"Very well,"
replied the judge. When he left the office of his chief, Lecoq was fully authorized to proceed with his investigations, and in his pocket was a note for Monsieur d'Escorval from Monsieur Segmuller. His joy was so intense that he did not deign to notice the sneers which were bestowed upon him as he passed through the corridors. On the threshold his enemy Gévrol, the so-called general, was watching for him. "Aha!" he laughed as Lecoq passed out. "Here is one of those simpletons who fish for whales and who do not even catch a gudgeon." For an instant Lecoq was angry. He turned abruptly and looked Gévrol full in the face.
"That is better than assisting prisoners to carry on a surreptitious correspondence with people outside," he retorted, in the tone of a man who knows what he is saying.
In his surprise, Gévrol almost lost countenance, and his blush was equivalent to a confession. But Lecoq said no more. What did it matter to him now if Gévrol had betrayed him? Was he not about to win a glorious revenge? He spent the remainder of the day in preparing his plan of action, and in thinking what he should say when he took Monsieur Segmuller's note to Maurice d'Escorval. The next morning, about 11 o'clock, he presented himself at the house of Monsieur d'Escorval. "Monsieur is in his study with a young man," replied the servant. "But as he gave me no orders to the contrary, you may go in." Lecoq entered. The study was unoccupied, but from the adjoining room, separated from the study only by a velvet portière, came a sound of stifled exclamations and of sobs mingled with kisses. Not knowing whether to remain or to retire, the young policeman stood for a moment undecided. Then he observed an open letter lying upon the carpet. Impelled to do it by an impulse stronger than his own will, Lecoq picked up the letter. It read as follows:
"The bearer of this letter is Marianne's son, Maurice, your son. I have given him all the proofs necessary to establish his identity. It was to his education that I concentrated the heritage of my poor Marianne. Those to whose care I confided him have made a noble man of him. If I restore him to you, it is only because the life I lead is not a fitting life for him. Yesterday, the miserable woman who murdered my sister died from poison administered by her own hand. Poor Marianne, she would have been far more terribly avenged had not an accident which happened to me saved the Duc and the Duchesse de Sairmeuse from the snare into which I had drawn them. Jean Lacheneur."
Lecoq stood as if petrified. Now he understood the terrible drama which had been enacted in the widow Chupin's cabin. "I must go to Sairmeuse at once," he said to himself. "There I can discover all." He departed without seeing Monsieur d'Escorval. He resisted the temptation to take the letter with him. It was exactly 1 month to a day after the death of Madame Blanche. Reclining upon a divan in his library, the Duc de Sairmeuse was engaged in reading, when Otto, his valet de chambre, came to inform him that a messenger was below, charged with delivering into the Duke's own hands a letter from Monsieur Maurice d'Escorval. With a bound Martial was on his feet. "Is it possible?" he exclaimed. Then he added quickly, "Let the messenger enter." A large man with a very florid complexion and red hair and beard timidly handed the Duke a letter. He broke the seal and read, "I saved you, monsieur, by not recognizing the prisoner May. In your turn, aid me. By noon, day after tomorrow, I must have 260,000 francs. I have sufficient confidence in your honor to apply to you, Maurice d'Escorval." For a moment Martial stood bewildered. Then, springing to a table, he began writing, without noticing that the messenger was looking over his shoulder. "Monsieur, not day after tomorrow, but this evening. My fortune and my life are at your disposal. It is but a slight return for the generosity you showed in retiring when beneath the rags of May you recognized your former enemy, now your devoted friend, Martial de Sairmeuse." He folded this letter with a feverish hand, and giving it to the messenger with a louis, he said, "Here is the answer. Make haste." But the messenger did not go. He slipped the letter into his pocket, then with a hasty movement he cast his red beard and wig upon the floor. "Lecoq!" exclaimed Martial, paler than death. "Lecoq, yes, monsieur," replied the young detective. "I was obliged to take my revenge. My future depended upon it, and I ventured to imitate Monsieur d'Escorval's writing." And as Martial made no response, "I must also say to Monsieur le Duc," he continued, "that on transmitting to the judge the confession written by the Duke's own hand of his presence at the Poivriere, I can and shall at the same time furnish proofs of his entire innocence." And to show that he was ignorant of nothing, he added, "As Madame is dead, there will be nothing said in regard to what took place at the Borderie." A week later, a verdict of not guilty was rendered by Monsieur Segmuller in the case of the Duc de Sairmeuse. Appointed to the position he coveted, Lecoq had the good taste, or perhaps the shrewdness, to wear his honors modestly. But on the day of his promotion he ordered a seal, upon which was engraved the exultant rooster, which he had chosen as his armorial design, and a motto to which he ever remained faithful: Semper Vigilan. End of section 56. Epilogue: The First Success. End of part 2 of Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico, April 2012.